And boom, there we go. All right, looks like we finally got everything running. How's everybody doing here?
I'm doing all
Hanging in
right.
there.
I'm okay.
All right, cool. Most excellent. All right, thankfully we've got a good handful of people here. So let's get right ahead with introductions. Who wants to go first?
Don't all jump at once.
Fine. Hi, I'm Mandi. How are y'all doing? Not really good. I'm not good with introductions.
So, how's everyone doing tonight? We all doing good or what?
All right.
All right, cool.
Bobby, speak
Well,
up. We can't hear you.
I'm gonna take the stupid mask off.
All right. Get the other mask. Might be able to hear you a little bit better. Well, I don't blame him. I just realized I can't drink beer with this thing on, you know?
yeah,
It
it's
doesn't exactly work.
yeah, you know the mask.
Bobby Rizzo.
So how's
Well,
Uncle
Bobby,
Sam
do your
and Jason
introduction,
Voorhees
man. Tell them
doing?
who you are.
What?
Introduce yourself.
I'm Bobby Rizzo. Me and a guy named John Pepe, we do a little. What is it called? We're doing anyway, man. What is it? The thing on the
Tulpas, I think what we're running with. Tomfoolery.
the website?
Yeah.
I don't know this technical stuff. You're good at that shit. I don't know. I don't know all these technical terms like computer and mouse. I don't know all that stuff.
There ain't too much to it. Usually I actually have either one of them, either Tara or Burnside. They help me with things, or I'll even have one of the kids help me. You know, I'm not exactly tech savvy myself.
Yeah, I'm trying to get somebody to teach me how to play Pong.
Paul?
Pong, yeah.
Wow.
Do you have an Atari?
No, I'm from Chicago.
Oh man, I actually remember Atari. We had ColecoVision.
I know where you're from, Bobby.
I don't know if you do. You guys remember that, the ColecoVision? It was the knockoff of Atari. It had the controller. It had the big jog wheel. You turn. Yeah. We had that. We had the first Nintendo when it came out with the Gyromite with the Robbie the robot. I remember my father got it for us. It was at Christmas. I think it was 83 or 84. I don't remember what year. I was really little though.
We actually have an Atari.
That's so cool.
Atari 2600.
That's the Pong, right?
Yeah. Well, since we're still doing introductions and all, I'm Scooby331 for anyone who don't know by now. I'm from New York. I'm a journalist, former on-air disc jockey. Pretty much do this for right now, and try to go down to DC every once in a while when there's something going on, like rallies and that sort of thing. That's basically what I do. I only mention it since I see the Chiron still says introduction, so I'm like, all right, maybe I should talk something, you know?
Yeah, no, I was hoping that everyone was going to give their introductions, but Mandi choked, Tara choked, and you were like, come on, somebody, say something. Then Bobby.
I didn't choke. It's just if nobody recognizes this avatar, they can fuck off.
All right, say so, woman. Jesus.
Yeah.
I have been saying stuff.
Well, for anyone who doesn't know, this is Tara Sen. She's the queen of the Florida men.
I live with one of them.
There you go. Whenever you read about Florida Man in the paper, those are one of her minions, like the flying monkeys in The Wizard of Oz.
Hey, it's one of my minions too.
Present to you the women of Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
We only
That's
live, what, 45 minutes away from each other?
Yeah, it's the best state
Not
in the
even
union
that.
right there. I'm
Lord,
serious. I got nothing but love for Jesus' waiting room. Seriously.
Florida, that's where all old people go, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mostly from New York.
Well, that's
Yeah, that's
South
what I'm
Florida.
saying.
Maybe South Florida. They tend
Don't
to go
worry,
to the beaches
I
so that
mean-
they can go and tan and become more leather. Seriously, what's his name? The guy that
Looks like fucking tan lovers.
no, the guy Ed Gein. He shouldn't have been up
Oh,
there
God, I
in
remember
Chicago,
him.
okay? He should have come down to Florida and hung out at the beaches and gotten leathered old people. It would have been better skin.
Ed
Oh,
fucking
he wouldn't have had them to sit there and put the lotion on his skin or else it gets the hose again. No, you just put some leather conditioner on their already skinned body and you're good.
I liked South Florida when I was there. It was nice, especially Miami.
Well, I guess I'll do my short introduction.
All Mandy and I have to do is go fishing and we get sunburned.
We
Oh,
don't
I
get
feel you there.
sunburned. We don't get sunburned. We don't get sunburned. We get 4th degree burn. I still have a tan line from that trip, and that was 2 months ago.
It's funny. This shit is all year. I don't even lay out in the sun. That's just my natural complexion. I'm just naturally olive. I lucked out with that.
All
Like,
I saw was hair. You need to shave.
yeah, see, well, hey, I'm a dago. What do you expect? We're fuzzy people.
Well, when I come to visit, I'll bring the waxing kit.
No, you ain't coming near me with no wax.
Can I?
There you go.
Hell yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm saying though, I used to work with the guy. He was the guitarist for.
Scoop, put your shoe down. We don't need to see it.
Oh, what the flag? What this?
The way it was positioned, it looked like a fucking shoe.
All right. Well, I work with the guy. He's the guitarist for Monochromatic Black. But when I used to work for him, we worked at a pizzeria together in the kitchen. The guy's 100% Irish. And so my boss, he was, oh my God, this guy was the original Kid Cuisine. He was a real, greaseball. And he goes like this to me. He's like, yo, Scoop, come here. I go, yeah, what's up, man? He's like, yo, take a look at him over there. I go, yeah. He's like, look at him. He's miserable. Why do you think he's so miserable? Now, this guy is oh my God. We called this guy Irish because from 3 blocks away, you could see him. He's like, why do you think he's so miserable? I'm like, well, look at him. I said, how do you feel if for 3 months out of the year, every time you walked out of the house, you ran the risk of bursting into flames? Seriously, I felt so bad for this son of a bitch. I mean, I got him as a joke. I got him the Hawaiian Tropic SPF 95 ozone. And he looks at it. He's like, oh, thanks, man. And he starts slathering it on. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like this, it was like literally like 95 SPF, and this guy's covering himself with it.
Well, obviously, he's a vampire.
It was sick because I used to have a convertible about 17, 18 years ago. I had this convertible, and I'm driving, and he's sitting in the back seat, and we're going down to Gilgo Beach. And we're making it over the bridge on the Robin Moses Causeway, and he goes like this. He's like, I don't feel good. So I forget who the hell's sitting shotgun. We turn around and look at him. We're like, holy shit. He was red. He had turned red within a few miles of leaving the neighborhood and getting down towards the beach. It's not that far of a drive. It's literally like a few exits. It's where I take my wife over towards where she works in the morning. It's right over by that exit.
You took me in Birdside near Gilgo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not that far. We didn't even make it to the beach. We made it right towards the bridge. We had to turn around at the bridge and go back over it because this poor son of a bitch looked like he was going to ignite. So I can imagine how you ladies must be dealing down in Florida with all that. I've been around you, Tara, so I know how fair you are.
Yeah, I myself, I'm about the same complexion as this part of the flag.
Yeah, I know that. Seriously, when I didn't have a good camera, I would always present him on the old Google Hangouts on my screen because his lily white ass was actually acting like a halogen bulb, and it was giving me great lighting.
Dude, remember when we interviewed them?
Yeah,
All they had was the fucking headlights on him, and he was glowing like a nightlight.
seriously.
Pepe is so white, he's almost transparent.
And the best
Hey,
part,
that's why I haven't been shot yet. Well, except there was that one time, Bobby.
yeah, seriously, you're like the moving target.
All right, so
Yeah.
who here liked the show Mulan, the movie, the animated movie?
I never seen the whole thing.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I loved it.
What movie?
The Mulan.
apparently they're yeah, get this, Bobby. They're trying to redo Mulan, and they're trying to
they've
make
already
it.
redone it.
They've already redone it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
It's
did a
on
live
Disney
action version. It hit theaters. I'm waiting for it to come on Disney Plus.
Hmm?
And SJWs are trying to make it out that Mulan is transgender, and the general that ends up leading, she ends up falling in love with in the animated version is bisexual in the live action.
Are you talking about a cartoon?
They're making a live action version. I'm surprised that the Chinese government is going to let them get away with that.
So it is going to be Mao
I
approved.
mean,
Chinese government really can't do shit, seeing as they pretty much filmed it at Disney.
I don't know. Let me ask real quick. Hey Mao, you gonna approve this, man? I mean, it's I know I hate the shit out of you guys, but this might be a bad idea for your people. Oh no, I approve very much. Oh, very good for communism. Yes, Chinese very good. Chinese good for CCP. Put in concentration camp with Uyghur. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mao.
I mean, the whole LGBTQ plus community and stuff, but also how they're trying to put it into like stuff now. But to take a Disney movie from like the 90s and
They're doing this in the live action. They're trying to say that in the live action,
especially
Mulan
live action,
is transgender. It's all over. The Quartering's done a video about it, and so has Clownfish TV.
Fun.
It's a cartoon, right? You're talking about?
Yeah, now they made a live action version.
So there's going to be actual people acting like communist transgender
I haven't
Chinese
watched
warriors.
cartoons since I started wearing long pants. I don't know why you guys are still watching cartoons. I don't. Plus Disney, that's a real left-wing organization now, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's why I use this avatar.
Why are you watching that shit?
I use this because I don't like Disney. I think
Mickey
Disney's
Mouse
evil.
uniform.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a lot of people forget that the largest fiscal contributor to the American Nazi Party was Walter Disney. A lot of people forget that.
Cool.
Yeah,
Bobby, one of the reasons why I love Mulan is in its time, it was the first Disney movie put out that it had a strong woman. She did not need a prince to come and save her.
you just gotta suck all the joy out the room, don't you?
Wait, you're talking about a cartoon, right?
Yeah, still talking cartoons, Disney cartoons.
Why would you watch it? It's like watching CNN. It's bullshit.
That's why I like
I don't
having
watch
this.
I mean,
They got a point though, because this is the shit that they're teaching the kids with. That's the problem. They're trying to change everything into this leftist garbage that they're trying to pollute the kids' brains. That's the biggest problem.
This new generation coming up, oh my God, I'm glad I'll be dead before they get to be adults.
Oh God, I'm gonna be middle-aged dealing with these kids. It's
gonna be a nightmare. You know what? It's going to be a nightmare. Look at the colleges today.
Yeah.
My kids are older. They've been to college already, and I wouldn't send a kid to college today for nothing.
I was telling Burnside because he's still you're 29, right?
Yeah, 29, gonna be 30 December.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm already in my 40s. I'm thinking about it. I mean, the next, my God, by the time the president, God willing, he gets reelected, when he leaves office, I'm going to be 45, 46 years old. Uh, I'm going to be a little bit too long in the tooth to be out there fighting communists in the street. Not that I'm going to go running out looking for it. My main concern is, especially with Cuomo as a governor and De Blasio, the way he turned the city into a three-ring circus. What the hell is going to be coming down my block? That's my main thing.
You gotta get the fuck out of New York. Holy Christ!
I don't want to leave. I've been here my whole life. This is my home.
I lived in Chicago my whole life. I'm glad I'm out of there. I don't want to go back.
I guess I don't know. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to leave it. That and also the house that we got here now. My father built the chimney that we got in the fireplace.
I know about leaving neighborhoods. I left a couple neighborhoods in Chicago. You had to leave. And a friend of mine was telling me, "Oh, I hate to leave you. It's my home." You know what? It's gone now. It's gone, and you got to move on. The Chicago that I knew is not there anymore. It's gone, and I'm not going to stay there. I'm not going to reminisce about it either. It's those were nice days, but it's gone now. It's never going to come back. You got to leave. You got to move on. It sounds sad and everything, but that's the truth. You're never going to get it back, and if you stay there, it's going to be a heartbreak for you.
Yeah. My big thing right now is I'm trying to get my mother down to like either Florida or Texas. Get my sisters down there. I'm trying to get them all into one house. Because my sisters are all older women now. They're all like one of my older sisters. She just turned 60, so trying to get everybody down there. And like what my wife does for a living, she takes care of these kids, and like they're going to be getting older now and going to school, so she's not going to be needed for in the house no more. So I told her, I said, look, with your credentials, we could go down to Florida and you can make a lot of money. Fuck, go out to like Miami. I mean, the guy she's doing the kid sitting for now, the nanny shit for now, he's a fucking politician. So I told her, I said, you're doing this shit for a Democrat politician endorsed by Bernie. Do you realize you could basically, that's a golden ticket. You could work for any one of these celebrities, especially with your credentials. I told her, why don't we go down to like Miami Beach? You got like Jay-Z down there with his family. You got fucking, what's his name? The Rock. He lives down there. You got all these different celebrities. I told her, I said, you could get like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year easily. Why are we going to stay up here and do this? And
you got these big cities. You have to. They're gone. These big cities are shot.
Well, I'm talking about like Miami Beach, like where they got all the mansions and shit, like where they filmed Scarface. I'm not talking where the high rises are across the bridge. And that's the thing is like, I personally, I don't know. I mean, if it would be a point of where she has to go into these places and they're not safe. I mean, I could always just go and get my security license renewed. It isn't a problem. I got to go and get all the paperwork taken care of to get my carry permit. I got no problem if I'm driving her in someplace. If I got to put 2, 3, 4, 5, fucking 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds in 2, 3 people, whatever. I'll say seriously, if they're gonna fuck with me and my wife when she's trying to make a living, I got no problem, putting 2 in the back of their fucking head and strapping them to the hood like a deer. I'll drive them to the precinct that way. Yeah, look, the perp's out on the hood. Can you do me a favor? He's drooling on my grill. You got anything that I can buff it off with? I give a shit. Don't come at me.
Yeah.
But that's only in self-defense. I'm not saying I'm gonna go out hunting nobody. Seriously, I think you can only get away with that in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm getting
I
a
think Wyoming
sticker.
would be a nice state to go to.
Yeah, right.
Not
What'd you say, Mandy?
Not a wide open.
I
state.
mean, I am getting a sticker for my sister's car and for my car when I get it fixed that says "Shoot your local pedophile."
Oh, I'm
Hell
definitely down with that.
Do we want to transition to that as the next topic?
Go for it.
Shooting pedophiles.
Oh yeah. Guess what?
No.
Here.
California is trying to fix their laws, which if they pass this bill, it is possibly going to remove half the people off their sex offenders list.
Try
So it's
all.
free range for some
That's another
pedophiles.
state I wouldn't go to.
Yeah.
Okay, basically the people that is gonna. I mean, I understand if somebody like a guy that I went to school with, he was 18. The girl that he was seeing had an ID and everything. It said that she was 18. Her parents knew about him, was approved about him. He broke up with her, and he got charged with statutory rape because apparently she had a fake ID and her parents knew about it and stated that she was 16. But what they're talking about doing is anyone who, from the past, from like a certain year on back, taking them off the sex offenders list because they don't qualify under the mandates for the sex offenders list. I'm honestly saying, shit, if you do anything with somebody under the age of 18, you know their age,
You must be Joe Biden.
you deserve, in all honesty,
And they're going to elect the president. Does a lot of that.
Yep.
To begin with. You ever see these pictures of him with little kids? It's sickening. It is just sickening to see him.
Oh, Joey the Sniffer?
Oh,
Yep.
what a creepy piece of shit that guy is.
Yeah. Creepy old bastard.
He's so creepy.
And what's sad, this whole Pizzagate stuff, they're actually coming out with more stuff about it.
I'll be back in a
And
second. I gotta go feed
it's
the
just
cat.
crazy how all these people that you watch on TV, how they're either victims of the Pizzagate thing from when they were kids to actually participating in it.
Yeah. You know, the thing of all this shit with these pedos and everything in DC, I mean, it amazes me that people are acting shocked nowadays. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm showing my age because I grew up in the Cold War, but I specifically remember when I was younger, it was like a big open secret that everyone in DC was some sort of a fucking degenerate. And I don't know. I find it mind blowing that it's coming as like, a revelation, as it were. Like, oh shit. There's pedos down in DC. Yeah, there's monuments down there too. You shocked about that? I mean, I don't know. My opinion has always been like DC is a cesspool. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if you remember when the thing came out about Obama with that guy. He just came in and he was talking about how I think Obama blew him or some shit for drugs, some shit, and then they found the guy dead like about a week later or some shit, like, and it was under really crazy circumstances, and they said, oh, natural causes or some shit. I mean, it's gotten to the point now you gotta, you want to smile at it, but at the same time, it's like the way that they kill these people. I mean, for God's sake, it's become like I'm probably not going to say this right, a colloquial around here. People say, oh shit, somebody got Seth Riched. I mean, when you think about that, there's so many of these people that they've killed in all these different ways. The Clinton mafia, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah, it was a suicide. And I mean, my mother, God bless her, she's constantly ranting and screaming at the TV. She's like, do they really think that we're this stupid? And I gotta tell her, it's half of it is that, but the other half of it is they're rubbing your nose in it. Like this shit that they're doing, like with the mail-in ballots. I mean, having celebrities talk about Trump supporters stealing mail trucks. I mean, come on.
They make that shit. Those are the people that are going to do it. They're the ones that are going to be stealing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is they really think that the people in this country are stupid enough to buy that? Because the fuck is the name? Jamie Lee Curtis says it.
Let me tell you something. They are stupid enough because you know what? I'm driving down the street, and I see somebody driving in their car with their windows up, only one in it wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Yes.
American. Oh God. You just frighten me. I see that all day, every day.
How about that kind of brainwashing? Yes, they are stupid.
Oh wow.
Charlottesville.
Every day, it
Yeah.
just amazes me how gullible people are. It's shocking. It is. It's just.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely hysterical. Yeah, you can get about 5 of these to the back of the head, and that's suicide. Because yes, the mainstream news is always right.
Yeah.
What they bought years ago. They bought that Vince Foster suicide right across the
Yeah.
street from the White House. Yeah, he committed himself. Okay, he killed himself. All right, Americans bought that.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not so much what they buy at this point. I'm convinced it's what the media. Obviously, they hide so much shit.
Oh yeah, they're corrupt. They're just.
Cult
I mean,
personality, man.
they can. I mean, a city could burn down, and the media, like you could see, the media is trying to hide it like it isn't happening.
Mhm.
And that's the thing that has to frighten everybody. Like, as a journalist, part of the reason I became a journalist, and this is the God's honest truth, is because I found it was the most effective way to get results. I could basically, oh, you're not going to do what I want? Okay, bet. I can just go dig into your past through freedom of information, find out everything about you, dig through your entire life, and I can basically put it together through words, and I can crush you like a fucking empty soda can. That's
no
what.
No matter if it's true or not.
Mhm.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Now you can do fiction. I mean, it was a lot more stringent when I was there. The laws changed under Obama. Under Obama, oh my God, we got given free license.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He
Look at
enabled the Propaganda Act.
Yeah. Look at that. Like, I mean, let's talk about something that I'm surprised we didn't lead in with this tonight. The Atlantic story.
That's bullshit. I'm gonna tell you 2 reasons why that's bullshit. First of all, if it was true, the Democrats would have brought that out right away, right in the beginning. And second, you know this guy, what is his name, Bolden or whatever? He was secretary of something or other. He wrote a book about Trump, and he said, "Hey, look if that was true, it would have been in my book."
He said he would have dedicated 2 chapters to it.
Yeah.
That's right. So you know that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I didn't lead in with it.
Because what media is going to refute it? No, because they're on the media. Who's going to refute that? Nobody. So you can write it. You know
this is the.
It is so. And you know what? You'll get these mask wearers that are going to believe it.
The thing, though, that the reason I bring it up is there's a coalition, and I'm very concerned about this because I've been talking to a lot of these younger guys, and I don't even ask them at this point because honestly, I'm a 20th century guy. I could, thank God I got Burnside and Terror in my corner because I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. But these younger guys, they come up with, and you, Mandy, I'm just saying, you've only joined a little circle recently. It's, I've been relying on these 2 for years now, seriously. And don't worry, I will become a needy pain in the ass and thorn in your side too, Mandy. Just give me time. Don't worry. You'll be sick. So, what was I saying? So I've been talking to these younger kids, and this is the thing about the Atlantic story. There's a coalition of vets and active military right now. It's called Vote Vet. It's another blue stronghold. It's all Democrats. If you look at it, it's almost 90% Air Force, like the makeup of it. And this is what the kids pointed out. Every single one of our Air Force bases is in a majority blue state, like not just like majority, like how New York is majority and how Illinois and
Illinois.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah,
Illinois. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we got like a lot of problems here right now because our Air Force is basically Democrat. So if we have a civil war, yeah. It's going to be interesting, especially now with what the old man did. Did you guys hear about how he got rid of all the social justice shit in the military?
Good.
You didn't hear about that? About 2-3 hours. About 2-3 hours ago. Tim Pool dropped a video about it. He completely removed, through executive order, all of the social justice, racial training shit that they were doing in the military, in all government.
Oh,
All of that shit. He removed it all.
You don't need that shit.
yeah, you
Yeah.
definitely don't need that. All right, I'll have a beer to that.
Yeah.
So what?
So-
Now they all get trained the same?
No, it's not that. Now they're not getting trained that social equity shit. They're not saying, well, you see that guy over there, this, that, and the third, because he's white. No, that's not allowed no more. They're not going to teach them that crazy shit. That was all mandated under fucking Obama.
Mm-hmm.
That's that crazy shit that commie bastard put in.
Oh, so fucking.
They still love that guy. They still got pictures of his wife on every magazine that when you go into the checkout line at the grocery store, her face is still plastered on these magazines. I don't know if anybody's buying these rags, but Jesus Christ, they're never going to let this go. She's going to be there forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cult. It's a Maoist cult. I did not, believe it at first that it was that severe. And then the thing that really scared me the most was, and that's the reason I started using the Mickey avatar, the shit that they were doing with Disney, like with Marvel Comics. Starguy cut a video about this a little while ago. And in the video, you seen he showed what the propaganda was that they had in Marvel Comics. They had given like Hillary Clinton superpowers and shit, and they had Donald Trump as a supervillain.
Oh God, yeah, and they also had Vladimir Putin also as a villain. It was fucking cringy, terrible looking. It was just cheap as hell. I remember that.
Yeah, it was horrible. And that's what made me stop reading the comics. That's actually what made me start doing this shit, was because I couldn't read anything, And, Terry, your mic is picking up a lot of background noise. And I'm not sure if it was, yeah, I can't even hear.
There we go. I got her muted.
Awesome.
Carry on.
Yeah, these fucking headphones, man, they're picking up a lot of noise. So, no, I lost what I was saying. I'm sorry.
I turned the TV down.
All right, yeah, because I'm sitting there and I'm watching your avatar flash, and I'm hearing somebody give me a lecture. I'm like, this is some good shit. What's he talking about?
Oh, if you want to watch it, his YouTube channel is called Ants Canada. He raises ants. His Fire Ant Nation died. The queen died, so they all died. And so he did a vote on YouTube or Twitter or something like that on what the next setup should look like, and everyone, the most voted one was for it to look like the floating mountains in the Avatar movie. So he has an entire terrarium set up that way. It's gorgeous.
All right, cool. Let's try to get him on as a guest one night. What up, Divinity?
That would be awesome.
What's up?
Chilling. How is everything?
Quietly watching the world go by.
Yeah, I hear that. Give me 2 seconds, boys and girls. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, Scoop, go ahead. Take your time.
Don't worry, my favorite
Bobby,
Boogaloo boys.
Oh, you wanted me to get more Boogaloo? Hold on, I got a jacket.
I said, don't worry, my favorite Boogaloo boys.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted me to get more into being a Boogaloo. Okay. You know I like making fun
And
of
I'll
them.
be right back.
Careful there. Black Hawk down.
Yeah. Divinity, this is my mentor. Bobby Rizzo. Bobby Rizzo, this is Divinity. He's our resident troll.
How you doing?
Just dandy.
Where's he at? He's on the left of the screen in the circle?
Yeah, he doesn't have an avatar picked out yet for comedic reasons. He comically plays himself as God himself, like Morgan Freeman.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
He
Yeah,
should
I
take
don't
the
know
picture of Facebook God.
I don't know stuff. So an avatar. Okay, I know what an avatar is now. Right.
It's the picture thing. Like, remember when you had that green chick? He kept popping up as it, and you're like, why was I popping up as a green chick?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, we got to talk about the next Chronicle this week or something when you got some time.
Yeah, definitely. So I let the kids know that we're gonna have a 1 week delay with it, but
All right. So you're not off tomorrow. You don't get Labor Day off? You don't get Labor Day off tomorrow? What is Labor Day? Monday, right?
take us a couple hours. I know you wanted me to send you the footage from the beach and that, although raw footage because I used up all of my memory space, my
All right.
huge Gmail account.
Did you put that stuff on an SD card or just in your camera?
No, it's on my external.
How come you're stopping here?
Wow, real party up in here, huh?
Yep.
Well, what happened here?
Get out of
Pepe
this
keeps going
thing. I
out.
gotta put.
Burnside keeps lowering.
All right.
Pepe keeps freezing up over there.
Yeah, that sucks. I guess that means, yeah, what the hell? Bro, what's going on with your computer? You having technical difficulties over there?
Whoa, hello.
He's lagging like a mofo.
I can see that.
Jesus, Puddin', what'd you do? Go and trade the rag top for the crap top?
No, I didn't. Okay, what happened?
This time.
No, just curious. I was wondering what the hell's going on over there.
I don't know.
No, but Bobby, I got all of it on that drive that I was just that little black box. Got it on there. So I got to get the footage off of there.
Yeah.
I got to make another email, and then once I make that email, I got to put the stuff on the drive, and then I can send it to you
All right.
through an email.
I sent you some stuff today.
Okay, I haven't checked my email yet. I've been cleaning up the house.
All right, we'll get together. When are you off? You're off next Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, next Friday, Saturday.
All right, we'll get together maybe Saturday or something.
All right, sure.
What's the best day for you? Because I know you like to drink a little bit, right? So,
Oh, fuck yeah.
you want
Let's
to bust into
see.
your drinking day.
That'd be Friday would be better because Saturday I'm going to Crown Point because they've got a gun show that's over there, and I'm gonna go take a look see at it.
They still allow gun shows in America?
Yes, they still do. Yeah, in Crown Point, Indiana, over
What's
at
this
the
country
fairground.
coming to? All right, Friday then. We'll get together Friday.
All right, cool.
Gun shows. Oh my God. I thought they were outlawed.
Oh, thankfully
They,
they're still
they
legal.
will be when crazy Joe Biden gets in. Believe me, they'll be outlawed.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be legal.
You watch when these socialists get in, all the shit they're going to outlaw. It's going to be insane, man. It's going to be insane. It's going to be the Nazi party all over again.
Just the way you love it.
Oh, good God. Nah, not me. I'm not going to
again.
deal with it. I'll uprise. I'm not dealing with that shit. Not me. No way. No way. And there's no way I'm going to deal with that. I'm not dealing with no goose stepping, armband wearing, none of that shit. Sorry.
I like to see how the Democrats are going to deal with this reparation because that's going to be the top thing on their list, reparation. I wonder how they're going to do it. I'm thinking they're probably taking out an income tax somehow.
Yeah, that's probably why they killed off all the old people.
Or you know what they could do to really sneak it in? They're sneaking in the sales tax.
Oh, that's a good idea. Actually,
Sneaking in the sales tax, get the money, bank it, and somehow get it to these people. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to prove who's who, though.
I don't know. I think they could just give them a gift voucher for Nike.
I don't know. Well, you know, I read the story about North Carolina. They started some reparation, but what they did was they took a bunch of money from police departments or whatever, and they built parks and infrastructure things in their communities and all that stuff. They didn't want that. They wanted cash. They were pissed. Listen, North Carolina, they wanted actual cash, and they said, well, we can't do that. We don't know how to do it. I don't know if you guys remember when Bill Clinton became president, he had to give his sloppy wife something to do. So he put her in charge of reparations. And for 8 years, they worked on it with a whole crew, the whole shot. They couldn't work it out. They couldn't figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this creepy Joe Biden's going to do it. I don't know. But that's going to be on the top of their list, believe me. And taking your guns away, that's going to be way up there, too. Believe me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember Joe Biden. Yeah, we're going to take your AR-14, your AK-38.
They're gonna get you somehow. They're gonna charge you $50 a bullet. You go buy $50.
I wouldn't be
Oh, wow.
surprised. Cuomo's already jacked up all the prices on bullets.
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be just insane. The stuff they're gonna. Well, you remember Pepe? I was telling you about what Black Lives Matters wants. One of their things in their platform. They want a cabinet post when Creepy Joe gets in. Like the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of the Interior, whatever. They want a cabinet post. And you know what? They'll get it. They will get it. Believe me.
So let me ask you all this. How do you honestly think we're going to have like a civil war?
Oh, it's kind of looking
Honestly,
like
the way that things are going, yeah.
It would be too difficult because there's going to be no boundary between one enemy and the other enemy because everybody's mixed together.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm worried about.
You'll have big cities that'll be all one side and small cities all the other side. So, but it's all intermixed. I don't know. You're not going to have a front line. There's not going to be.
Would you stop muting me?
On the Western Front shit.
You were echoing. It was coming out of your mic. There was a wham, wham, wham.
American Civil War. You don't have a dividing line. You don't have a Mason-Dixon line.
I know.
So
Well, most of it's definitely going to be happening up here, over by you guys, and over on the West Coast and in the Southwest. Ironically, it's not going to interfere with food production. The grain belt is going to be pretty much all right. That's right,
Yes and no. California is a big producer of food.
Yeah, I know. Avocado, tomatoes, that sort of thing.
No, not just the luxury stuff.
I'm a Dago. That's all like necessities for me.
I
It's that Sicilian in ya.
Yeah, true that.
Without tomatoes, you're basically gonna shrivel up and die.
Yeah, without my limes, my lemons, my nightshades. That's basically my entire diet.
Don't forget the pasta.
I go only tomatoes.
Without pasta, you would die.
Yeah, I got everything in the backyard. I grow tomatoes, I grow zucchinis. I got a really small backyard too, so I just have tons of stucco buckets stacked all over the place with plants hanging out of them. It's great. Looks like a madman's garden.
You're talking about a civil war. It's not going to happen like that. I tell people the best thing to do is what the Russians did to the French, to Napoleon, what the Russians did to the Germans when they marched in there. You do a scorched earth policy. You leave them nothing. You don't volunteer for any government program. You try to avoid anything to do with their government or their country. You just back away. Don't volunteer. Don't do nothing. And another thing I was telling a good buddy of mine, don't wave the flag because they want you waving the flag. They want you on their wall. You're their defense. And you know what? Walk away from it. Don't stand opposed for these people. Give them nothing. Scorched earth policy. Leave them nothing. They might win. Leave them nothing. Don't go into the parade. Don't do anything. Don't volunteer for anything. That's your scorched earth plan. Do nothing for the country because just like Chicago, it's not yours anymore. You got to be convinced of that. They take over. It's not yours anymore, but they want you. Someone's got to stand opposed, and they think you will. And you just show them, no, you won't. Don't volunteer for the government if they take over. Just walk away. Scorched earth policy, leave them nothing. And that's my 5 minutes of fame right there. And I have to go right now because my mom says I can't hang around with people more than a half hour or so. So I'm gonna leave right now. I got some stuff to do. And I didn't eat my chicken yet. And here It's 10:40. So
Oh God, no, not the
it
chicken
was
nuggies.
nice talking to everybody tonight. Nice to meet the ladies and the things, and nice to meet the guy over here that I don't know what he is, but guy from New York. You're beyond cool. I just love you so. And
Thank
Pepe,
you.
we'll see you Friday. All right.
I'll see you Friday, Bobby.
Take
All
care.
right, have a good one eating your chicken tenders. Here, I'll go hit the button for you. Just unplug the camera. I got you.
Oh, unplug the camera. Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, good. There we go.
Awesome. That was a fun time. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that says if they
I
do take
honestly-
over. What's up, Mandy?
I said, I honestly believe there's something that's about to take place. I mean, all the riots that still going on, yeah, they've calmed down a little on the news, but all the riots that's going on, all the, as they say, well, as the news is making it seem to be, all the crimes with the cops and everything else. There's something, either they're hiding something and the government's using all this to cover it up, or there's about to be some kind of war go on.
Well, I definitely think that we're going to have some sort of civil unrest. I'll be completely honest. I want to make this as plain as possible. I'm not like one of these young guys on the right, who's looking forward to like running off into battle and fighting the forces of evil trying to destroy the country, which is cool, and I appreciate that. I'm looking at it like this, and I'm being sincere. A good portion of these people have been brainwashed by bullshit media. I don't think that. Come on, let's all be realistic here. You cannot tell me that the majority of these people running through the streets are all, dyed in the wool Marxists. I honestly believe that a good portion of these people that are out there honestly believe the bullshit that the media has been telling them. So I've talked to some of these people, and they are convinced 100% that the Democrats are, like put here from God to like save the earth or some shit. I mean, I took Tara and Burnside into Lower Manhattan, and they got to see what it's like, what these people are like in the flesh. So those are like the ones, like the acolytes that actually believe this shit. I'm saying like the ones I'm talking about are like the ones that, they're brainwashed. They don't know the truth. They haven't been red pilled, as it were. So I'm not looking forward to
you having worked in for media before. You know as well as I do, if that most of these popular news and media companies get paid more if they purposely stir up conflict.
Oh yeah, just like look at William Randolph Hearst. I look at the Spanish-American War, looking at the sinking of the battleship Maine. I mean, those were all classic dog wags. I mean, fuck, look at the battle. Look at the Gulf of Tonkin.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, definitely Gulf of Tonkin.
I'm saying that's my whole point. And that's the thing is, I'm not going to exactly take pleasure in unloading into, a lot of, let's say it pops off and they just are running through the streets, with torches and bricks and shit. I mean, yeah, on the one hand, I'm going to be glad if somebody coming up on my house going to throw a brick, if I put maybe 1, 2, 3 through his head and he drops. Yeah, at that moment, I'm going to be satisfied. Like, you prick, you're trying to throw a brick in my house. Yeah, I'm going to be glad he's dead. But what got him there? What got this stranger on my lawn with a brick or a torch? You know what I'm saying? Or a gun? What got them to that level? That's the thing I'm pissed off at. See, I understand there are a good portion of these people that are card-carrying Marxists and they're douchebag pieces of shit that should actually, in self-defense, yeah, you should fucking ventilate them. But the thing is, you know what I'm saying? I feel, again, this is more evil shit that the Democrats are doing to the American people. They're weaponizing the American people against their fellow citizen. That really pisses me off.
We've been Nem just made a good point. We've been weaponized since the 50s. But we also know that truthful media died with Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, that's a given.
And Peter Jennings was another one that actually would sit there and be like, well, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but here's what's going on.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the whole weaponization of us against each other, that's the thing that pisses me off. And I just, again, it's, yeah, if somebody comes to my house, I'm going to defend my house. But at the same time, what pushed this stranger to my door? And that's the thing that pisses me off. Because it doesn't.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's not just the media. All right. Everything has been turned to, well, my opinion is right these days. All this pussyfooting around, you know, I'm different, but I'm still right. No one is right. And that's what we're going to end up fighting over, as all of us being wrong. And we're all going to kill each other over it.
Yep.
It is not just the media. The media has got a big hand in it, but big government as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, no, I agree with you. It's just, it's so much of them pushing, like what the Democrats are talking about, like the things that Pelosi is talking about. And, you know, over by me up north more, we got to deal with, you know, Cory Booker and his crazy shit. I mean, oh my God, I can't stand that bunny-eyed fuck. I forget. Yeah, it was Jericho Green. He's a streamer I watch, and he was talking about. He nailed him perfectly. He's like, he's Carlton Banks. He really is. Cory Booker is fucking he's Carlton Banks from The Fresh Prince. Seriously, yeah. I mean, it just. There was something I looked into this too because it bothered me. It was one of those things that got stuck in my craw, like. Cory Booker was talking mad shit, and this is, I think, either when Trump first got elected or when Trump was running for president. I forget which. And Cory Booker was talking mad shit, and Trump tweeted out, you know, Cory should shut his mouth or I'm going to spill the beans. And so somebody asks Cory about this. I think it was on CNN or, MSNBC, one of those horrific channels. And they ask him, they're like, yeah, listen, Cory, what is your response to Donald Trump talking about spilling the beans? And Cory goes, you know what? I love Donald Trump. I love everybody. And he starts going off on this love. He goes off on a tirade for like a good 2-3 minutes about love. Don't answer the question. So I dug like I'm supposed to do, and I looked into it. You know what he was talking about, Trump? He was going to spill the beans about? This piece of shit, Cory Booker. When he ran for mayor of Newark, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump bankrolled him completely, 100%. To get him elected mayor of Newark. Then when he ran for Senate, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner bankrolled everything and got him elected. Cory Booker got elected because of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. He's where he is now because of them. That's what Donald Trump was talking about when he said he was going to spill the beans. I don't think he ever mentioned it, but I try to talk about this as much as I can because fuck Cory Booker.
Damn.
Seriously, I can't stand any of these motherfuckers. I mean, look, I've told you, I've met Chuck Schumer at least 2-3 times. He's a piece of shit. My God, the man, you can feel the evil coming off of him. I'm not going to try to validate what Alex Jones says. If I see him again, I'm not going to run up and try to sniff him and see if he smells like brimstone. But you can definitely, you can tell there's like a fucking palpable evil coming off of these people. Like,
you know, I'm glad you brought Alex Jones up because that was going to be the next topic. But go ahead, finish up.
I wanted to ask you and ask Tara. I wanted to ask the two of you if you remembered when we were in D.C. because I noticed it the first time we were in D.C. You could feel like the evil coming off of these people. Like when you walk past them. I'm saying, do you remember that? Like you just got that vibe. Like
Stone walk past us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sick, creepy feeling when they walk past you, like, you know, you're like, ugh. You know, you get a chill. These people literally, you'd see them walking towards you, and this is the thing that's fucked up. I don't want to sound like a weirdo, like a tinfoil hat person. I don't care what your religious denomination is. You know, most people believe in the concept of what a soul is. I honestly believe that these people were hollow and had no soul. Because I'll never forget it. There was this one black guy. He had a shaved head. He was wearing glasses. He looked basically like a real prissy bastard. Somebody that you'd see in like a GQ magazine modeling with the shirt thrown over his shoulder and shit. I made eye contact. There was a group of people walking, but he was in there with them, and he had his business suit on, and he had his briefcase. And I made eye contact with this man, and I got the fucking chills. Like, this guy got no soul. Like, I'll never just, out of everybody that was like in that crowd, he just made eye contact with me. I'm like, evil fuck.
Remember what it was like after dark, dude? When all the rats and roaches were crawling over? And
Oh my god!
Shit?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Oh, that was, bro. I've been in. I mean, for God's sake, I've been in Red Hook, over by the fucking meat packing district, down by the docks, and I have never seen shit like that.
Yeah, that fucked up for what?
That's from friggin' that's that concentrated evil. That's like, I'm showing my nerd here, but if you remember the Spawn comic books, when Spawn would get all fucked up and he had to do that gathering shit, he would gather roaches and he'd gather rats and he'd feed off their evil energy. Bro, I was looking around to see, like, yo, is there a red cape or some shit? Like, what the fuck is with all the roaches and rats? Seriously. But you were saying, Mandy, you look like flabbergasted. What's up?
Nothing. The whole conversation that we're having, I'm actually having with somebody who's in the military, and I told him, I was like, so what do you honestly believe that's going on? I'm on the podcast, and he said to let y'all know that in all honesty, he believes that us citizens, especially the ones that have the right to carry arm or bear arms, have the right to, if a riot was to occur and it's close to your house and you feel threatened, to take them out. And the reason why is part of the military oath is to defend against international and domestic threats.
Yep.
They come in, they're bombing, they're throwing stuff, destroying buildings, setting buildings on fire, hurting people, hurting the cops, destroying the cars and all that. That's a sign of a domestic threat.
Yeah.
Which I fully 100% agree on that. I mean, if you're going to sit here and you're going to destroy something because one incident where, let's say, the George Floyd stuff, they're still going on. They're still going at it. Lake Butler just had a silent march about it, and it happened months ago.
Yeah.
But all the freaking riots and everything, that's a form of domestic threat. That's a domestic terrorist in a sense, because they're destroying stuff in their own homeland. I might be a little pro-gun, pro-life, pro-this, pro-that. But first and foremost, you don't say that you're an American and, I'm standing up and I'm rioting for this person for justice, because that's not justice. That's just causing innocent people to lose their jobs, innocent people to lose their homes. There's many places that people personally own that was burned down and they lost everything. So why are you going to take from other people that had nothing to do with it?
Yeah, no, it's absolute bullshit. And the things of this nature, what it's going to eventually drive people to do is to do things like this.
Burn that.
CLM.
Oh,
hey,
hold on.
Hey. I was about to say, are you using that for bullet practice?
I
yes,
am using it for target practice.
Yeah.
Like, my coworker is so big on this Black Lives Matter stuff. I said, I fully understand Black Lives Matter, but all lives matter at the same time.
I'm gonna flat out say it. All lives matter.
She legit went to hand me a face mask that says Black Lives Matter. I said, I'm sorry. I do not support what y'all are doing. Yes, I understand y'all are trying to make a stance, but y'all are
They're a
also
terrorist organization.
destroying. I understand y'all wanting to make sure that people are known that Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. I don't care if I get hate. I don't care if the trolls start attacking me for this shit. All lives matter. Because
I agree with
at the
you.
end of the day, you can get an Asian, you can get an Italian, you can get a white, you can get a black. Once you cut our skin, what color do we bleed? We all bleed
Travis
red.
got his list.
Fuck
We
you, I
all
bleed
bleed red. You bleed red. But
No, I bleed toxic green. Sorry.
but everybody
but,
bleeds the same. Everybody bleeds the same. It's just different skin tones.
Here's the thing: is there was this video on YouTube. Mama was listening to it, and I was just waking up, so I was kind of listening to it. This black woman, her son got shot and killed at a gas station just because he was fucking pumping gas. The person shot up the entire gas station.
Damn,
And
what a whack job.
And, there were a lot of Black Lives Matter out there wanting to say, his life matter, blah, blah, blah. She's like, fuck y'all. I'm pretty sure it was a black man that shot my son. And she's looking over the crowd and says, I don't see any white person out here. Can I keep my other 3 babies? I had 4 children. Can I keep the other 3? She's like, I don't support Black Lives Matter. Because what y'all are doing, tearing up your own homes, your own neighborhood, the local businesses, that's wrong. She goes, you're destroying what we have worked so hard to build. All because and these were her words, one fucking criminal got killed by the police.
Yeah.
She didn't say black man. She didn't say anything else. She said criminal.
Tara, remember when I called you from my job and I was terrified?
Yeah.
I was at work right around the time when all these riots first started. I was the only person there. My coworker had just left. I was the only person there. I had people come up into my drive-through, face masks, everything, threatening to shoot every fucking white person in the job because all Black Lives Matter and all white people were trash.
And what did
Tell
I
them
say?
you're Puerto Rican.
What did I say?
I was
up there.
I was terrified. I was terrified. I texted Tara and I told her what was going on.
I was living at my other place at the time. I literally would have driven all the way out here, picked up Nem, picked up his son, and driven to her job.
Well, you're a good friend.
It scares me because I walk to work. I walk home from work. What's not to say something's to happen to me because I'm white? Yeah, all lives matter, but it seems like now it's a fucking hate rate. Race hate of race or whatever you want to say.
You have
it just pisses me off.
Whack jobism.
Who here remembers the South Central riots?
I do.
I remember them.
Talk about LA.
Yeah, I think it was in either junior high or high school when those went down.
I think I was still in middle school myself. Anyway,
I don't, because I don't think I was born.
Probably not. But
neither was Puddin'.
Basically, what went down is a white cop killed a black man, and he was acquitted because he was a cop, and the guy was resisting. The black community in Los Angeles went absolutely apeshit. They started burning their own businesses. They started beating up anybody that was not white in the street.
You mean that was white?
No, anybody that wasn't black in the street. The Vietnamese shop owners had to stand out in front of their shops with loaded weapons to keep them away from their shops.
Yeah,
the roof free.
One cop shot a black man, and there were billions of dollars worth of damage over it.
Are you talking about the Rodney King riots?
Yeah, the Rodney King riots.
I remember what had happened. He didn't get shot. They dragged him out the car and they were beating him with billy clubs. He survived. He survived. I remember he survived because I'll never forget it. They had a ball lampooning it. This asshole went on national TV after he got out of the hospital. He got out the hospital and he went on the news to try to get everyone to stop rioting. And it's famous. He goes like this: "Please, brothers, can't we all just get along?"
Even he was trying to stop the riot that came in his defense. Which himself, it was lunacy.
Yeah, I remember.
Arrest?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember. The one thing I do remember though, I'll never forget it because my father was a truck driver. It scared the fuck out of me. Now I was, I think, like I said, either junior high or high school when this happened. I remember.
With a brick.
Yeah, they dragged the driver out the truck and they bashed his head in with a brick.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Just for no other reason. That's the thing that bothered me is, did anyone get prosecuted for that? I mean, is anyone getting prosecuted for all these murders that Black Lives Matter has committed? What have we up to so far? Like 50? The death count?
No, they're not getting prosecuted. They're not getting arrested.
Yeah, like in Portland in particular, they're basically just rinse and repeat. As
we know, in Minneapolis, the cops aren't. There's no more cops.
Yeah, gone.
So, people are literally sitting in their house with guns, waiting for someone to walk in.
Mm-hmm.
Because Minneapolis has castle law; it does not have stand your ground.
Shit, man. Well, if there's no cops to arrest you.
Just like the whole defunding of the cops. Come on now. You're going to defund them. Who you going to fucking call when somebody's trying to break into your house?
I was hearing a video this morning as I was falling back asleep. Where this cop was saying, you guys are saying that to defund the police and send in social workers. What about domestic violence cases? He goes, those are the most threatening to a cop's life than any other type of case that they go out to. They said, what are you going to do? Send the caseworker in there? Is she going to have a gun? Is he going to have a gun? Because we promise you, they will either get their ass beaten or shot.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't have the training or type of authority that we do.
Or what are they going to do? Hey, let's all just sit down and express our feelings. Tell me, how are you feeling today? What's going on with this?
I saw this video on TikTok. It was put out by a cop about defunding the police. And
pink cuffs?
Huh?
Was it pink cuffs?
No. It was a guy. I don't remember. It was on my For You page. Anyway. So this guy, he was acting like he was an officer or a probation officer. He was dressed in a nice shirt and dress pants, and he's knocking on a quote unquote criminal store, saying, "So, yeah, we have this warrant for your arrest." And mind you, I am quoting the video. And, it would be really, really nice if you could come with me, and, let's go downtown and take care of this. And you see the video shake no. And he's like, oh, so you don't want to come? Well, how about this? How about I come back in a couple of days and see if you're ready to come in then? This is essentially what they're trying to turn the cops into. They're trying to turn them into, pussies.
Wow. That's crazy.
Dude, I was watching, what's the name of that bounty hunter you watch?
Tank. Bounty Tank.
Bounty Tank. So we were watching this, and, the guy's real nice. He's going around place to place trying to find this one guy. And in one place, he just flat out kicks in the door.
Which he has the right to.
Which he has the right to. And so do cops, as long as they have the right type of warrant. Mm-hmm. They're wanting to also defund the police because of that one chick that got shot because the warrant had the wrong information on it. No, it had the right fucking information.
Yeah, it was the no-knock warrant. So they opened up the door, and the guy shot at them. They shot at him, And hey, it was collateral damage. It happened.
Well,
It
her
does.
name was on the warrant too.
Yeah, she shouldn't be dating such a fucking degenerate. What was that?
What was Breonna Taylor? That's the girl's name, right?
Thanks.
Yeah,
Uh,
Breonna Taylor, the one that they're trying to do justice for Breonna Taylor because they went into the wrong house or they shot into the wrong house. Clearly, the cops had the right house.
Yeah, they have actually the sheriff's office that issued the warrant actually showed the warrant where it had her name on there and her address as well as her boyfriend's name.
Right. So they're trying to say that police officers unprovoked fired into a house and hit this girl.
Yep.
Yeah. Like
That's
they
bullshit.
intentionally fired on her.
When their body cams show the guy standing up shooting at them first.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't fire first unless someone is charging them. Then they fire.
If they see
Yeah.
that the person's unarmed, they'll use a taser. If the guy's armed, they're going to shoot him. There's this other thing I was reading on Facebook where this guy was riding his bike and the cop stopped him and he got off the bike and ran. And the only reason why they were stopping him is because he crossed the road on his bike without being in a crosswalk. He almost got hit by a car.
Yeah.
And so he starts running. Mind you, he has this bundle of clothes under his arm. And at one point, he turns around, drops a bundle of clothes, and punches the shit out of a cop.
Fuck.
And when he dropped this bundle of clothes, amongst the clothes, out came a semi-automatic weapon. As the cops kind of like were trying to kick it to the side to get it out the way so that they wouldn't trip and slip over it, and they found the automatic weapon. Well, because he had an automatic weapon, they fired because he acted like he was going for it. On his body, they found a handgun up in his pants. And people are saying, oh, well, he dropped the gun. But the report says that they found the handgun on his body. And everybody's like, oh, and it's a black man. They shot him for no reason.
Guy was wrapped with some potential illegal shit. Good reason to shoot somebody. No matter what fucking color.
Or the guy that just recently happened where you legit see him with a knife in his hand. It has a curved blade. He had it holding it like this right here, walking away from the cop. Turned towards the cop with it in his hand and resisted in the video. But they only want to focus on the fact that the cop shot him.
Yeah, they only show him when he's walking to the van, when he doesn't seem to have the knife on.
In the van, and they.
There's another
but in the actual videos, it shows the knife.
There's another one where this guy is had been pulled over by the police. He resisted arrest, got up, walked around the car, went into the driver's side, and was getting something from under the seat. And they shot him.
Like, you don't reach.
But the thing is that, you know, people are flipping out saying, oh, he was just checking on his kids that were in the car. Do you know what they found under the seat? A gun.
Yep. Go figure.
There was a video posted on Facebook for a while.
That's the thing that infuriates me about this, and is these people are dying routinely because they've got the idea that they can be martyred. And if they can be martyred, they can be used for more existential riots, which feeds the whole reason why people are going to war. Because they're constantly seeing that in big cities like Scoobs, mine, you know, every other motherfucker's going out there and they're like, all right, well, I'm not going to get arrested. I'm going to get released. So smash and grab and destroy everything in sight.
Basically.
Yeah. So that's basically what's going on. And the more that happens, the more these people tend to get shot. The more the cameras that go in there, the more the media feeds it, and it becomes a vicious cycle. And when the closer we get to election, the more they're going to spin it, and they're going to spin it, and they're going to spin it until the wheels fall off. That's the only card they got to play to do anything. Is, oh yeah, dead bodies matter, dead bodies matter. The ones that we choose, that we pick, that we facilitate and make. You know, they made these people are a fucking mortuary industry. You know, they're banking on
mean,
corpses.
When, I get pulled over by a cop, I comply. They tell me to get out
Yeah.
the car, I get the fuck out the car.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
roll down the window, like if I have my, I have my seatbelt on, or anything like that. It's like, give me a minute, I got to get my seatbelt off. And usually they're behind the car, they're waiting. I undo my seatbelt, and so that they don't have to tell me to do it, I reach through my window and open my door with both my hands sticking out. And I'm like, okay, what's up?
I got pulled.
Yeah.
I got pulled out of the truck not too long ago because they gave my name. They read my name and couldn't find my name. So they thought I was giving them a false name. They asked me to get out of the vehicle. I'm not a little guy.
No, he's not.
If I wanted to fight, I could have fought, but I didn't. I got out of the truck. I walked around to the back of the truck with the officer. I put my cigarette down because those can be considered as a weapon. I was smoking a cigarette. I put it down because I know how to deal with police. I guess because I've talked to them a lot. Anyway, it's the problem is I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with police officers. I understand they have a job.
Yeah.
I have beef with the legislators behind them, sure, but the police officer is there just doing his job. And when you attack a man for doing his job, he's going to kill you, especially when he has issued a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I was raised old fashioned. Like I was raised like, okay, here's the deal. The cops are going to be looking for family, and the cops are going to be looking for friends. So they're going to stop you, and they're going to pull you over, and they're going to ask you questions. And if you get stopped by a douchebag cop, they're going to slide something in your pocket so that they can take you down to the station, and that they can tune you up, and they can get the information out of you. Now, this is the thing. I was also taught that you got to respect those cops, because when I would ask why are they going to do this, they'd say, well, unfortunately, because people in the family and people that are friends sometimes do bad things, and the police are looking for them because they got to answer for it. I was taught this very young, at a very young age. So I was taught to respect the cops, and I was taught to, play it straight with them. But I was also taught, don't ask questions. That way you don't ever have to lie to the police. And that's another thing about it too, is a lot of times when these people talk to the cops, they start lying to them. And this is the thing. This is free advice for any of these younger people watching. Don't be nosy. You see something going on and somebody tells you don't want no part of this, don't take it personal. They might actually be doing you a favor. Like, it's one of the things I told people all the time. Keep me out of the loop if it's something I'm going to do time about. I'm sorry, Mandy?
And another good piece of advice, if you don't want to get shot by the police, actually do what they say. Don't resist. Don't do something stupid that you know for a fact, hey,
Resistance
I
is
am
futile.
resisting.
Yeah.
Let's resist and not get shot and killed.
I've been holding that one
Yeah.
in.
I mean, come on now. Stop being stupid. You're being stupid. You're getting shot. And, we're going to riot. Nah. You're just going to give people more reasons to go and fuck up America more than what it's already being fucked up as is.
These people think that they're educated. They're being disrespectful because they think they're smarter than the cops.
Yeah.
They're not. The cops are freaking, they go to school for this stuff. They know the law.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
I blame.
I'm going to school for criminal justice and law enforcement and stuff. And I still strongly believe if you're not going to listen to me and you're not going to do what I ask you, because they're only going to ask you one time. They're trained, ask one time. If they don't follow through, you shoot first, ask questions later. And they are trained to shoot to kill, not shoot to disarm.
Well, now they're trained to shoot to kill. Before it was shoot to disarm, so they would shoot you in the leg or, the shoulder, the hand, the wrist. or even, you know, a non-lethal gut shot.
Yeah.
But now it's shoot to kill. Ever since what was there was that hostage crisis in LA where all of the cops, it was actually on a TV show, they reenacted it, where all of the cops in that county went to that building to shoot it out with the people holding the people hostage. And that's when it changed from shoot to disarm to shoot to kill, because those people actually killed a bunch of cops.
And
Yeah. Well,
Scooby, you remember the thing I'm talking about?
Yeah, I just don't remember the name of the incident. That's when they had they were wearing they went and they robbed the bank, and they came out and they were wearing homemade armor, and they
that
had
was
taken
better than what the cops had.
It was actual like knight's armor. They welded fucking armor, like
Holy
suits.
shit.
They had suits of fucking armor, and the cops were shooting at them. And I'll never forget it because I was in high school.
They had it covered in Kevlar.
And we're watching this. They had what it was. They basically like made like modern day knight's armor, and they had fully automatic machine guns.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're watching this. I'm in high school. I'll never forget it. And we're sitting there.
I was in middle school watching it. I was actually in social studies class, and they're like, "Oh, we have to watch this," and turned on the TV.
I went to a special high school. It was the last stop before Juvie Hall. So when I was in this school, like it was a very small class for each grade, and everyone in there was literally like a thug or a gangster. I was the only one in there because I was an asshole. You know, I literally did not belong in this place. But anyway, so I'll never forget it. The teacher comes in and goes, "All right, we're going to be watching something live on the news that's happening right now." So everyone's looking around like, "Yo, what is it? What's going on?" And so they put this shit on, and I'll never forget my entire class is like, "Yo, Bet, check this shit out. Look at what these crazy motherfuckers out in surfer country are doing. Yo, look at this shit." That's part of the reason I remember it was because of the class's reaction. But you literally see these guys walking down the street in armor, getting shot, and the bullets bouncing off of them, returning fire with automatic weapons. And this is the thing.
I remember the helicopter footage. You could actually hear the bullets tinking off of their armor.
Now, this is the thing, and this is what California does not want to admit. The only reason that they were able to take these guys out is because there was a gun shop right there, and the police went in, and the owner of the shop started issuing rifles to the police because the police did not have anything comparable.
With armor-piercing rounds.
And the police were able to take the perpetrators down because of an honest American with his gun shop.
That's awesome.
It was
the gun
it
shop
was
owner.
called
I remember the interview with him afterwards. The what? It was called the what?
North Hollywood Shootout was a confrontation between two heavily armed and armored bank robbers, Larry Phillips Jr. and Emil. I'm not even going to pronounce that last name.
Well, just call him Smith.
Okay, we'll go with Smith because this is a long-ass name. And members of the Los Angeles Police Department. It was February 28th, 1997.
Yep.
Wow.
I was 4, so I don't remember it.
This was...
Like I had just turned 4.
You're making me feel old. That was about a month before.
Interview with the gun shop owner. He looked at one of the officers and he goes, "Hey, I got a 50 cal in the back. You guys want to use it?" He's like, "You'll take them out in one shot. It'll go right through each one of them."
I remember this.
We're like, "No, man, no. We do want to try and take them alive if possible." He's like, "We don't want to have the city clean up a mist."
You know, the fucked up part is I remember this now because it was my senior year in high school when this happened. I remember because I'd already finished driver's ed at that point. I think I did driver's ed like 2 years before that. So I had my student license, and I was, I think, working at McDonald's at the time. And I was driving. It was the car that was in Smokey and the Bandit. but it looked like it was from the zombie apocalypse because the guy I bought it off of, it was just really not well maintained. So it was like a zombie version of like the Smokey and the Bandit car. It was, oh God. I like the Firehawk on the front of it had seen such better days. Like the whole car was covered in grease and gook and
Firebird.
yes. Yeah. It had like the
That's
hawk,
the
you know,
police-
on the
I'm a
front.
muscle car girl, so you know, I only like the
Actually-
Smokey and the Bandit movies because of that car.
Actually, Trans-
Yeah.
Trans Am.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? It had the hawk on the front.
Yeah.
Oh, Mandy, I just got the footage. Do you guys want me to show these psychos in their Kevlar armor?
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right, let me see if I can.
I'm sending it to Scooby also.
No. He's gonna put it up on the screen here.
These
Well,
guys
But this is the actual footage.
Yeah.
They actually had a TV show back in 2003 on FX called 44 Minutes, and it was based off of this.
These guys have balls. That's all I can say about them, really.
They are not pulling that vehicle over yet because of the fear of
No running, straight walking.
Yep.
because of pneumatic weapons that are.
Well, you were going to run in that armor anyway.
No,
Suffice
you
to
couldn't
say,
run in that armor.
they're all equipped with body armor and all the paramilitary gear that goes along with that. So this was a highly planned and professional job. The problem is, of course, the LAPD arrived and has foiled their plan in so much as that they didn't get away with it so far. Now, the situation is still unfolding as we arrive. I'm listening to several different radios as we speak. And so far, that's the most current information I have for you, Kyle.
To be honest with you, I'm surprised the 4 guys weren't from Florida.
All right, let me skip a little bit ahead.
I mean, come on now. We got people taking. We got.
Yep, there they go.
He's firing his weapon right now, Kyle. As he runs, you can see the shells ejecting from the side, the port of the rifle.
Well,
as
let
he
me back
fires
it up
and
a
tries to get
little
away
bit
down
because
the
I
side of
seem
the
to have caught it bad. Hold on.
screen,
Pull this back.
Quite,
And then in the late 90s, there was a TV show about cops, LA cops. I can't remember the name of the show.
following the suspect car right
And
now.
they had this incident in it.
Already on at least 2 occasions so far since we've been watching. And of course, from what we've been reporting earlier, there have been 2 suspects down. I mean, there are 2 police officers down already.
Just so y'all know, Unchained is in the chat.
How's it
what's
going,
up,
brother?
man?
Right now, Kyle, as he runs, you can see the shells ejecting from the side, the port of the rifle as he fires and tries to get away down the side of the street. Now we've lost him behind this garbage truck or disposal truck, and we're going to wait here and see what happens.
Kind of looks like he's got an AK.
Obviously, an accomplice
It is
here.
an AK, AK-47.
It's an AK-47.
Quite a
Oh, so he's got a
possibly
regular
wounded
fully auto
suspect at this
Kalashnikov.
point. And
This is when they banned fully automatics.
the situation unfolds. Dean, if you could go back around again one more time.
Oh, damn, yeah. That police car on the wreck got shot the hell up.
This is when they enforced it even more.
Yeah, what it looked like, Kyle, is originally that this car pulled up to the side of the bank, maybe to try and pick up the other suspect. And there's a gray van that gray van actually is what we heard was being pursued earlier. I don't know if this is the same gray van, but it's unlikely that it would just come into this neighborhood like this. Now we have this vehicle taking off again. What we thought was going to happen was that this vehicle was going to come up and try and pick up.
Now, if you also notice, they're using older model cars for the time because
Yeah.
they're more resistant to bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains it.
Because that Cadillac that just went by, it looked like it was from the 80s.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Well, not
matter
just
of
that,
fact,
no airbags.
I don't know where
not changing the subject, but an interesting bit of history. Clyde from Bonnie and Clyde, he wrote a
Yeah.
letter to the Ford industry saying how much he loved the Ford cars because they were so resistant to bullets.
You have to realize what part of this is too. The reason
And
that
look at this.
you use
This fucker is shooting at the cops. And if we could hear it really well,
down.
Burnside, you're presenting your Discord. There you go.
We were watching this suspect.
if you could hear it really well, you could actually hear the bullets tinking off. I think that he's down.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it's
up
good.
for Texas,
He's got a
messaging.
pistol out now. Okay.
What I was going to say is part of the reason that they use the older cars is airbags get set off by bullets. You don't want to use a car with airbags if you're going to do something that's going to be taking on incoming fire.
Plus, if you've got 4 guys and armor that heavy, you want a V8 engine to get away with it.
Exactly. You're hauling all that weight. Also, you want something that's got enough heft to it where if you got a battering ram into somebody and you can go through them.
And I think that's after the police got the armor-piercing rounds.
Yeah. Look,
Definitely.
full
Yeah, it
dis-
looks like that guy's wearing regular Kevlar.
Behind him, point blanking.
Look, full disclosure. I mean, I went to a juvie high school. So many of my boys, you'd come into class on Monday, like, yo, where are they? Oh, they got pinched. They robbed a liquor store. So, yeah, I learned from the best. That's what I'm saying. Like, I remember everything that they would talk about. They'd be like, no, you use an older car. Like you said, you want something with a V8 so you can haul ass to get out of there.
Okay. We have
You know,
Another one getting out.
Yeah.
His AK-47.
He's got an AK.
Oh, my favorite rifle gets a bad rap. Oh well, it is what it is. I can't really tell what type of armor it is they're wearing. It looks like they're just wearing like heavy ass Kevlar over some fucking.
No,
Sweaters
they're wearing homemade armor. That's why they're not running.
Okay.
Well, Kyle, as you saw pretty graphically just moments ago, one suspect was taken down by LAPD. This is after he, of course, emptied several clips from his AK-47 in the direction of a police officer.
What they pretty much did, Puddin, is they went and got an old wood burning stove, a cast iron stove, and shitloads of cast iron, and made their own fucking armor.
Oh wow!
Cast iron can deflect a bullet,
Fire, and as a matter of fact, popped off a
damn.
couple rounds.
but it
Now,
cannot
once it-
deflect
And Kevlar.
armor for 6 rounds.
Drifting in and out of the area now. This area is pretty controlled. Dean, you can start a forward movement very slowly, though. We don't want to get too close.
Interesting.
And this went
And
on
I'll
for
always-
44 minutes. I honestly have to give these. I have to give these guys props because I went walking around with that heavy ass armor for that long.
Yeah, Unchained is saying how the V8 engine is how Dillinger got away so often.
Yep.
That makes sense.
That when he got out of the when this person got out of the car, he was limping. So this person has been injured. It could explain part of the erratic behavior that we've seen so far. Now,
Injured or this dude
they-
dying
the
heat
suspects
exhaust.
in this crime have
Fuck,
displayed
that shit looks pretty heavy.
No care
Dude, it's
about,
loaded down with their armor and
everyone else.
weapons.
It's in-
So yeah,
now
the
this-
car's loaded down real good.
He just knocked into this guy and he's like, "Ah, fuck you."
Absolutely. Try to stay out of this area if you can. We have loose, armed, and dangerous suspects in this area, and they have no sensibility when it comes to life.
Oh.
We've seen shots being taken on the front of the truck.
That's fine.
Pickup truck, and these people are getting out of the area.
Fuck out the way.
He's like, fuck this.
I'm gone.
But this shit, I'm out.
I'll be back in a second here.
This is when they split up and try to one side take the truck.
That's right, Kyle. Right now, we're going to see this person try and maybe get into this car, although he's going to have to get his car out of the way first. But, there's a lot going on right here, as you know and as you've seen. We still have people that are in the air that haven't been getting this word.
These are still driving by.
On the radio also, that this is an area to avoid at all costs. We have loose suspects in this area, and they don't have any care.
Birds is just like, oh, let's watch this.
Now we're going to watch this person get into this
Oh,
car.
Los Angeles, what do you expect?
I mean, look, fucking dude, looks like 4 birds on that fucking power pole.
He's offloading right now, Kyle.
Oh shit, let's tell our kids about this.
Let me see. Unchained was saying about how, as an old timer, he was told about how the V8 engine is how John Dillinger always made his getaways. I remember hearing that actually from some old timers too when I was a kid.
That's correct, Kyle. And okay, now maybe.
Okay, so random question. Who exactly
Yeah.
is Dillinger?
John Dillinger was a bank robber.
Very famous one too.
Yeah. There was actually a movie came out about him a few years ago with Johnny Depp called Public Enemy #1. I didn't get the chance to go see it in the theaters. Or did I? I don't remember.
It was a decent movie.
Yeah, I think I seen it bootleg. I don't remember. Yeah. I'm not gonna watch it now after the prick sitting there talking about invoking John Wilkes Booth. So fuck him. I'll say this much: Hollywood did me a favor. I've been saving between what the shit Hollywood did and the shit that the comic book industry did. I've been saving a lot of money not buying their products.
Exactly what they're going to do here in a moment. Matter of fact,
I have access to Disney Plus. I don't have to pay for it.
So there you go. I won't watch this shit. I won't even watch that new show it is. Fuck them. They did. They ruined Star Wars. Those evil bastards.
Although I like Mandalorian, Baby Yoda's so fucking adorable.
Not Baby Yoda. Stop calling him Baby Yoda. He's not fucking Baby Yoda. It's the wrong time period. Yoda's already dead by then. Sorry.
So maybe it's a clone of Yoda.
Two Carwits.
That's a possibility.
I'm considering the reincarnation.
He also, the police now that are dealing with this suspect.
Another one of his kind.
Cuter.
Fucking
Is he giving up?
Wasn't Jason Robards in the original Public Enemy #1? I swear I could have sworn I remember James Garner in that movie. Was he a cop or something? My God.
Yeah. I figured this was going to go on for a minute. I went and grabbed a beer. So is this guy finally surrendering?
I never thought he was hot, but his daughter. Oh my God.
What happened? Who?
Okay, they're talking to the suspect.
I was saying, I never thought James Garner was hot, but his daughter. Oh my God, Jennifer Garner.
What we did see earlier is
all right, the movie you're thinking of with Johnny Depp is called Public Enemies.
Yeah.
Going on, understood what was going on, raced out.
And yes, it's the feds try and take down notorious American gangsters Don Dillinger, Babyface Nelson.
What we saw happening was we saw the suspect
and Pretty Boy Floyd during a booming crime wave in the 1930s. That's the 2009 one.
We can move a little bit closer now, which would be 12 o'clock for you, straight ahead. That's right. And so we're going to come in and take a little.
From what I understand,
I think he either gave away or they shot and killed him.
Could indicate and probably does indicate.
Yeah, it looks like this guy gave up finally.
At large, I should say. We've seen two suspects taken down, one literally taken down, one taken down into custody as we're watching right now. And that would leave at least 3 other suspects.
Yeah, no, and Shane was talking about the Dillinger movie. Like, he was Public Enemy #1, and he was saying Jason Robards was in it. Yeah, no, I got what you meant. Yeah, I got what he meant. I'm just saying, like, I could have sworn that James Garner had a role in that movie. Like, I remember Bonnie and Clyde. I remember it was Warren Beatty. I forget who the hell played Bonnie. And one of the things I remember is Gene Wilder had a small part in the movie. I forget what the fuck it was. It was one of his first roles. He was what?
I said, may he rest in peace.
Faye Dunaway, and that's one of my favorite fucking movies.
I've seen that movie so many times. The Woman in Red. I remember that. Okay, I do remember that movie. The Woman in Red.
I don't think I've seen that movie before.
Yeah. There was every time, like, I remember I used to mix it up a lot. They used to have the going
so,
to come in the
Warren
track.
Beatty played Clyde Barrow. Faye Dunaway played Bonnie Parker. I mean, I'm serious. This is one of my favorite movies. Gene Hackman played Buck Barrow. I'm trying to see where Gene Wilder played Eugene Grazer.
You know, Gene Hackman's fucking 90.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. God bless him. He was actually, I believe he was a Marine, and he was in post-war Germany fighting the werewolves.
Oh, no shit.
Fucking wild.
That is awesome. Yeah. I did want to get into the next thing. This is something that'll be interesting to you, Mandy, and Tara. Or Tara, I don't know if you really do first-person shooters much, do you?
Sometimes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, here's the next thing. So the most unlikely of people has actually convinced me to get potentially get a PlayStation.
Okay.
Okay, so and Mandy, no, it's not you.
Well, Burnside, I'll tell you right now, a lot of their older games for the older systems are a lot cheaper than they are with the fucking Xbox.
Yeah, I know, Mandy, you're grumpy about that.
I know.
Sorry.
I already pre-ordered Call of Duty Cold War. So when it comes out, I'm Twitch live streaming that. I'm just saying. I got done. I was playing Call of Duty when you asked me if I wanted to be on this tonight.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Jones literally convinced me to get this game and potentially get a PlayStation to go with it. I shit you not. I had
And
this
the
joke.
way that they have it now.
Couldn't you just give me your Xbox and we're good?
No!
Yes!
No!
PlayStation's better. Come on. I
like
mean,
the
the way that they
Jukebox.
have it now with that game. The way that they've got the Call of Duty, the Cold War, is they have it where you can pre-order it where it's platform based.
Oh.
Basically, you can get it while having a PS4, and as soon as like if you decide to upgrade to a PS5, all your shit goes with it. Unlike Black Ops 3, you lost everything because you had to reinstall, repurchase everything because it's now based all on PS4.
Yeah.
And that's the one that I got because I plan on getting a PS5. I mean, I'm a PlayStation person.
Nice. Oh,
I'll play those. I admit I prefer Xbox.
I had an Xbox for a year. Well, sorry, I had 2 Xboxes in one.
And I mostly, have it to play games with my brother.
Nice.
And here we have a PS3, so I went and bought The Last of Us.
Nice.
And
the original's better than the
took me,
sequel.
4 days to get get it downloaded so I could play.
God. But anyways, I wanted to share because I know normally more often than not, unless you make fun of them, God forbid you mention them on YouTube. So I didn't go to InfoWars, but I went to Prison Planet to show this because I thought it's absolutely hysterical. Out of all people to convince me to get a fucking video game, it turns out to be my favorite psychotic Texan conspiracy theorist. Like putting them chemicals in water to turn the frogs gay. The only way you can beat them there frogs and their order. Y'all gonna get good on your Call of Duty Cold War. Yeah.
Stop. You just sound retarded.
Well, that's the idea. I'm trying to not get this. I'm trying to not get us bounced on like last time.
I don't care. Just stop. You sound retarded.
Supposed to, woman.
A northern yuppie should not be doing that.
Well, you do it. You're Southern.
I'm not stupid enough to try and make fun of a Texan.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Well, nonetheless, yeah, I like the little thing they put in here for
now,
it.
I'm gonna warn you, you might hear some gunfire and shit in the background. Nem is gonna go play.
Don't call me that.
Nem is going to go play some Red Dead Redemption.
All right, okay, fine. So basically, the comical meme of this is apparently where it first all started. Was when back when they started with the capitulation riots and that they started, you're going to capitulate or else. So a lot of people got pissed off and went, hey, # BLM is a terrorist group and all that matter. And a lot of people just started twittering the snot out of this on every other platform. And then people started making correlations between the riots going on now and the setting of the Cold War. And we basically got this.
Enlarge it. There you go.
Understand what's going on around you. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. It's a slow process, which we call active measures. The first stage being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. The next stage is destabilization. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The next stage is crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, period of normalization. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfilled or not. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The danger is real.
See, they have a different trailer, official trailer for it for PlayStation. They
Yeah,
have it where Ronald Reagan's in it and everything.
That's the one I just shared in the side chat. That fucking trailer is insane. It
Oh,
starts
shit.
off. It starts off in
Hold on, let me see
1968.
if I can pull it up.
They're playing Creedence Clearwater Revivals Run Through the Jungle, and then all of a sudden it fast forwards to 81, and they're playing Blue Monday. It's just I don't know. The music, I was like, wow, this is really well done. The way that they mixed it in with the music, and the actual gameplay looks insane. I'm not into games. I might actually myself. Fuck it, I might play this game just to see how it plays. I'm sorry, they got Reagan in it. I gotta try it.
Dude, I feel you. I sat there and I had Alex Jones spend an entire 2 hours convincing me to buy this motherfucking game.
All he'd
Right
have to do
here.
is say. All he'd have to do is say that Ronald Reagan is in the game, and I'm good. Bro, he even sounds like Reagan, the actor. I was like, holy shit.
All right. Well, I guess at this point, which we're gonna see which trailer do we think is better?
This
will
one.
we just play it?
Burnside,
What?
did Scooby tell you
What?
about my Twitter conversation?
What?
I don't remember.
Who was I defending, Scoob?
Ronald Reagan?
No.
Trump.
Nice.
She was defending the God Emperor.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Good job, woman. You did well.
Yeah, so the
That means you're
trailer.
gonna come down now?
I need to get some off days. Make it
There you
a
go.
Hurry up.
little bit. All right, let's go check this trailer because I didn't know that they made separate trailers. I've only seen that one because like literally every other news conspiracy person apart from Timmy Pool has been showing that one. They've been going, "It's here, it's the game. You got to go and get
This
it."
is the storyline.
Yeah. Definitely got to
This one's
check
the
this one out.
storyline reveal. This is the storyline reveal. This is what they did to reveal the storyline.
All right. Go and get this up then.
You should be able to share the video.
Yeah, doing it right now.
This one's awesome.
Right. Oh shit! God damn!
This war was a lie. Years of blood. Just to light the fuse of a secret war decades in the making.
Fellow Americans.
Oh hey, it does have Ronald Reagan.
No, keep watching.
A nuclear conflict could well be mankind's last. We want to make this a more peaceful world.
5
Yeah, I
days
did hear
ago,
Blue
we
Monday.
acquired intel. Soviet agent Perseus is in play. If he's active, something big is gonna happen. Something that could shift the balance of the Cold War.
Let's go find this shithead.
I'm over here to listen to the music.
Yeah, I wow.
Yeah, watch. Here's Reagan.
It's real.
Just keep watching.
Yes, sir, we believe it is. Give Mr. Adler whatever he wants.
Wait, hold on. I gotta back that up. They actually had animated Reagan.
Yes, sir, we believe it is. Give.
Yep.
CGI Reagan, baby. Getting it just for that.
That's pretty damn good. Holy shit.
Bro, you got to hear him talk. He talks a little bit more, and like they give a little bit of dialogue in the trailer. It sounds just like him. This actor is great.
Wow. Holy shit.
Mr. Adler whatever he wants.
You just got to put the music in the description. That's all. I'll give you the album info.
All right, please definitely do, because I mean, this is pretty damn cool looking. Just how he shifted.
This is what made me. This is what made me pre-order it. Was as soon as I seen the CGI Reagan, I was like, I have to get it.
Pre-order a digital copy and get early access to the open beta and instant access to the Woods operator pack. And
I don't care about the extra card.
No, that's the part that they show Reagan.
Oh, I thought it was the part where they're like, buy extra crap now. Ugh. Purchase.
No,
I hate when
just
they do
listen.
that.
They show Reagan. I think you fast forwarded past it. I don't know.
I'm not seeing any more Reagan.
Give it a second.
Nope, he fast forwarded past it.
Of course he did.
No, last part I seen Reagan was like right about here.
I know he won't fail us.
Like right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that was it. All right, there we go.
Like it legit sounds like him too. It's
Yeah,
fucking
it
awesome.
does.
I told my mom I was getting it.
That's pretty damn good. Not gonna lie, yeah, that's a pretty damn good CGI Reagan. Now they just need a couple lines where he goes, I smell hippies. That's awesome.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out once it comes out. Like I said, I plan on live streaming it. The whole
Awesome.
first go ahead, even the beta, I plan on live streaming on Twitch and YouTube if possible.
Nice. Definitely. I'm definitely gonna see if I can get a hold of that damn thing. I'll either get a PlayStation for it, or if they have it for the Xbox One, I'll have to undoubtedly get it.
It's I think it's a PlayStation exclusive.
Oh.
I think it's a PlayStation exclusive game because it's talking about coming out for the PS5. But you can go ahead and get pre-access to the PS4.
Oof. Nice.
Yeah, I sent you the information so you don't get a context right. You just open those pages, it gives you everything.
All right. Creedence Clearwater Revival?
Yeah.
All right. I just got to put all of that in the description. Good.
This is what, here, hold on. Here, I'm going to give it even better. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll make it even easier.
All right.
Unchained goes, someday we won't be able to tell it's CGI. What then?
Yeah, right? Seriously.
But, he's having PBRs. What are you having?
Oh, Rolling Rock.
Because you're
Yeah,
cheap.
I want alcohol.
Yeah.
I want alcohol.
Oh, this is what they brought home. So they've had Rolling Rock and they've had Bud Light. Normally, I have my regular shit that I drink, 3 Floyds or something akin to that. But dude's allergic to wheat, so we stopped buying wheat beer because I don't want to rushing the dude to the hospital after he drinks one of our beers and it's like, oh shit, Slugger's dying. Which sucks because all the beers
I want
like
some Jaeger.
I want some
I love
food.
Jaeger.
You have money. Do you want me to come get you?
Daryl,
It is 12 o'clock. There is no place selling liquor at this time, and I have to be at work at 11 o'clock in the morning.
And you see
That's
liquor.
hysterical.
You know what? Fuck it.
You see liquor
You know
in
what? Fuck
Wacka.
it. As soon as, fuck it. As long as I'm at work at 11 o'clock in the morning, let's do it.
there you go. Daryl in chat was saying that the game is also on Xbox. PlayStation is just going to have exclusive content.
Oh, all right. Well, fuck the exclusive content. I'll only get if I get to play as Ronald Reagan or Alex Jones. I'll be running around as
That'd be
Alex
cool
Jones.
if you could unlock. I would like that if you could unlock Reagan.
Yeah. That would be something you and me, Scoop, would spend an entire weekend doing it. Be sitting there in our fucking get ups and that's going, all right, we're gonna get fucking Reagan. We're gonna get fucking Reagan. Get fucking Reagan.
I honestly, I have said for years that I would love it if they would redo the fight between Frieza and Goku, but make it Gorbachev and Reagan.
Gorbachev and Reagan?
Yeah. That's
my
what I
God,
want. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Especially because Reagan has that hair. So, you know, with the whole Super Saiyan thing with Reagan's hair, it works. It really does. I think about it. I just realized that 2 of my favorite presidents from my lifetime were both notorious for having awesome hair.
I'm just going to let this be known. I am a big Trump supporter. But Ronald Reagan was the best president ever. Even though I was not even born yet, I'm a major history buff.
We do realize that
about
most of his
Reagan.
presidency, he was afflicted with Alzheimer's, and they had to cancel most of his executive orders.
That's all good.
He was still a badass president, though.
Yeah, he really was.
The problem with
I remember Reagan.
The problem with a lot of people saying Reagan was a great president, they don't understand they're actually talking about Nancy.
Yeah.
Because Ronald was sticking cat naps in the Oval Office while she was signing papers.
Yeah, Nancy Reagan was our first woman president. Everyone knows that of our generation. And yeah, you know, the thing of it was, I grew up with Reagan as president, and there's memes.
Uba mentioned Yuden Dragon Turtlemon.
What's going on, memes?
Though I know I should be wary, still I venture someplace scary. Ghostly haunting, I turn loose.
Yuden!
What's going on?
Hey guys, what's going on? I've heard it's showtime.
Yeah.
I'm a little late. I got
Please
lost
tell
on
me
the
you
internet.
weren't surprised that I knew that.
Oh, not at all.
Everyone knows that one.
Juice. Dude, I watched a clip compilation the other day on YouTube, and I'm like, this definitely influenced who I am during my early childhood developmental stage. I'm like, this explains a lot. So how are we all doing tonight?
When Beetlejuice was out and KB Toys were still around and they had that scratch off thing, I went to KB Toys and they're like, okay, well, you know what you're supposed to do, and because you're supposed to say Beetlejuice 3 times. My mom laughed her ass off when I said the entire Lydia intro.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
Including saying Beetlejuice's name 3 times, and they're like, you know what? You're the only kid to come in and do that. They gave me a huge card of scratch offs.
That's sweet.
Awesome.
They were all failures, but they gave me a huge card of them because I said the entire intro.
You got something that gave you moral support.
Okay, I was able to get the music in, so I think we should be good on that. If I need to put anything in for the Call of Duty game, let me know right now. Memes,
all right.
That was fucking hysterical. I gotta pee because of you, motherfucker. God
You're welcome. An empty bladder is a happy bladder.
Yeah.
So speaking of Civil War and new games, would everybody here be okay with if all of a sudden Call of Duty launches, it hits record numbers, and all of a sudden Ashton Kutcher comes on being like, "Fooled you all," like Rick Moranis from frickin'
No, he would sit
just
there
like
and go,
Spaceballs
"You
and
got
shit.
thumped." I would be pissed.
Well, exactly. Like all this was to like
I
just
would
a
be
giant method
pissed.
acting thing. I don't think you could fake the deaths of this many people.
You would be able to fake the death of Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, but that's one person. Like we've lost far too many people for this to be some giant.
No.
method acting.
The fans of COD would go and kill him.
Yeah.
I would be pissed. I just dropped almost $100 to pre-order this damn game.
So
I would honestly be pissed.
So how about instead of the potential end times, what if there was a more positive outlook?
What you mean about everything about how the country's going down the shitter?
Well, is it really? Because I'm not gonna lie, I still see new housing starts and the price of property hasn't dropped yet. I would expect, like, if that's what a huge amount of people thought, like, you'd start to see like a dramatic change. I think everyone's kind of waiting for the election to see what's going to happen.
It's already changing by me. Look at Manhattan. Holy shit! It's completely it's empty. Like Midtown, like down in the Village where there's people that have been there for generations. Yeah, they're not going to leave. Uptown by Harlem, yeah, but Midtown, like holy shit, it's
No, Harlem ain't leaving. They're not fucking leaving. They'll go out there and shoot them. We drove through there. Fuck that.
yeah. Well, they didn't riot in Harlem. A lot of people don't realize that. You didn't get any. They're not going to riot in Harlem. You got no idea. Harlem is its own place, and you don't riot in Harlem. They will not stand for that. Uptown
From
don't
what
take
I
it.
could tell out there, they're like, yes, they'd probably were like, yeah, sure, Black Lives Matter, but fuck you. We're not destroying our area. We finally got it back from everyone else. We're not giving it up.
I tell you about that memes when they came to visit. I took the two of them to Harlem.
This was recently.
Yeah, no, this was before all the craziness started. This was in February.
Like just before all the craziness started.
Yeah,
was it fun?
Oh, that's when we first started talking, Tara.
Yep.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I had fun showing them around. I took them into Lower Manhattan, drove through Harlem. They spent a lot of time up in Queens. I didn't go into Brooklyn with them because I don't like Brooklyn. We had a good.
They had good pizza.
Oh, you get better pizza out by me.
Pizza.
Yeah, you get better pizza out by me, or if you go into Queens. I mean, go ahead, Mandy.
I don't want to hear the word pizza. I don't want to hear the word pizza. I have to go make pizza from 11 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to hear the word
I
pizza.
promise you, the pizza we had is better than what you make.
What's your favorite pizza?
Me personally, I don't know. I'm kind of partial to a pizzaguin. Like my father, may he rest in peace. He was always very partial to a pizza skittle.
Does that have an English translation?
Yeah, yeah. A pizzaguin. It's a stuffed pie. It's got like ham. It's got cheese in it. It's got let me see. It's got prosciutto. It's got mortadella. It's got gabagool. It's got provolone, mozzarella, and usually ricotta.
I don't know half of what you just said, but it sounds delicious.
Okay, the last two cheeses he said was ricotta and mozzarella.
Oh my ears!
Well, I didn't know. I wouldn't want to appropriate. I know he's Sicilian.
Yeah, like you guys say, mozzarella and ricotta.
Mozzarella and ricotta.
Yeah, well, in my house it was always mozzarella and ricotta.
Mozzarella. That's what I was about to say. Mozzarella.
Yeah.
Is this where a lot of confusion comes from? Just because
I
you're saying
guess
one thing one way, I'm like, okay, I know what mozzarella are. I know what ricotta is, but I'm like, is this actually something different? Is this actually like more of a classical version? What is the genre of the cheese here?
All right, well check this out. You've probably had.
Cheese?
you probably had half of the shit that I've talked about. Like I was talking to, it was a while ago. He doesn't speak to me anymore. But I was talking to Polydub, and he was asking about Gabagool, and he's like, I've never had that before. He's like, the only thing I've ever had is Capicola. I'm like, that's Gabagool. That's how it's spelled, but it's pronounced Gabagool. It's spelled Capicola. He's like, oh. So I've been having this shit for years and didn't realize it. I said, yeah. You didn't know.
It's not Capicola. It's Capagula because the C is pronounced almost like a G rolling off.
Yeah,
like
we pronounce it Gabagool.
Oh.
That's exactly what that means. And I always thought that was funny because of also in the language, if when they use the term ghoul, that actually means ass. Like my brother, when he would get into an argument with people, when he was driving in the car, he would yell at people. He'd yell ghoul at them. And one of my friends is like, what the fuck is your brother always calling everybody a ghoul? I'm like, that literally means ass in Sicilian. He goes, oh, okay. Like, if you've heard them say sometimes in the movies, bafungul, that literally means, bafungul means go take it up the ass. That's literally what that translates to.
Fangul.
Yeah, fungul means that literally means fungul means your fucking ass.
Oh, what about Raz Al Ghul?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like,
I'm not sure the Steven Seagal translation.
If you ever want to piss off a Sicilian guy, what you say to him is you point right at him and go like this, "Tu fatingul," and he'll probably try to slit your throat because what that you literally told him to go fuck himself up his ass. That's what that means.
I wouldn't want to do that. My Spanish teacher was Sicilian.
I'm just saying.
He was a freaking badass, man. Like he would barter with coins and stuff like that with some of the students. It's be like, all right, you probably shouldn't have done that and everything. But it's like he told us when another Sicilian gentleman noticed his charm. He's like, he approached him and said he may have some work available. And at that point, his wife was like, "Don't you dare." He did well for himself. He was a good negotiator. I'll give him that. He could become very angry at times.
That's
my best friend's mother's full blood Sicilian. And she used to chase us around the house, repeating "Tu sono no poco madre" all the time.
Something about a mouth.
Yeah. What did he say, Scoob?
Let me hear that one more time.
Tu sono no poco madre.
That's madre means mother. Oh God, I'm trying to remember the rest of it. It's been so many years. I remember all of the curses usually too. That's probably one I haven't heard in a long time. One of my favorite, bro. I loved how they would blaspheme. One of my great aunts, she was constantly saying "Gita Morta," and what "Gita Morta" means literally is "curse the dead." These people would say fucked up shit. Like my favorite thing that I would always hear my father saying, like he was cursing. He did not like Mario Cuomo when he was governor, and. One of the things he said, I'll never forget it, is "Tu madre is bibicada zocco botana Cuomo." What that literally means is your mother is a painted up gypsy whore. That's what he used to call he hated the governor with a passion. And he was the most horrible shit. But the most horrible shit that he would ever, oh my God, was what he would say about Ed McMahon. Because this is the thing, see, like I had told you guys, I actually went to a junior high I went to a high school for juvenile hall people. Like, everyone in there was a career criminal. I was the only person without a record. Part of the reason I wound up in this high school was I had a really fucked up sense of humor. Like, we
noticed.
Yeah, like one of the things I did when I was in high school, like me and this kid Bill, one of the teachers we didn't like, we completely wrapped his car in rolls of the big shrink wrap while he was in class teaching.
We did that to our friend's car.
We did this in junior high. We shrink wrapped this shop teacher's car. Yeah, we got his car completely. He came out and
a while to get it off.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, he was pissed. So we did shit like that. I remember that, like, at one point I was creative. There was this one hallway in the school, and the hallway, like, we had a locker break in junior high, and like everyone would go to their lockers. So I had went and I would steal shit constantly from the different supply rooms to use to fuck with people. So I had got my hands on these pulleys, and I got my hands on some of the invisible wire that they were using in like one of the classes. And so I ran the wiring. I got a big spool of this shit and a couple of pulleys. I ran all the wiring through the people's lockers, but you couldn't see it unless you held it up like this to a light, because it was what they would call invisible wire. So I rigged up all the lockers. I snuck into the school, like after school was let out. I came in through the janitor's shit, and I was in there for hours. And I set it all up, and I put the stuff behind the fire extinguisher so they couldn't see. So I waited till the locker break the next day, and I went behind the fire extinguisher. And what I did was I took 8 of them. I had the rings, like you would put your keys on, and I attached them to the wires, and I had it like marionette puppets. So I was sitting there like fucking closing people's lockers, pulling on these different strands, because I had it hooked up to the pulleys I stuck up into the ceiling that was hanging down. So I had all the wires running through the pulleys, and I was closing this group of lockers and this group and this group, and I'm standing there like this, fucking closing all their lockers. And that's why I wound up in the juvie hall high school, doing shit like that.
No, Scoop. That is fascinating. That actually doesn't even surprise me at all. At the same time, I'm like, you really should put your talents to use. Like, you should like go work for like Disney on like film set or like Disney World construction. Like one of my buddies did that. Like the engineering and stuff that you go into, like designing stuff like that. It's fucking awesome. I like it.
I took the other thing I was notorious for doing was glue sticks and itching powder. What I would do is, again, that's part of the reason I think I have a lot of psychological problems going on later on in life. I would climb through the windows. Again, I would go in earlier, and because of how tall I was able to reach the windows.
Scoop, number one, when one starts off the conversation, I crawled in through the windows. What do we think the premise of this is going to lead to?
Well, you let me tell you, and you'll find out. So I propped the window open before I left, like, because I could do that because I was tall. So I propped the window open, and then I climbed in. Now, this was the boys' locker room in the junior high, but I went over by where the football players' equipment was, and I had the glue sticks. So I put the glue from the glue sticks on the inside of the jock straps, and I put in the itching powder. And I did the same thing to the inside of the helmets. And so the next day they're playing the game, and they're all like, they're fucking scratching their heads and scratching their balls and everything. Oh, it was fun.
Seeing as I think the statute of limitations is up, I believe back in the day, so there was this sauce called Mad Dog Inferno sauce. It used to be allegedly the hottest sauce in the world. It's like 1 million Scolovs per like drop and stuff. So you add that to like a vat of chili. Should be some pretty good chili. And so we took some and we put it on a stick of incense, and then we let it dry, and we lightly lit it, and we proceeded to have to go outside and put it out because it essentially turned it into like pepper spray. It's because we dried pepper, and it's slowly burning and wafting into the air. So one of my friends ended up taking up the stick, and he put it on a boy's bathroom, and he may or may not have been a smoker, may or may not have lit it. And they may or may not have had to close down the bathroom and stuff because it's like anyone that went in there was essentially going to be maced. These are contributing reasons why I'm trying to atone for my sins.
Right. Well, for all of you young rascals out there watching, Scooby here has an experiment you can do at home to have tons of fun with your neighbors.
Don't do any of the things here. This is all academic and science-based.
Exactly. So this is an experiment that you kids... Now, of course, get your parents' permission, and if your dad is cool, yeah, he'll give you permission. So here's what you got to do. You want to get yourself a sheet of wax paper, and you want to get yourself a large rubber band. You can get a few rubber bands if you want, but one big, large rubber band that you can wrap a few times. Now, you want to find the exhaust of the car that you want to target, and you're going to put the piece of wax paper over the exhaust. Then you're going to put the rubber band around the wax paper to hold it taut. then you want to take a knife blade or razor, whatever you want, and you want to put a slit right down the middle of the exhaust blade. Now, what the wax paper covered the exhaust. Now, what this does, it's not going to make the exhaust not work. The exhaust is still going to escape, no problem. What it does, it turns the exhaust pipe into the world's largest kazoo. So when this person is driving down the block, all you hear is as they're driving.
You're not actually restricting it. You're just making the paper.
Yes. It turns it into the world's largest kazoo. Yeah.
As soon as you said anything with an exhaust or tailpipe, I'm like, no, cancel that. No, you do not say this on YouTube. You don't go around, and then I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
It turns it into a kazoo.
Yeah,
it works great.
For future reference, if there's anything that we're going to do after this broadcast that YouTube will not let us do, I'm just going to start up a DLive account, and we're going to do it on there because I'm tired of I'll have these guys when they come home from their stuff and they'll be playing music in the background, or I'll be sitting here clack, dust covered, firing assembly, and they don't appreciate that.
You could waste this joke and you could pull this prank on somebody who has a Prius, but if you're somebody like me who has friends who have a Chevelle with the double barrel exhaust, or you know anybody who has a motorcycle, you can have tons of fun with them doing this shit.
It wouldn't work on a Prius.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're wasting your time. That's my whole point. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't know. I never crawled around under a Prius.
It's a battery car.
Yeah.
Actually, no. To be fair, it probably has actually. No, the Prius. Yeah, I'm thinking of a Tesla. Sorry.
Yeah. Still, I'm just saying. There's a lot of different things you can do to have fun with people. Like one of the things we used to do when I was younger. You can't do this anymore because cars don't have wire wheels. But all the Cadillacs and Lincolns in the neighborhood with wire wheels, I go and I attach paper clips to the spokes. Just so while they're driving, they're like, "What the fuck is that clicking noise?"
So speaking of paper clips and attempting to deploy weaponry in middle school, you remember the paper clips and the larger ones, and especially like the actual bow clamps and stuff like that were made of the wire. You take those, you take your elastic band, and then you take your paper clip, you open it up, and you keep a little nook and everything in it, and you fire and you distribute them to your comrades throughout the classroom.
We had we were lucky no one ever got blinded, God forbid, by the paper clips.
Oh, dude, it was dangerous. I think I actually got stabbed a couple of times. I may have stabbed someone with a.
I'll never forget it. The guy who actually shot me in the back of the head, he was sitting in the class and we were talking, and he's bouncing a pen on a desk, and all of a sudden, whack! And he looks at me, and it's stuck in his eye, and I'm like, holy shit! Backing up because homeboy's sitting there and he's looking, he's like, what? And he's looking around and the fucking pencil is wobbling. And he had to go get it pulled out and had to go to the hospital to get that fucker yanked out. Yeah.
Wait, was it a mechanical or was it like a Dixon Ticonderoga?
It was just a regular friggin' number 2 pencil, and he was bouncing, and it just buried in his eye, but it hit the white. It didn't hit so he lucked out. I think
that happened to my buddy. He ended up just running into a branch, and he had literally a twig in his eye. He's like, oh! And then his eyesight actually seemed to be fine. So,
hey, Patches, you scared the shit out of Daddy.
Yeah, God, I've been fortunate enough to not have anything crazy like that happen. I've never had my eyesight really compromised like that, or anything else. Just getting shot at, just your regular Chicago shit.
Yeah,
yeah. To your benefit, you do have these plastic shields that protect your eyes.
Yeah, I do. I'm blind as fuck about them.
I don't think it was going to protect from that lead at the time.
No, it's not.
That was dude, here's the thing,
he used to just say that we used to just take our pencils and throw them off.
1 second.
No, but literally by the grace of God, it's literally the news could have actually been talking about Burnside.
Yeah,
because you were literally at the first roving rally, and we literally just have it right there. It's looks like dude pops one right off. It's he freaking misses and stuff. You just keep going on, and it's dude, had that trajectory been different, it's
oh yeah, that would have sucked.
But no, like what we used to do in school, especially when I was in ISS and detention and everything, we'd make sure our number 2 pencils were like extremely sharp. We'd just sit there and just throw them up
Well, yeah.
and hope to God they don't fall down.
It sticks into the ceiling and stuff if you got it right.
My dad, when he was my age, used to when they actually had
Or
metal
the
shops,
helicopter.
Oh, the thing my father would do is because back in like the 60s, I guess they actually had like metal shop class. What he did is he'd actually he'd get like blocks of scrap metal and he'd turn them into throwing stars. And he'd like sit there during class. He'd just chuck these up into the ceiling.
We made no comment.
He made back in the day they used to let you make shurikens. My father would sit there and
they're also dangerous.
Very. Which is why he got suspended.
Yeah, things happen.
Yeah, one of them.
Well, well, here's the thing. It's like a hammer is a tool. An axe is a tool.
Huh?
A throwing star is, I mean, aside from throwing it at things, what is it for? I mean, that just seems to be more under the class of weapon than a lot of other things.
Yeah, I mean, you could use it as a screwdriver. It's just a very unwieldy screwdriver.
You can also use a quarter as a screwdriver or a dime. I know, I've done it myself.
Yeah.
The door at my job locks. The door at my job locks all the time for the bathroom. And it just has like this little tiny slit. We'd just take a quarter and just open it.
Nice. This
we
at
don't
work
have a
is
key
my
for the
only
bathroom.
reliable
We just use
screwdriver.
a quarter.
Well, I mean, steel is usually strong.
Oh yeah, that's the good thing about this Kershaw is it's all American steel, very.
Oh, you'd also want to like fuck the blade, so.
Oh yeah. No. I've actually weekly I clean and sharpen the snot out of this. I was earlier today. I was actually cleaning and sharpening this, and cleaning and sharpening an old family heirloom. I'm gonna get that real quick.
Did you all see the video of that dude? I forget where it was. It may have been like in Iraq or Iran, but basically like he was an engineer and he was like hammering like this boulder with all these different, just like pikes and stuff like that, little like iron spikes, and literally at one point he has them all like in the right angles and it just splits in half.
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, it's the freaky video. You just see him, and it takes him a while. And he's using like a heavy sledgehammer to drive him in because it's fucking like, I don't know, like a 6,000-pound rock. It just goes through it, and you look at like the break, and it just completely clean straight through. I'm like, is that science? Because I like science.
More or less.
Yeah. That's that old science, man. That's the shit that those old timers out in the desert still know.
That's the ancients.
Yeah, a lot of the shit that they, stopped teaching for whatever reason. I hate saying it, man. That's the one problem I've always had with Christianity. It got rid of a lot of useful shit. Seriously. And, oh, wow, this is great. You guys figured out how to cure all these diseases, but have you accepted Christ? No? Okay. Put him on the rack. That really did not help mankind as much as, look, the missionaries, God bless them, they sit there, they do try to do the right thing, but nah. Seriously, stop taking away the old knowledge, folks. Speaking of knowledge, though, just really quick, I had looked in chat, and Unchained had a question. His boss was Sicilian and used to call him Ditsun. All right, I'm going to try to break this down without getting us a content strike.
No, he had it written as Tutsun.
He wrote it phonetically. Yeah, that's Tutsun. That's how they pronounce it, Tutsun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention that to you.
Tutsun it's a pejorative. He probably meant it to you, Unchained, as a form of affection. He was calling you black, is what he was doing. Tutsun that's what the Sicilians would use that as it's slang. What they were saying is, what tutsun actually means is if you pick up firewood the next day after it's been burned and you go to handle it and the black pitch you get all over your hands, that's tutsun. So they were literally calling black people, saying that they were soot colored. They were the color of the pitch that you get on your hands. He was calling you that probably because of your heritage and he wanted to bust your shoes. That's probably what that was. That was a term of endearment. He was probably being affectionate. Unless he was a complete bastard. I don't know the man. So you'll have to let me know. If he was a prince, then yeah, he was just busting your shoes. Otherwise, he was a douche and he was being racist. So it's a 50-50.
Hey,
Never heard the term bust your shoes before.
Really?
I've heard balls.
You never heard breaking shoes? You never heard breaking shoes, busting shoes, huh?
Now that you mentioned it, probably. I'm thinking... Somehow I feel like maybe I heard it in Grand Theft Auto or something. I feel like actually now I'm just making that up now that I think about it. Just all I'm thinking about, I'm like, just the name Tommy Vassetti and stuff like that. I just go back and I'm like, I feel like I would hear it in something like that. Maybe I'm being overly stereotypical.
You know,
I'm not saying you live in Vice City or anything, but...
No, that's part of the problem I had with a lot of people on here is that they literally thought that, I'm LARPing. And I'm like, nah, I'm legit. Like that. It's one of the things. One of the people that I had a problem with, they were going on about how fake my accent sounds. I wish I could talk without this accent. It's caused me a lot of trouble, But it is. It is what it is, though. But yeah, no, that's a common term around here. Busting shoes, breaking shoes. It's a more polite version of saying busting balls or breaking balls. That's all.
Apparently, from what Unchained is saying. He's Moroccan and good boss, and he liked him to be paid well.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. He was busting your. What about you? Ever hear busting chops? Is that one that you guys are familiar with?
Yeah.
Breaking chops. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, but that's basically what he was doing. He was getting on you, like
where you a ribbon.
Yeah. Yeah. Like where I worked, like my boy. Yeah, my boss used to call me, like his nickname for me, because this guy, he was Sicilian also, and we used to bust his shoes, like I was saying, because we found a picture of him from the 80s, and this motherfucker actually had naturally a convertible Camaro, an IROC, and across the windshield he had written "Thief of Hearts," but his accent was so heavy. Because he was a Sicilian from Brooklyn. Me and the guy John, who is the guitarist for Monochromatic Black, we would sit here and be like, "Oh, here he comes, the Thief of Hearts," like busting his balls because of his accent. We called him the Thief of Hearts. But the nickname he came up with for me, he used to call me Slow, and he used to call John Sweat. Because for whatever reason, poor John, he would just sweat his ass off even in a snowstorm. So he got all mad. He's like, you know how annoying that is being called Sweat? I'm like, what, are you kidding me? I said, why don't you use that as your stage name, Johnny Sweat? Seriously, that sounds fucking sick. And he got all bent out of shape. He had a sense of humor of a Nazi U-boat commander.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, Germany is known for it has comedy.
We have some comedy. It's just often dark.
I'm not that familiar with German culture.
I am. All I know is they love their sausage, they love their beer, and they like to dance to Oom-Pa-Pa music in those weird-ass lederhosen.
I mean, I have nothing wrong with any of those things.
Here, let me.
I don't either.
One second.
My only problem is the beer. My only problem with the German culture is their beer because it's not Irish beer.
Fuck. Okay. Apparently, my very German hat will not fit over my very American.
Speaking of Irish, where is it?
Does Jaeger count? Does Jaeger count as German?
It's discount German.
Because if so, I can drink that shit straight, and it has to be room temperature. It can't be cold.
Ooh, I can.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make you some redheaded splits that you'll fall in love with.
This.
I do not mix my Jaeger. I get angry when I mix my Jaeger.
This is something every Irishman Everyone, if you're at least
You
half
haven't had a
Irish,
redheaded slut.
I haven't had one of those in a long time. And I am referring to the drink. And I'm
I was
also
going to say,
referring to
I
the
had
other
it
thing.
up there in New York.
Continue with sharing with the class. Scoop.
What?
I was going to say, this is one thing you'll find everyone. If you're at least half Irish, you'll find every Irishman in and around here has a flask of Jameson on them at all times. It's a necessity.
Well, I mean, a flask is useful. It holds liquid.
Well, yeah, no, a flask specifically of Jameson, because you have to realize, growing up here, a lot of us, okay, you go to the movies every fucking summer, and you go and you watch 3 dozen different ways they blow up your home. You play a video game. What are they? Oh, your home is okay, there's zombies, vampires, werewolves. Why is it never anywhere else? And the comic books, the same thing. So a lot of us around here, literally, we keep these things, and like, they'll tell you they keep a flask in the glove compartment because literally it's one of those things. Like if you see like the shit that's going on like fucking Independence Day, oh fuck it, belting it back. That's the only reason we keep it. Like literally, we have this fatalistic belief that sooner or later something like in those movies is going to happen. It's got to happen. A lot of people believe that, so they literally keep a fucking flask in the glove compartment with them just in case. Like literally, just in case they get stuck in the car. Oh fuck it, I'm taking.
9/11.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's another thing. That's part of the reason we got this belief system. Like,
I don't remember what movie it was, but one of the Twin Towers got blown up in the movie.
I think it was Independence Day.
Day after.
No,
Probably.
They were, yes, because the
Empire
alien
State Building
believers
got
were
blown
on
up in Independence.
top of the Twin Towers.
It blew up that
The
fucking
stripper
thing blew
was
up
on
the
top
twin.
of one of them. She's like, "Hey, I miss you," and she gets exploded.
You get lasered.
Sorry, the aliens are going to be out there. We are the trailer park of the universe.
Shit, we're their fucking science experiment.
See, when it comes to flasks and stuff, I realized I learned in Ark Survival Evolved that in many survival games and stuff, it's like, all right, you can get a water skin, but a water skin can be leaky. So it's like, all right, you want a container that can hold like beverages, whether it's water, whether it's alcohol, whatever it's for may be. Its thirst needs to be quenched.
True that. Now my thing is this: I got a question for all of you. Which do you think would be more? Which would fit better with you? Which would you be more comfortable finding out? That the Scientologists are correct, or the Abrahamists are correct? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I'm biased on this.
Well, we know you're
obviously, but I'm just saying, like, this is the thing I tell people all the time. I was raised Catholic. If Catholic dogma actually is correct, do you know how fucking horrifying that is to me? I mean, am I the only one here who's played? What's that chick with the? It's the video game where her suit is made out of hair and she's got guns and shit.
Bayonetta.
Tomb Raider.
Bayonetta. And yeah, my nephew was playing that, and I'm watching, and I'm like, what the fuck is this thing? And then he's like, yo, that's an angel. And I'm like, huh? And then I realized, I'm like, oh yeah, the flaming wheel with all the legs and shit. Yeah, that would fucking frighten the hell out of me.
Well,
yeah, well,
that's why you play nice with your fellow creature.
I'm just saying, like, if the Abrahamists are correct, I think we're fucked because, look, the God of Abraham is not merciful. According to my belief system, the kid was the one that you want to go talk to because the old man ain't having it. But the other thing,
with God, you can try to make a bargain. It leaves you scarred, but you can leverage and wager and like go for a better deal. It's like folks have done that.
Well, but then let's flip the script. The other side of it is, okay, what if the Scientologists are correct? What if it's a cold, calculating alien race and we are just cattle that they've been breeding and engineering for thousands of years? I mean, which of those scenarios, I mean, obviously memes because of your belief system. I mean, you'd probably be much more comfortable with the angels. I mean, to be completely honest, I think I'd be more comfortable with the angels myself. But again, it's just from reading the Bible, knowing what these beings are capable of. I mean, my God, memes. I've seen how much weight you can put up, and I'm not a small guy either. They rip through us like tissue paper. That's frightening.
Bayonetta
That's
would
terrifying.
destroy me. And that's part
I'm
of the
not
reason
even talking Bayonetta. I'm talking about an angel.
Oh.
Think about that. I mean, God, if you've read the Bible, I'm sure, as much as I have, so I'm sure you're aware of those fucking things. They will just literally rend you like a fucking roast chicken.
But why?
That's their thing.
Each angel has the strength of 10 men.
More than that, probably.
Why would the angel aggro on you?
Well, according to the Bible and many TV shows like Priest or Preacher, Priest, Supernatural, all because they deem us as still being monkeys.
Yeah. Well, one of the things you have to
as being lower beings because we are not as powerful as them. We have no reason to really exist. The only reason why they allow us to exist is because God deemed it so. God said, okay, you are to protect these things that I just created. If you don't, I will send you to hell.
You have to realize that there was 3 different times that the angels fell completely. You had Hallel, which is what the entire planet misidentifies this angel as Lucifer. That's a Latin name. The angel's name is actually Hallel, not halal. This isn't a delicatessen. It's Hallel. That's the angel's name. That's the actual name of the devil in Christian mythology for people who want to learn anything. I actually minored in this shit.
Lucifer Morningstar.
No, that's Latin. The Lucifer, that was actually because of, I forget the priest's name. I believe it was in 1085. A priest was giving a sermon and was quoted as saying, "Oh, look, art thou brightest Lucifer, fallen from heaven." It was actually about, I forget who the king was. The king's name was Lucifer. It was, I believe, a king of Romania at the time. I'm throwing out years and things. This is shit I haven't read since I think the 90s when I was in class.
Misremembered or wrote down the wrong thing.
Right. I'm just saying I might not be, because I do have this calculator, so I might be giving the wrong dates unintentionally. But my point was, that's where the name entered the lexicon. It was actually through misinformation. It's one of those things like it happens a lot. But the angel's name was never Lucifer. That's a Latin name, and we're talking about a Semitic religion. That having been said, the fall of Lucifer, since we're going to go with Lucifer, because if I refer to him as Hallel, no one's going to know what I'm talking about, but we'll go with that. Fall of Lucifer happened. This is basically, I will not serve. That was that whole shtick. Wanted the throne for himself. Then you had the fall of Azazel and the Watchers. That was because God... All right. I almost forgot. There was one between that. The one I'm talking about was according to the Quran, you had the fall of Iblis. Now the fall of Iblis was he did not want to kneel to man. His exact response was, why should the being, the son of fire, who you created from flame, bow to the son of earth, that who you have created from mud? So God threw him the fuck out of heaven too with all his followers. Then was the third fall. That was Azazel and the Watchers. That's in the book of Enoch. That's from they were off lusting after the sons of Adam. That's where you get the Nephilim from. So you have to realize these. I'm sorry?
I said someone's read the Dead Sea Scrolls.
My minor was anthropology, specifically theology, folklore, superstition, and religion. But yeah, I have read them actually. I'm not that good at Aramaic though. My translating skills are minimal at best. Yeah, newsflash: Scooby's actually educated. So no, I mean a lot of people
doubt it.
Yeah, a lot of people on here they hear the accent and they immediately think I'm off breaking somebody's leg for $50.
Yeah,
but
do that on the side, right?
yeah, that's only during football season. But
so back to the reason why would an angel aggro you?
Because that's what their purpose is. Angels, when an angel gets sent down here, it's not to hug you. There are certain
there have been conversations.
There's specific angels that the Muslims refer to them as hafaza. These are the ones that are actually what we refer to as guardian angels. That's a different caste. That's the only ones that humans and Christianity celebrates, where they have, oh, look, it looks like a fat broad with wings and a bathrobe, when they show these angels. Those are the guardian angels. One of the ones that's usually attributed to him is actually one of the arch seraphim, which is Raphael. That's one of the ones that gets often attributed to these guardian angels.
So it's like a fairy godmother.
Right. Now, this is the thing. Most angels, their whole purpose, they're soldiers. You have to think of an angel as a green beret. Okay. That's literally what you have to think of an angel. You have to think of as you're coming up against somebody who Krav Maga to the ninth fucking power. This motherfucker is going to yank your teeth out your skull. You got to realize that. That's what.
But I'm not going out of my way to fight angels.
Well, my point being is, if you ever actually see one of these things, they're not there to be fucking throwing daisies and rainbows like the Christians believe. That's not what their purpose.
Well, if they're there to help you fight a demon,
they're there to fight the demon. They're not there to help you. You're in their way.
Well, that's fine, but until they get there, sometimes mankind's got to step up.
They don't give a fuck. They'll go through you if you're in their way to get to the demon. That's the thing. Yep. You're inconsequential. That you're literally to them nothing more than the wild pigs that you'll see in the woods in Florida, let's say, in the backwoods that you got to go through with a fucking truck.
Now, okay, let me ask you this. Aside from 2020, why would they feel that way?
No, that's just how they are. You have to understand, these beings are able to look at you and see whether or not you deserve to live. They can basically see your karma, your aura, any of that shit. These things have the ability to see into you by just looking into your eyes. So this is the thing. If they perish you, it's because you fucking deserved it. So if they're ripping through a crowd of people and somebody is like, miraculously, I didn't get killed, you didn't deserve it. The angels missed you. That's the thing. If they're going to fucking rip through a crowd to get to somebody, the people who are not supposed to get ripped through are spared. It's not that they're meting out justice or anything. It's just literally they know that they'll know that they'll get in trouble for taking out somebody who's innocent. So they'll make it a point not to take them out. But the collateral damage, that's specifically because the reason that we talked about Sodom and Gomorrah is because of what the fuck they did. That's the reason that they do shit of that nature, and they do it so severely, is so angels did this. These motherfuckers rend cities to ash and turn people to pillars of salt like that. There is nothing cuddly about an angel.
Well, sometimes you just got to make your peace.
I'm just saying, I was raised old school Roman Catholic, man. I was not raised that those things come along with the harp singing Kumbaya and the children follow them off into the woods for lunch.
So back to Scientology. I don't know really anything about Scientology, but essentially beings from the heavens that have things that to us seem like magic descend from the skies. Continue.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, it's basically comical and literal reference. L. Ron Hubbard's movie and book on the apocalypse, which the aliens come down and they literally just take over the entire Earth after battling for 3 hours. That's more or less how he interprets these beings.
Yeah.
The book with Dianetics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
it's a good book if anyone ever gets to read it.
Yes, if you've seen like the cyclos and all that, that's more or less a primitive way of how he interprets these beings. The only exception is that how they see the entire universe is that long before we were even a fucking thing, this grand galactic, what the fuck you would call it, Warhammer style type of galaxy existed, and Great Lord Xenu came, and he basically decided, okay, I have all these people that I need to get the fuck rid of, and they're a fucking annoyance. So he literally wiped them of their identity, imbued them with some of the crude, basic, elementary knowledge that we ourselves know, drew them down to Earth, and then their essence transmutated into the apes that eventually evolved into man. And that's supposed to be why we're all sorts of different.
So,
not some type of egalitarian utopian hive mind.
So what you're saying is a long time ago in a galaxy far away, we ended up turning Earth into Ark Survival Evolved.
Pretty much.
with all sorts of supernatural rape.
Except we don't currently have dinosaurs with us.
Let me do a
Yeah.
TLDR for all this to make it really simple for anyone watching. What the Abrahamics believe, I'm breaking it down into nerd terms here, is that angels are ethereal beings created from light. These are the beings that people have been interacting with for thousands of years. What the Scientologists believe is that these are carbon-based beings. That is, they are extraterrestrial, not of this earth, maybe even paraterrestrial, where they're not even of this dimension. That's something that people consider in Scientology. Now, here's the thing. Herein lies the rub, because the definition of extraterrestrial and paradimensional are both things that angels do fit into, because they are extraterrestrial beings, and they are paradimensional because they transverse a plane to enter into this universal plane. So technically those definitions are both correct. So, but what they're specifically pointing out, the Scientologists, is that these are carbon-based life forms that have evolved and that do have a genetic map that ties them to other life forms, the same as we are on Earth. Now, I've even heard tell from other people and from other scientific researchers that, in fact, what we are seeing that are gray aliens are human beings that are just many millennia involved that have just transversed back through the time stream, because it's much easier to go back in time than it is to go forward. From what I understand, that's part of the reason that these visitations are so limited, is because they don't want to disrupt the time stream. And from what I understand, if it's easier to go back than it is to go forward in time, how do you do the return trip? So I'm thinking that's the reason that these trips are limited. Again, I don't know anything about the science, and this is just speculation based on the evidence I've been.
Yeah, I just made the tea. Sorry.
That's okay. Anyone who wants to look further into this, though, I suggest Chariots of the Gods by Eric von Daniken. That's a good place to start.
Yeah,
definitely. For anyone who wants to look into anything more related to what I was talking about on the spiritual side, I'd suggest anything by Miguel Gonzalez Whippler on Elwyn Press. That's a publishing house out of Minnesota. So, off the top of my head, that's what I can recommend.
Do we think it's more likely that beings are coming from the future or somewhere far away?
That is a good question. I am actually of myself, I'm more of the future human hypothesis, because it does actually make sense that if we don't blow ourselves up due to nuclear war, we are just going to keep evolving technologically. That's a given. Now, here's the other thing, though, is these creatures, these grays that they keep talking about, they seem to have no discernible sex. Does that mean that the trannies win? I mean, if these things are gray, bear with me. If they're gray, does that mean that we've figured out how to blend all the skin tones so we get a gray skin tone? Are we looking at a future made out of gray sexless trannies? No color, no sex. Think about that.
Now,
if you really want to know exactly what the Scientologists think, I hate to tell you to watch this movie because it's one of the worst movies on the fucking planet.
Battlefield
Earth. I seen it in theaters when it came out.
They believe John Travolta in that fucking movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Battlefield Earth. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the cycles and that. Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you all right now, Battlefield Earth is not anywhere near as good unless you're on mescaline when you see it.
Do you not think that might be part of the problem? Kind of like if you're mapping on things that might make you a bit more neurotic, you may incline you to do, I don't know, maybe not the wisest of things.
Well, what am I going to do in preparation? Bro, I just finished saying that an angel could rend you and me like tissue paper. And if it is gray aliens, I mean, I seen that movie where, I forget what movie it was. It had aliens in it where they just tried to erase the woman's kid. And, oh, God, I can't remember her name. This black actress. She's a fantastic actress. She's just talking to this woman, and all of a sudden she disappears. And the way she disappears is the aliens just beam her off into the clouds. And I'm watching it like, holy shit. And I rewound it. Huh?
I think it's The Vanishing.
That's it. Holy shit. That one scene scared me. I rewound it. I'm like, wow, she just went up into the clouds like nothing. Like, holy shit. That scared me.
Can I make a suggestion to you?
Yeah.
If you haven't already done it already, because you were discussing your educational background. Take the Dead Sea Scrolls and weigh them against the Sumerian Book of Creation.
Oh, you mean like the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yes.
I love that epic. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
no, I know. Yeah, I know all about it. That's, bro. I watch Robert Cephas videos all day. I just sit there and binge watch his shit. Like, okay, some Atlantean Gardens, because that's like some rabbit hole shit when you go down it. Like, oh wow, okay. Apparently, ironically, the crazy shit when Himmler was up overlooking in Tibet, he wasn't wrong. Apparently, what the Nazis stumbled upon, it just turns out it fit into their crazy worldview that the migratory patterns are completely wrong from what they're saying. Humanity moved out of wherever they're from thousands of years earlier than we thought, and they keep finding older and older science. The problem is it doesn't fit into any of this leftist shit. This guy, Sefer, he's a Dane. He's Danish. So he really has no dog in the race. I mean, that's one of the things you can say about the people in the Netherlands. They don't give a fuck about world politics. They just do their thing. So, I mean, when you start watching this shit, you're like, wow, apparently they're lying about everything in history. And yeah, it's scary.
Wait. Scoop, are you saying people would lie for their self-interest?
Well, let me put it to you like this. Do you want to know what irony is? Irony is this. Check this out. I showed this to Burnside, and because Burnside he talks to everybody. He had a few acquaintances who were more of the Sieg Heil variety. And I said, bro, can you please do me a favor and send this to a few of these guys? What it turns out, Sefer was looking into it. The people memes, you're going to get a kick out of this. You're going to get such a kick out of this. The people who founded Germany, the Germanic people, it turns out that they're actually the lost tribe of Israel, the Dan.
Yeah, they're the last tribe of Dan.
Yeah,
a lot of fun. 3 days, right?
Yeah, no, not the Ashkenazi, the fucking Nazis, like the Aryans with their Aryan shit, like the actual Germanic people. It turns out they're the descendants. They're the missing tribe of Israel. So.
I mean, it's well, these things happen.
Look, memes. Let me give you an idea. If you look at my eye color, you see how I have turquoise eyes. The reason my eyes are turquoise is because Sicilians are a Semitic people. Turquoise is the color of Semites. That's the reason that the Nazis were going after this, is because they didn't realize that they were They didn't realize that they were one of the tribes of Israel. The original Israelis had this eye color. That's
the tribe of Dan quite literally had blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah,
and that's what they attribute to the Aryans. But if you look at a lot of the work Robert Sefer does, he places the Aryans and the Semites right next to each other as intermingling cultures, or at least allied cultures that work with each other.
Well, that's what you just described was me as like a little kid. My parents literally brought me through Yugoslavia when it was still a thing, and like they handed me to like an older Yugoslavian woman, and at one point she was like, "Oh, you better be careful. It's like blonde-haired, blue-eyed children. Like people will snatch them up." And then my mom promptly grabbed me back.
Yeah. Well, if you look, like this is the thing that they found out was. It's a marker, like, and this is part of the reason, like, the leftists are going berserk. They tested, like, the fucking mummies in Egypt. Same thing. They had these eyes. Apparently, the Semites. We're going to get down to it on this one, bro. If you look, they came out of the Caucasus Mountains. These motherfuckers all had blue eyes, like me, like a really wild color, and it's because they were the Semites. And it turns out they spread all over the place. I mean, I can even show you the proof memes. It's going to blow your mind. It turns out that the fucking Chinese culture was founded by blue-eyed Jews. It was not founded by the Chinese, and there's proof of it. You look at the old Buddha statues, they all got blue eyes. And that's because they're Semites. That's the thing. Ironically, the Nazis were going after, like, oh, well, you know, we need the blue eyes because he's pure German. No, asshole. The blue eyes means you're pure Semite. Ironically, these assholes were trying to do the one drop rule. They had it backwards. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. This is this is the irony of it all, is that these idiots like went in the wrong direction. They didn't realize that they were actually the lost tribe of Israel. That's what I'm saying. It's such cosmic irony. These guys are sitting there screaming, fuck the Jews. Meanwhile, they're the purest Jews that there are.
So what you're saying is the dude that I saw at Harvard University that worked on the Human Genome Project, when he's like, yeah, we need to get people's genomes sequenced. I'm like, oh, it's part of that because we all might be related.
Well, it goes deeper than that. Bro, I'm telling you this for a reason, memes. This is fucking ammo. This is where if you're talking to somebody and they're like, oh, well, fuck the Jews. Yeah, well, why fuck the Jews? Oh, well, because of this, that, and the third with the Nazis. Oh, really? Let me give you a little education here. What do you know about Germany? And, bro, I've had fun with this. Are you kidding me? Off air, I've talked to a few of these people, and oh my god, the shit that they've laced into me, like they're like, "Oh fuck you, Scooby." I'm sorry, you can't handle the truth. They're like, "I want to see proof." Okay, I send them the video, and they're like, "Well, fuck you, bro." It's comedy. Like seriously, I'm one of those people. Like I told them, I said, "Look," they're like, "Well, how do you feel now that you found out you're Semitic?" I look at them, I'm like, "Bro, I've been an Arab. I've been a Norman. I've been a Moor. Okay, I'm a Jew. That's a new wrinkle. Bro, I'm Sicilian. We're the most conquered people on the planet. I'm a fucking layer cake of ethnicity. Don't bother me."
See, I thought I used to be Native American.
So I gotta ask, were they calling you Runs with Menorah? The only one I had to take that shot. I'm sorry.
No,
I had to be a dick.
My grandfather on my mother's side trolled us. He's like, yeah, we're half Native American, and apparently he had a bit more of a darker complexion, or at least my grandmother. I looked at her, I'm like, all right, I could see that and everything. And some of my cousins have a bit more of a dark complexion than myself. I'm like, when I actually get enough sun, it's like, especially if I grow a beard, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I look like I could be from other parts of the world. Yeah. He was lying to us.
That's funny.
I grew up my entire life just assuming that there was no difference between me and the Hispanics down the block. I just assumed because our languages were so similar. They looked like my family members. There was no difference really. The only way you could really tell the difference was, the Sicilians had those fucking noses. I mean, otherwise, I couldn't tell them apart from the Mexicans. And I remember, like, when I was a kid, it really fucked up my head because I had been watching reruns of I Love Lucy my entire life. And I get into, like, I think third grade, and the teacher is sitting there talking about how that was a progressive show because it was the first time there was an interracial couple on TV. And I started feeling really awkward and uncomfortable. I Love Lucy. Because my parents look like that. Because I got an Irish mother and a Sicilian father, and my mother looked like Lucille Ball when she was younger. She had the hair color and everything. And I remember when they were talking about that. Now I started, like, I'm looking around the class, like I had a lot of other kids who were of a similar mix, and now starting to look around, feeling awkward. Like, this is part of the reason I not to circle it back, but I have a problem with what they're doing with all this racial shit. I remember as a kid, that was just mentioned as a footnote, and I felt uncomfortable about it. I mean, I don't like that they're now up in these kids' faces talking about the color of their skin to these kids. Leave these kids alone, you evil fucks. They're children. That really bothers me, man. Like, they're sitting there, they're talking about this Black Lives Matter shit. Did you see they're doing that evil shit on that Arthur cartoon?
Yeah, fuck all that.
That's disgusting. You seen that, memes?
No.
I'll send you the you got to see it. I'll send you the cartoon clip of it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, saying Black Lives Matter and everything. It's kind of the movement specifically geared towards more like police brutality against folks in the black community.
I'm aware of what that fantasy shit that they're pushing is, but I'm saying the thing is,
are there folks that might use that for their own capitalistic activism? Maybe.
No,
surprise me. I mean, nobody would do something to make money.
Memes. It's a cartoon for preschoolers.
Okay.
That's
Sesame Street's had like a segment.
And I have a problem with that too. Okay. Leave the children alone. These are children. Bro,
they're at least in high school.
Memes. We grew up during the Cold War. Do you remember the episode of Sesame Street when they were addressing the nuclear missiles and fallout? Because I don't.
No.
Yeah, that's my whole point. I'm saying I don't remember them covering the Iran-Contra crisis. I don't remember hearing about what was going on in the Falklands. I don't remember any of that shit on Sesame Street. I mean, look.
You're talking about foreign war and conflict, and they're talking that different folks have different life experiences, and at times might be treated differently due to superficial reasons. People are judging other people's books by their cover, unfortunately.
And children shouldn't have to know about this. They're children. It's our job is to protect them and shelter them. You're supposed to help a child grow into adulthood, not thrust adulthood onto them.
Explain it early on. Maybe we could confront and overcome them. I mean, that might be a different perspective.
No, that then brainwashes them. They should wait until the children are in high school when their brain is mostly formed and they can actually make a decision on their own.
Yeah.
Decision on... No, I'm just a little confused.
No, I'm saying like
the whole initial problem with all of this, it's propaganda. It's not education. You're not teaching people. Now, remember the last target that I showed you, the reason why I made that target. You want to get people to not do what I do because I fear the inevitable. You don't do that by brainwashing the children to not do what it is that I have done. Wait until they are of a better age and they are developed to fully embrace the world and educate them on how to properly go about the world. They do not do these.
I just got two vastly different. I think one person, I think Tara may have said high school, and Burnside basically just said 12 years old, which is the middle of middle school. And I would agree that 4 years, if you're talking about like the grade school system, like that makes a huge difference. But at the same time, I mean, Sesame Street, I mean, I'm pretty sure, and again, I don't remember this, but I'm pretty sure they've done like LGBTQ and stuff like that. It's
No.
Okay.
No, as a matter of fact, they got rid of Bert because of LGBTQ. They didn't want it in there. PBS is Christian owned.
Yeah.
Did they add that to the canon? Because I mean, nobody ever really said that.
No, they said that Bert, what they said to be canon, and which Ernie was actually kind of upset about, but excited about at the same time, that Bert moved off to be, on his own.
I mean, that's a growing experience. It's the adventure journey. I mean, that's the story of Abraham.
The Christians kept claiming that Bert and Ernie were gay lovers. No, they were brothers or best friends. As far as I was concerned, they were bachelors.
No, I mean, that would be their private life. So who really cares?
But the thing is, they got all up in arms, and so they were like, okay, well, we'll get rid of the one that seems quote unquote flaming, in which they got rid of Bert. They later got rid of Snuffleupagus because Big Bird had to grow up and, learn that Snuffy was an invisible friend.
I thought he was his imaginary friend.
Yeah.
I personally, the kids saw him, the adults saw him. I didn't.
Well, that would make him visible.
Exactly. So, and I grew up on Sesame Street. It's where I learned that there was no difference in color. They went over that.
Yeah.
It's what they teach children, because they have all sorts of race mixes in the show, and they're teaching you everybody's the same. We might have different skin color, hair type, stuff like that, but we're all the same.
No. I hear you. We're all more similar than we are different, but we do each have our own unique life experience. And while given the color of your skin does not necessarily dictate exactly what that will be, I mean, all I know is in Family Guy, when Joe had that police van and Peter goes up there and it's just kind of joshing him around and stuff, and then Cleveland walks up and he's like, Joe's like, Cleveland, no, and all of a sudden it's like minority alert, and it literally starts beating the crap out of him. I'm pretty sure I either laughed or snickered or something like that. I mean, whether it was in humor or horror, the sheer fact that happened is like that was kind of touching.
And neither is The Simpsons.
Yeah, those aren't really kids shows.
But the thing is, leave
show,
Sesame Street, Cal U, all those preschool shows, to teaching them how to read, know colors and their shapes.
I dislike the politicization that a lot of this is happening, and just the sheer fact that are people making things political? Well, at this point, everything's political.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, the younger they are to learn, the better. You know, certain things, sure, but don't put it in the programming I use to teach children how to count and read and shit like that.
Well, I have my own issues with Common Core, but I mean, would you say? And again, like I have no idea your life experience as well, but would you say that maybe, I don't know, a black person experience in America, especially depending on where they live and their situation and stuff, do you think that, I don't know, they may kind of view things a little bit differently just based upon it being a minority?
My question to them would be, okay, let's say that, you know, they didn't go to college and they're saying that, you know, I'm better because I have gone to college. I didn't complete, but I went to college. I'd look at them and go, okay, did you apply for the grants from the NAACP, from, you know, the African American College Fund, stuff like that? If not, then all you did was, you know, choose to, you know, be this way.
No, you don't need to go to college to be able to do well for yourself. I mean, no,
you don't, but that was an example.
I mean, no, it definitely helped, but I feel like college is just going into it like, get these things, do these things, and good luck.
Yeah, well, I have had someone come up to me and say that, you know, this is before the white privilege shit, but that I was a uppity person because I went to college. And I was like, well, you know, and they were black. I was like, well, you know, there's grants specifically out there for you. I said, my family had to create a college fund for me when I was a child, when I was a baby. Yeah. And, you know, all you have to do is apply and you'll probably get it.
Look, I'm saying again.
Oh, no, my folks helped me too.
Well, all I'm saying is
on the topic. Did you read over any of the stuff that I sent you in DMs a while back?
I saw. I just skimmed over them real quick. I had some level of familiarity with the stories.
I just
if you read over the similarities, you'll get where we're going with this. Because that, ironically enough, ties into
it does line up with a particular narrative. Again, I've looked into some of those things, and it's like, if you're going to be uncharitable about all the situations and other ones too that you didn't necessarily include. Oh yeah, no, I understand why people are doing the things that they're doing. And at the same time, I'm like, all right, well, do we need to literally meme ourselves into oblivion? Do we need to always? Because I'll be straight up, dude. I've actually cut down on watching a lot of Tim Pool and stuff, and I'll kind of cursory go over, and I'm like, all right, you can use certain words, and this might be true, but we're also aggravated. It's kind of like riding a motorcycle or riding a bike. It's like wherever you're looking, you're going to tend to go in that direction. And it's not necessarily woven like completely in our future or anything, but if we're going to look there, people are going to have these thoughts about one another, their fellow creature, and just assume the worst. Yeah, we're totally going to get there.
Incredibly, that is true.
I shared 3 videos with you in the general chat and my server memes. Those are the ones I was using as... that's actually how I found out about the thing with Arthur. I watched these 3 guys. So I provided you 3 different takes on it. Now, the thing of it is this. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, talk to the kids about this if you want to talk to them about it in your own household memes. I'm just saying, like, that's up for the parents to decide, not PBS.
Right, but you gotta understand, Scoop. A lot of folks view this as like a modern civil rights movement, which in many ways it is.
Yeah, but it's a false dichotomy. There is no upswing in police brutality. It's been down on a downswing for the past 20 or 30 years. What you're having right now is you're having hucksters that are utilizing a polarization that's been fabricated. This is manufactured outrage.
I would argue that we actually have, lost actually more black people in violence that's come from the riots, from actual brutality. We, in total, have about 30 people that have died from these. At least 4 of the people related to I can mention offhand. Because there's 2 people that from the NPAC incident where they had the misfire, and there's two others who shot and killed each other when they were actually attending a Black Lives Matter rally. Didn't get along.
David Dorn was killed.
All right,
Yeah.
let me break this down to something really quick. Check this out. In America, in 2019, there were exactly 10 shootings of unarmed black people by white police officers. Of those 10 shootings, 6 of them were in self-defense because the officer feared for their lives because the perpetrator rushed them because the perpetrator had no weapon, so just said fuck it and tried to take the cop down. So the cop had to fire in self-defense. So out of the whopping 10 for the entire lower 48, plus Alaska and Hawaii, I don't know if Puerto Rico's in this, I'd have to look again, but out of the entire 50 states, we had only 10 instances that fit this stupid fucking BLM narrative, and out of those 10 instances, 6 of them were the cop running backwards shooting at this person because the person was trying to bull rush him. So only 4 shootings in 2019 fit the curriculum that Black Lives Matter is pushing, and you never hear about them because those were also justified shootings. That's part of the reason I have a problem with these fucking morons running through the streets burning shit down. There's no justification for it. It's manufactured outrage. It's why I keep saying they can advocate for this Black Lives Matter shit, fine, but they should have a group in that crowd advocating for cookies for Santa because it's just as much horseshit as what they're talking about.
Do y'all remember the Rodney King protests?
We were just talking about that earlier.
Okay.
I remember it.
No. Okay, yeah, no, I remember you were covering, and then those folks with the armor and stuff. Dude, I remember that. I think that's where my dad got his view on firearms. It's like, yeah, they outgunned the police, and then they had to go to like the local like gun store.
They had to go to the gun store.
Well, no, dude, they needed heavier weaponry and stuff because like they were freaking armored and everything. No, but the whole thing there, it's like, yeah, dude, there was brutality and violence. Is that what we want and everything? And why did that happen? Because we saw Rodney King. It's like, all right, well, Rodney King, he was running. I think he had a tussle, but what you saw after, where it's like, all right, the man is on the ground. You are genuinely beating the living crap out of him. And what it goes into is a lot of folks for many years, you'd hear about like some violent thing or anything. A lot of folks would be like, yeah, well, you're probably overplaying that and overplaying. And then when you do something brutal, all of a sudden, a lot of those emotions come back. And it's like, dude, I'll be straight up. My brother was freaking like assaulted by a police officer and everything. Like he went in to take a piss at like a Burger King like 2 years ago. He went in there and everything, and then he's washing his hands and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, guy comes up to him, literally rushes him in the side, gives him like a warble or something, freaking takes him down to the ground. My brother's like, I'm getting freaking attacked and freaking in a Burger King bathroom. He's like, help, help. All of a sudden, another person walks in, and these are undercover officers. He didn't identify himself, according to my brother, as a police officer. So it's like, dude, if my brother was like legally like licensed to carry, concealed carrying, he likely would have killed the first cop, and then the second cop would have shot and killed him. Yeah. So I mean, like this shit does happen and everything.
Oh, I've been assaulted by the police. Back in the 90s.
Oh, dude, this is one of the things that bothers me. A lot of times, it's like when you hear about it, it's like, all right, there often has to be somebody from the black community involved. When you hear about it on a national scale, it's like, dude, if you don't highlight like when other cases and stuff like that happens, a lot of folks will be like, well, bad things only happen to black people and stuff like that. And like, if the media covers that, then a lot of, hey, dude, I happen to be pretty white. As far as I know, I am not black at all. But my thing is, if I think about that, I'm just trying to think about like, if I was black, what the hell would that do to my mental health?
Well, bro, I look at it this way. I got pulled over constantly because they were looking for other people. They were asking questions. Where's your brother? Where's your cousin? Have you seen so-and-so? Have you seen this one? Have you seen that one? So depending where you live, what your neighborhood's makeup is, you're going to have run-ins with the cops yourself. That's just how it is. And I'll be completely honest. I got the shit smacked out of me by cops. I was lucky because like one of my friends, my boy Shovel, what had happened to Shovel was the cops found out that he had his shit on him, like he had heroin on him or whatever. So the cop took out the mag light and decided to, oh, fuck it, he's just going to crush Shovel's cheekbone. So he bashed Shovel in the face with a fucking mag light because he had heroin on it. Now, this was only about maybe 10 years ago. I mean, look, this is how it is sometimes. You get cops that are douchebags. I mean, the thing with George Floyd, may he rest in peace. You know, I've been hearing people say horrible shit about George Floyd because he was high and because he was this, because he was that. Look, the man was cutting videos telling these kids to clean their acts up. It doesn't strike me as a bad man. He strikes me as a human being, and he made mistakes. Same thing. I'm looking at this tape, and shit's going on the tape with what's his name, with that cop. And the way I look at it was, look, like this cop was a bad hire. Obviously, looking at his record, he don't give a fuck what color the person was. He's gonna fuck with a perp if he decides that the perp is deserving of getting fucked with. You don't need cops like that on the force. And they're all talking about police reform. Maybe we should talk to these different cities and have some hiring reform. Because to me, it seems like the police departments in these specific cities are the problems. It's not the police themselves, it's the hiring practices. Because I've noticed that they're not screening these fucking guys and girls when they're hiring them. I mean, what the fuck is it with these cities in the Midwest that they got these cops that are so willing to fucking open fire and to do some crazy ass shit like this? I mean, bro, I've been in Brooklyn. These cops know how to handle people. You know what I'm saying? And you can ask Burnside. He's about up in Chi-Town. And Memes, you've been in Boston. You've seen city cops how they handle shit. What the fuck is the excuse in like places like Milwaukee and places like Minneapolis and places like over in the other parts of Wisconsin? The fuck are these cops doing? How bad are these black neighborhoods? Again, I mean, I've been in some fucking hood. I've been in Philly. What the fuck? How bad is it over there in the Midwest? I mean, that these guys are going crazy like this. What the fuck? That's my question.
I don't know. They make it seem like it's Inglewood nationwide.
Yeah. But I'm saying, how bad is the Midwest that you got these people wiling the fuck out like this, that the cops are just saying, open up on them? I mean, what the fuck is going on over there? Is that city really that bad? Or is it just that these cops are not getting screened? Because people have been talking, like somebody was talking to me about police reform. One of the pharmacists I was talking to yesterday when I picked up my mother's script, and I told them, like, what are you talking about police reform? We just spent billions. New York spent billions on police reform. I do not want any reform here. Black Lives Matter. All that shit happened out in the Midwest. Let them go do their reform. And the Midwest is a big portion. The part where you're in Burnside, that crazy shit isn't happening in Chicago. We don't have fucking cops gunning perps down like mad. And then again, but we also don't have people in Chicago running the fuck up to the cops getting clapped. What the hell is this crazy shit going on in like Minnesota? Seriously, what the fuck? Is the ice fishing getting to them?
Yeah, the craziest thing that I've seen and heard of is a couple people that I work with. They live between like the southeast side and south of there in like proper or further South Chicago, where it's more of a fucking ghetto. And the main thing that's really happened on their end is essentially the people from Operation Legend having been they've been driving around in unmarked cars and normal cars. So what usually happens is they're used to people driving up in this particular fashion to start opening fire on them. So what usually happens is they'll be in an unmarked car or they'll be in a regular car. They'll be driving through the street and everyone will go, "Oh, that guy don't live here. Who the fuck is this guy?" With the hey, he's stoned out. Get the gun. He's gonna open fire on us. And then what winds up happening is the people think that they're gonna start doing a drive-by, and then guy comes up to the window with his gun and then realizes, oh shit, it's the popo. And then they drop their gun and hope that they don't get arrested because the federal agents are like, oh hey, that guy pointed a gun at us. We need to go get his ass.
Yeah.
Or it winds up being too little too late because they're just, they're driving to go deploy and do whoever it is they're going to check on, and then just along the way, it's like, yo, we're gonna hit, big hit, go, get the shit, pop, 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 and then they get into a firefight with Operation Legend because they assume that they're going to be gangbangers, and they say, please freeze. They go, you ain't with the who? No, fuck you. And then they just drop their guns and they're like, all right, so we didn't expect that one. All right, guys, next Friday when this happens, don't shoot.
Right, and that's why you didn't bring your firearm to the roving rally, because otherwise you may have been put in a similar situation.
Yeah, that would have
been fun. Yeah, you don't want to die in a firefight with federal agents. That just sounds like a bad day.
Yeah, that would have sucked. But the good thing is Operation Legend is going into the right area. The only thing that sucks is people are so used to like the drive-bys and all the things of that nature that they're just like looking up and they're like, okay, there's this car coming, and it's in the same fashion because whenever you do a drive-by, you don't just zip right by and just shoot wildly. Like, here, let me grab the prop gun here real quick to simulate to give you guys an idea. Because more often than not, they use the get this out here. More often than not, they'll use the same caliber because it makes a certain statement.
Burnside, be wary about teaching people how to do drive-bys. I'm not sure. It may or may not
I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah. I already gave them I taught them how to make a kazoo tonight. I think we should keep the science lessons to a minimum.
That is probably pushing the acceptable boundaries at this time.
You know,
I'm not gonna teach them how to do a drive.
Because one of the little kids is gonna be like, "Hey, mom, guess what I learned tonight? Let's go do a drive-by."
I learned it from Uncle Burnside.
Oh God. No,
So,
the reason,
or the parent be like, "So, what did you learn tonight?" I learned how to make a kazoo out of a tailpipe, but I also learned how to do a drive-by by Burnside.
I have to put that into a trailer. That's hysterical.
But I learned how to obstruct an exhaust to make a zippy sound.
Exactly. Well, it's not really obstructing. Remember, kids,
I learned
you
that.
want to put the wax.
What? They taught you that at Scooby-Doo? No.
You want to put the wax paper so it's taut, tight like a drum, and you want to make sure that you put the rubber band so it holds it tight. And you take that box cutter and you put a slit right down the middle of that wax paper. It does not obstruct it at all. The exhaust still flows perfectly, but now it makes a really cool, awesome noise. And if your driver is anything like my father, he's going to be cursing in a language other than English, and it's going to sound epic.
This child's gonna do it to her sister's car when she comes back to my house. I'm just saying.
Awesome.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Okay, so since we've already established that this might be a problem, I'm gonna explain to people in this way. Because ironically enough, this has become a problem with the people I work with, where they can't tell the difference between federal agents and gangbangers. I'm going to make a clear distinction between the two, real quick in this simulation. I'm not going to tell you how to do a drive-by, but I'm going to tell you how to tell what's the difference between your gang members doing a drive-by and federal agents going, okay, we need to get the perp over there, and I don't know, do I look like I fucking live here? Stop the car. Because more often than not, they comically drive in the same fashion, because the agents are going to drive a bit slower because they assume that if they drive slower, they're not going to get shot at or suspected of being doing drive-bys because they think Grand Theft Auto is the city of Chicago. So, more often than not, if you by chance see somebody who is, of course, there goes the rangefinder. I love these prop guns. I gotta replace this thing. Jesus, okay. Tough.
It's all right. We're working as intended.
Yeah. No, it's the problem. I need to replace this because I've assembled it and disassembled it so many times that this prop gun is more in particular the rangefinder on this thing keeps popping off all the time. So I have to snap dust.
Have you lubed it and cleaned it?
Oh, it's not a matter of cleaning it. I need to duct tape or glue it back in place. But more often than not, federal agents will not carry these. They do not use Kalashnikov. They do not normally use Armalite rifles either. So if you see a guy in the car who's just sitting there with one of these, or if he's got a car that has some windows that are tinted on it and he's not sitting there like messing around in that fashion, federal agent. People that are dicking around like as how we just was simulating, those are going to be your average gangbangers. Those are the people you're going to want to duck and cover for, or in the off case you're a law-abiding citizen. If they open fire on you, yes, return fire so you don't get killed.
Yeah, well, that's a given.
So basically, this is not going to be used by law enforcement anytime in the foreseeable future. And just about everybody knows in the city of Chicago, everybody who's anybody who's going to go kill somebody for some reason is going to pack a chopper. And the law don't use choppers. This ain't the 1920s. You don't go run around with these things no more. Back then we used Tommy guns, but it's all the same difference. So, words of the wise. Think before you shoot. Not just open fire on a car because they're just going to come right by you and they're going to come real slow. And unless you hear that distinct, follow me with this. Unless you hear that noise.
And you guys call that a chopper?
Yeah, they apparently call it a chopper here.
That's nice.
Yeah. I don't like it. I think it's retarded. I just call it Kalashnikov. It's that distinct sound.
The Tommy gun with a chopper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The chopper. That's great.
That's the thing you have to pay attention for, because the thing with the Kalashnikov in particular is it has a very loud, distinctive clacking noise when it actually chambers around it. In particular, when you don't do it slowly, which is why any East Bloc and Russian military guys that actually operate these things, they don't do it like in Hollywood, where it's just let me simulate it like how they do it in Hollywood. It's pretty funny. Yes, kill American. Yes, Russian good guy.
See, like by me, we would call that a gat. And if you were going to shoot somebody, you're going to give them a lullaby. That's what we would call it.
You would sing them a children's song while you were murdering somebody?
No, to shoot them. To shoot them, we would call it, you're giving them a lullaby. You're putting them to bed.
Right, but you're committing homicide.
Right, but that's what it's called. That's the slang, is you're giving them a lullaby. You're putting them to sleep.
I mean, I think it'd be better to put a child to sleep, like have them like drift off into dreamland than killing a person.
Oh, and we don't kill people here. We adios them.
I thought you just called it something else.
No. When you're shooting somebody, they're getting lullabied. But to kill somebody, we don't call it. No one gets killed around here. What they get is they get adiosed, or they get
This sounds very confusing.
86 is when we throw them in the water.
I thought that was giving them concrete boots.
No, that's when you put you put the cement shoes on their feet. But when you're throwing them in the water, you just 86 them.
Sleep with the fishes.
Sleeping with the fishes, that's basically what they're going to do. And that's a Sicilian thing. They send you the fish wrapped up in today's newspaper to let you know that the guy got greased today.
Did President Obama's former chief of staff do that?
Rahm Emanuel, yes, so. He did. Yeah, that was my former mayor, Rahm the Fuhrer Emanuel. Yeah, he sent fish wrapped up in newspapers to a couple people because he didn't like them. That's why they called
Were they locks? I've had them. I'm not gonna lie. I prefer fish sticks or maybe a fillet of fish. I mean, that's point of personal preference.
Yeah.
No, this Hebrew son of a bitch went to the grocery store and got a big fat fucking salmon and didn't even bother butchering it, and he just wrapped up a solid fucking fish in some newspaper.
That's how we do it. That's how they would do it. They send you but this is the thing. They don't send you the paper with that's not a threat.
Well, I mean, it's like
the guy's already gone. You send his people the paper with the fucking fish. That's to let them know he's gone. He's sleeping with the fishes already. They don't do threats like that. So Rahm Emanuel is an idiot.
I thought you were supposed to teach a person to fish.
No. Oh yeah, you teach a person to fish like in the Bible. But no, but
fish.
Yeah. But yeah, no, to go back to it, we have different terms for different ways that somebody gets greased. Basically, if somebody gets shot, they call it they got lullabied. If you put their feet in the stucco buckets, fill them with the cement, and then pitch them off the docks, they just got 86'd. You put them in a pair of cement shoes. Now, this
term is completely buried within every single algorithm now. So
yeah. Now, the other thing is like
words.
Yeah. Now, this is the thing. We also have. They used to do this. They actually showed it in Dick Tracy. They give him a bath, and then the guy's got the overcoat. And what it is, basically, you put them in a trunk, you fill the trunk with concrete, then you just huck the whole trunk into the bay.
Oh, that's a shit way to go.
Now, well, yeah, I think I told you all. A good friend of mine actually got killed this way. They murdered him. He got into gambling really bad. You can look this up, and actually, since the one guy's dead and the other guy I don't particularly care for, fuck it, look him up. These two guys got pinched about 20-something years ago. Their names were Scotty and Wally. Scotty was the one got into the ponies. Scotty's the one that wound up owing the Russians over in Brighton Beach. I think something like $7,000. Scotty is the one that they fucking took to a warehouse in Red Hook, worked him over with a bullwhip, and then put his feet in stucco buckets and pitched him off the docks into Sheepshead Bay. I was very good friends with Scotty. Huh?
Did you just say that's a bratva?
I said, that's bratva for you.
Yeah. That's what's really fucked up about it was the way I found out about this was I was chilling with Scotty's ex at the time. And the reason that she was back on the market is because Scotty got pitched into the bay. That's how I know about it. I was her rebound.
So you were hitting on a dead man's girlfriend.
That's terrible.
No, I was hitting a dead man's girlfriend.
In the most loving of ways.
Yeah, exactly. From the back.
He loved her so much.
You know what's really fucked up, memes? That wasn't the first time I did that, and wasn't the last either. A lot of people in my neighborhood are dead. What can I say, brother? I lay more rug than island carpet.
Life is precious, man. Life is precious. You never know.
That's why we love you.
Yeah.
You lay the carpet and you tell the stories after.
More pipe than the Mario Brothers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was actually I was actually quoting Biggie. That's one of the lines in his song. He lays down more rug than island carpet. I actually worked for Island Carpet. That was my first job out of high school.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really cool. They had a picture of when they did Biggie's apartment up over. I think his house was in Dix Hills. That's where they all move when they move out of Brooklyn and they get their record albums. They all live up in Dix Hills. 50 Cent lives there. LL Cool J, Foxy Brown, Nicki Minaj.
I'm just sitting here confused as hell because y'all got me like. My mind's on the whole travel thing that's going on with me, and then y'all are saying all this, and I'm just like, oh Lord, how's all this going to like go together?
You got 3 Yankees on the stream. You got New York, you got Boston, you got Chicago right here.
But you got to think, I'm coming from Florida.
Uh-huh. I know.
I'm going a little bit further north than this Floridian has ever been.
That's wild. I still can't picture not leaving Florida. I mean,
I've went to Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. That's
wow.
it.
I've been all up and down the
North
East
Carolina.
Coast.
I went to North Carolina for a tax rally.
What'd you say,
Did you
Tara?
hear me, Mandy? I said, oh, so you've been to all the states that take on Florida laws. The only one that hasn't done it is fucking Mississippi.
Oh my God.
I mean, I've been to North Carolina, but I was in like 6th grade. I went to the fair tax rally on Hannity and all them. But I was only up there for a few hours. I met Neil Bortz.
It still counts. As long as you get out of the vehicle and step foot on the ground in that state, you've been there.
What about planes? Because I'm taking a plane.
Are you getting off the plane when you get there?
I like planes.
I don't know. I'll probably just get there and be like, okay, I made it. I'm coming home.
Because I count having been to Memphis because a bus I took, I had to go to Memphis at the bus station and switch buses. I had to step off the damn bus. I've been to Memphis. I didn't get to look around, but I've been to Memphis.
I walked from Beaumont, Texas to Gainesville, Florida. So I've been to all the states in between.
See, I'm terrified. I am like utterly terrified of heights. Like completely and utterly
There
terrified.
you go, memes. Now you got your proper setup all ordered. All right. Good job, man.
You know, I've only... Go ahead, Mandy. Sorry.
Go ahead. Especially since the whole 9/11 thing, I've been terrified of heights and I've been terrified of planes. So me getting on a plane this Thursday is a big step for me.
I'm going to tell you right now, they are very thorough.
Never been on a plane.
They're going to go
Terrified to
through
death.
all your
I'm looking everywhere.
Planes are fun. Bring gum.
Dude, so I went up there.
That's what everybody's telling me.
I was wearing
Chewing
long
changes
johns
the air pressure.
underneath my jeans. and they had to check me physically because the X-ray machine showed a bunch at my ankle. It was my fucking socks bunched up.
Were they really beefy socks?
Actually, yes. I Scooby actually has my socks.
Yeah, she left them here.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I left them
like feet
closed
too,
up there.
so.
I
Yeah,
hate feet. Feet are disgusting.
Well, I mean, you should take care of feet too.
Feet are
I take care of my
Uh,
own feet, but I won't touch nobody's feet. Nobody's feet will come near me.
Do you have nice feet?
And nobody else touches our feet.
Okay.
Nobody
well, I mean,
touches
you don't
my
go
feet.
around touching
I'm just-
people. I mean,
I'm-
consent matters.
I'm just saying.
Are you
just saying.
ticklish? You're ticklish, aren't you?
No, I hate feet. I have.
Are you ticklish?
That's one of my pet peeves is feet. I hate them. I cannot stand them. If somebody touches me with their feet, I slap them.
What happened?
I even threatened to stab my ex-boyfriend because he stuck his foot in my face. I hate feet.
You
I
were
don't
one of
know
those highly
why.
triggered people when people touch your feet. You just like try to kill them or something.
I'm just all right.
I've met you.
I gotta say this, and this is gonna come out really bad. It's gonna make me sound a little bit slutty, but fine, whatever.
Continue.
You are slutty. What are you talking about?
When I was younger and I would play the field, there was a few times I was with young ladies, and they had a real thing about feet, and they hated it. So I'd wait until they were in a position where they couldn't fight back, and when their feet were up in the air, I'd pull off their socks.
See, I would figure out a way of freaking moving around, and I would end up slapping the shit out of you.
Did you tickle their feet with a feather?
I well, actually, because their feet were up next to my head at that point, I just grabbed onto their feet like that and started tickling the tops of their feet. Yes, like the bottoms of their feet, and stick it up in the air.
They're trying to get away.
Yeah.
No.
You're giving them ideas. Scooby, shut up.
I'm not gonna say that XX Mrs. Memes may gone.
One of the other things I can also say is when you have their feet locked, what you should do really quick is run your fingertips across your tongue like you're going to give a wet willy. That gives you a lot more ammo when you get in their feet. Works pretty good.
What you do is you get their knees on your shoulders, you get their legs pinned, and you take your fingers and you run them between their toes like you're playing Mercy with their feet.
Yes! Yes!
Wait, don't people pay to have that done at salons with like corks or something?
I don't.
Probably.
I mean, like it
There was a
feels good
guy-
getting your toes stretched.
There was a guy who randomly created a
I can crack my
Snapchat.
toes.
I didn't know who he
I can
was.
crack your toes.
Sent me a Snapchat message talking about, I'll send you $20 if I can get a picture of your feet.
I remember you telling me about this. Yes, this was fucking disgusting.
So no, this is a different person. This was just 2 days ago.
Oh,
so
God,
I'm
no.
like, okay, well, shit. I went and looked up feet photos and I sent it to him. I got $80 out of it.
Yo, can you do me a big favor? Next time one of these people says that they're going to send you money for a picture of your feet, try to get them up to 500 and tell them to pay you first. And then when they send you the picture, I'll send you a picture of my feet to send them.
I mean, I got $80 and this dude I still have him on Snapchat. I mean, he still asks for them.
I mean, well, I mean, if you're giving somebody a quality product and stuff, I mean, that's just supply and demand, right?
Yeah, if you get any creeps, though, try to get them up to 500. And believe me, it'll be worth it because I have a size 14 and it's a F width. So I got these huge fucking feet like Bigfoot. Yeah, send them those pictures.
Yeah, I remember
well,
you
I
said
mean,
that you're like 6 something, 6 foot
Make
something.
sure you
6'2".
remind me
to make sure to take my
and you shave your toe knuckles.
Don't bait and switch your customers. I mean, that's not cool.
What, Tara? What did you say?
I said paint your toenails and shave your toe knuckles.
I mean,
Yeah,
people
true,
are
I
gonna pay
did-
you good money
Do
for
not do
something.
this at home.
I mean, I've done some foot porn and stuff. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
You know my luck, Tara. I'll do that and I'll send.
$20 for my feet, for pictures of my feet, and I'm like, no.
Burnside, I love how you put "do not do this at home."
I mean, I like money.
It's been scrolling up there a while.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah, I figured this was
I'm
very
just
appropriate.
saying, there's other ways to get money.
Yeah,
like
let me ask you.
regular job.
It's a Patreon alternative.
Well, my question is this then: does this mean that there's a certain person on YouTube that watches the stream just to actually pleasure himself whenever I'm looking at the camera? I'm curious now. Does this mean that I can sue this person because he owes me money?
Well, I mean, did you enter into a contractual obligation?
No.
No, I didn't enter into a contractual obligation. I'm just saying the sick clown is sitting over in the basement in Michigan right now, beating his shit, looking at my eyes. I'm saying, should I send him a bill?
I mean, nobody
I'm surprised
would.
he hasn't joined the live.
I mean, Scoop. I mean, it's not like anybody
going
would
to
ever
give
just
me an
watch
ass-
videos or
fucking
streams on the
asshole.
internet and just jerk themselves off. I mean, why
but
would
why to
someone ever
me?
do
What the
that?
internet was
This man
created
said
I mean,
he
for.
you're-
had really pretty eyes, and he was
Well,
actually doing it.
Well, I mean, he does have very pretty eyes.
Fucking guy.
I love how you just beat your lash. They're very luscious, dude. People pay good money for those.
Hey,
Fucking
Scooby
guy.
is a teddy
You're
bear.
welcome.
Maybe we could proposition people that want a teddy bear man. Pictures of a teddy bear.
So this one summer actually just came up on my Facebook recently. It was something from like 11 years ago. It's like, so I'm going down to Provincetown this weekend for Labor Day, and it's like, anybody want to come? Because like my buddy's his dad happened to be a chiropractor, and he was considering buying a place down there because he's like, oh, like the homosexual demographic, they tend to actually get more chiropractic adjustments. So I'm like, well, if it's big things within the community and stuff like that, I'm like, that makes sense. There's only one other chiropractor on the island, so we go down there. And then we go through, and at that point, I'm like, is this what it feels like to be objectified? Because I'm like walking along the beach, it's like, what type of protein do you take? Oh, I'm like Optimum Nutrition. He's like, that's not the type of protein I was talking about. I'm like, I know. walk by a bar with like a tank top on. It's like, oh, 30 dudes start jeering at you. It's like, yay, this is a confidence booster. I also factor that I'm like, oh, I'm not a tiny dude, and I feel like if I happen to be a small lady, that I might view things differently.
Now let me ask you, this gentleman.
I'm just saying, dad bods for the win. Just pointing it out there.
Memes, I got a question. This gentleman who approached you, was he black with an English accent?
Not that particular time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't a victim of purple Aki.
Oh, was that the guy that Count Dankula did a thing on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just checking, like when I heard that, I'm like...
I mean, he tried to reform, I thought, but it didn't go well. He just kept on just coming full circle.
Okay, I definitely gotta mention what Unchained said. He said, "Rub the stars between your eyes faster, faster." Ooh, yeah. Lol.
Let's never do a Slim Jim.
I'm glad that we're all having such fun at my expense. It's great.
You're welcome.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm just saying, Scoop. Create a OnlyFans and then send the link to the person. I mean, shoot.
Oh God.
What's the harm?
No.
Hey,
you don't even need to send it. No, don't be
hey.
so direct. Don't be so direct. All you need to do is just mention it exists and slowly add on some more casuals. I actually need to create mine and upload some. Actually, I lost some of the content. One of the last times there was a shaving of a beard. StreamYards only lasts for 15 days. I didn't download it soon enough. My bad.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, seriously, bro. I mean, it's kind of good that you got rid of the beard because, like, between the yellow shirt and that big ass bright fucking orange beard you had going on, you were starting to look like Mufasa. I was expecting to hear the Circle of Light start playing every time you appeared on screen.
Hey, I am a furry after all.
I thought you were a scaly.
Well, that's fair. I did lie right there. Thank you for calling me out. To be fair, we're within the greater furdom. I mean, it's a scaly and everything like that. We happen to be dragonkin in this respect. I mean, there's all different groups and subgroups and groups within groups and crossovers.
I just like the fact that on the cue of you playing the Beetlejuice thing, like all the comical stuff I've shot at you. What the hell? I'd say like Yuden Dragon Mansion or something like that, and I'd say it like 3 times within that little time slot, and then suddenly you pop up.
Well, sometimes these things just work out.
Yeah, they do.
I know,
Listen,
and I find it fucking hysterical.
Ladies, gentlemen, I have a nagging wife who is screaming at me because it is 2:38 my time. I don't know what time that is in Florida due to the time zone difference.
Oh, fuck you, Scooby. Go suck.
I think that's a north-south thing.
In a hot dog bun, put ketchup on it, and some mustard, and chomp that bitch down.
I had chili dogs the other day.
What Tara's getting all bent out of shape about is one of the things her governor did before he left the state of Florida was he changed it so Florida has their own time zone now.
Oh. What is it?
I don't know. I don't know how to tell Florida time. I just know that they're either an hour ahead of us or an hour behind us. That's why I say I have no idea what time it is in Florida.
I thought that was like
It's
the tip of the
2:39.
peninsula.
We're exactly a minute behind you.
Okay. It's not a big time zone then.
So we're the future?
Basically.
Yeah. Does that make us the bosses of you?
I don't know, but does that mean that this show is sponsored by
Does that make us
DeLorean?
the
That's the
Greys?
question.
Our Scoob, are we Greys now? Are we time traveling into the past? You said it was easier.
Oh. This show is brought to you by the flux capacitor.
Exactly. We just need 1.8 gigawatts.
Oh, God. And she's bitching again. I swear, all the best things in life come to an end. Guys, I got to hop out. It was a pleasure. I'll talk to you later.
Peaches, hit him! Hit him hard!
Oh, don't worry. She's gonna smack the shit out of me. I earned more of a beating earlier. She even said, she's like, you really want to get hurt tonight, don't you? I said, not really.
Well, I mean, the BDSM community. I mean, let's face it. My senator Elizabeth Warren happens to be part of it as well, and it's like it's very progressive and everything. It's like we should talk about these things and everything, and communication is important.
I forget what I said to her, but she actually hit me when we were in the supermarket. She hauled off and smacked me up the back of the head.
Scooby,
Yeah,
tell Peaches to check her Facebook messages.
I will. Memes, did I ever tell you what happened
right
with my
now.
wife? She went back to sleep mercifully, but if I don't get off, like, I can't talk to her, she's going to start calling me names.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, we all gotta get off at one point or another.
I know, but before I hop out, Memes, did I ever tell you about what... I ever tell you what happened with my wife at the chicken restaurant?
Maybe. Continue.
I went into the chicken place with my wife. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, my wife looks very Hispanic. She just has that look to her. So we're in Popeyes, and she was really hungry, so she was going to town on her lunch. So it was a really hot day, and this heavy-set Spanish woman comes walking into the place. I say Spanish because that's the language she was speaking. I don't know what her heritage was. I don't need, I don't want Destiny calling me up screaming that I'm mislabeling people. But so I go and look at, this woman comes in and she just looks over and sees my wife sitting there balls deep in this chicken and starts talking to my wife in Spanish. My wife doesn't speak a word of Spanish. So my wife sitting there eating the chicken gesticulates to me, like this, like, you want to tell this woman I don't speak Spanish? So this woman looks at me and I go like this. I go, I'm so very sorry. My wife left both of her hearing aids at home. She's extremely hard of hearing, so you're going to have to speak up. She says, oh, okay, no problem. And so she goes like this and leans over and starts shouting in my wife's face in Spanish. So my wife goes like this. She takes the napkin and goes, I'm so very sorry. I don't speak English at all. My husband's an asshole. He thinks this is funny. What'd you say there?
You said she didn't
English
she said
instead of
she didn't
Spanish.
speak English. You said,
See, that's why you can tell I'm getting tired because I'm starting to mix it up.
I've heard this story like 30 times and it's still fucking funny.
It sounds like you got a young Latina to scream in your wife's face.
Yeah, it was great and she's like, yeah, I don't speak Spanish at all. My husband's just an asshole. He thinks this is funny. She looked all bewildered. She's like, yeah, oh, okay. So I look at my wife. I said, wasn't that cultural exchange great? And she grabs my collar like this, pulls me into it, and fucking smacks me upside the head with a gravy-covered hand.
Do you feel you earned that?
Oh, it was fun. I giggled the whole way home, and she's like, you're a cocksucker. I go, that's fine.
And Burnside and I have met Peaches. I will say Scooby's right. Brown, low to the ground.
Yeah.
Yep.
I tell her all the time she looks like Salma Hayek came off a diet, and that's the other reason she hits me.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to denounce some of the things and stuff that you came out of your mouth, but then again, I did hit ex Mrs. Memes with a 20-foot wave at Typhoon Lagoon. It wasn't deliberate, but it was totally my fault.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You only go through life once, and why not have a little bit of fun? Like, all right, last thing, because she's scowling. My father, this is where I get my sense of humor from. My father was on a tour over in Manhasset, and Manhasset's a Jewish neighborhood. And a lot of the people there are right off the boat, you know, from different countries. A lot of people from Israel, but a lot of people were like Europeans and stuff. Now, this is years ago. This could have been like 20, 30 years ago. I don't remember how long ago. My father's on the poor. My father had the twisted sense of humor, like where I get it from. This guy comes up to my father, little old man. He goes like this, "Hey, mister, what are they building here?" My father goes, "Excuse me?" "This building. What are they erecting? I see that they're putting the foundation and they're building all this stuff. What are they putting here?" My father goes, "Oh, they're building a church." The guy looks at him all wide-eyed. "A church?" He goes, "Yeah. You see the pillars we're putting up? We're building a cathedral." "Oh, I go, "Oh, shit, I'm telling my wife we're moving out of this neighborhood. I can't take this place. These people, no, I don't want them here." And so he runs off. And the foreman goes like this to my father. He goes, "What the hell did you tell him?" And so my father told him, and he goes like this, "You got something wrong with you, Junior."
Were they building a church?
No, it was a bank. It was a Jewish neighborhood, so he wanted to fuck with the guy.
So he lied to him.
Oh yeah, through his teeth with a big smile.
Building a bank in a Jewish neighborhood, isn't that a church?
Now, do you think he should have told him the truth?
Oh, he found out the truth because the next day, the guy was there and he brought a rabbi with him. And the rabbi tried to get in my father's face, which wasn't smart. My father was an altar boy. So the foreman had to get in between my father and the rabbi because they nearly went at it. Hi, hon.
Once they found out... Hi, Mrs. Scoob.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Once they found out it was a bank, were they okay with it?
No, the rabbi said, "Do you think that's right? Telling this man this, trying to upset him?" And my father wouldn't back down. He's like, "Are you saying that there's something upsetting about the thought of a Catholic church? Is there something wrong with having a Catholic church in this neighborhood?" Like my father got up, and my father was bigger than I am. So he got up in this guy's face, and he's towering over this rabbi. And to his credit, this rabbi steeled his feet and got back in my father's face.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if it was a church, it's like, all right, there's no problem. But he did lie to him, man.
No, but that was the thing. The rabbi had a problem. He's like, how could you say something like that to this man and upset him? My father's like, "What do you mean something's upsetting about having a Catholic church?" Like, that was the thing. My father took it from that. And the rabbi said, "Well, it's indecent to say to this man." He's like, "Oh, so now the Catholic church is indecent, is it?" And that's how it went.
Well, why did your dad say it to him?
Because he thought it was funny.
He's an asshole.
Yes, and that's what I get it from too. Bro, you're talking to somebody. I think I told you when I had my convertible, I went up and I pulled up a Ticketmaster. And I asked them people, "What are you all standing on line for?" And they're like, "Oh, we're waiting for the tickets because it's NSYNC, the Spice Girls, and the Backstreet Boys." This was like in '98. And I go, "Really? You guys are still waiting online for that?" They go, "Yeah, what do you mean still?" I'm like, "Oh, well, I was just listening. It sold out 20 minutes ago. I'm surprised that no one in Ticketmaster told you yet." And it turned into a riot, and I had to flee.
I think 15 years might be past the statute of limitations. I mean, inciting riots is bad in any situation.
That wasn't my first riot.
I don't think you should continue on with this conversation. You should probably get off and listen to your wife.
I am right
feel like
now,
she
but
has wisdom.
The reason that they changed everything at MTV.
I would be able to see you just for a minute.
Say what? I didn't hear what you
I
said.
said I would like to see you in one piece for a little bit next Saturday.
Fair enough. No, but
The next time you're alive, I'm gonna try coming on for a little bit.
All right, I tell you what you can look for. If you
I
can
doubt
find
he'll be
it.
in one piece once I get done talking to Peaches.
Yeah, memes. You can look this up. Remember memes I told.
Peaches and his mother love me.
No, they do. They love her. She's a sweet girl, and they like her for it. But like, I remember memes I told you about something, and you're like, "Well, I need to see proof of this, Scoob. It's not that I want to be skeptical, but I mean, if you can provide something." So I said, "Yeah, sure, no problem." So I sent you the video of when I got drunk off my ass at Warped Tour, and I stormed the stage, and I was up on stage with Rancid and the Dropkick Murphys when they were doing Skinhead on the MTBA. I think I sent you that video a while ago, and you can see my big.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You can look it up. There's another video of it's got to be up on the internet. Back in 1999, I was at the St. I had left the St. Patty's Day parade very inebriated. Somehow made it to MTV Studios and somehow wound up on top of a garbage can. I don't know who gave me the megaphone, but I wound up leading, like in Braveheart, a bunch of drunks, and we stormed MTV Studios. Now, the security stopped us all, like when we got to the top landing of the stairs. But I don't know how the hell I got away because everyone else got picked up. Somehow I just wound up back in Penn Station.
Were you leading the charge, or did you fall behind?
Well, I was the one that led the charge. I'm the one who organized everything and said, "Let's go!" and led everyone to storm the building. We made it past the front gate, and we made it all the way up to the stairs to the landing. But then with security everywhere, and they swarmed everybody. And for whatever reason, I just got through the crowd, went back out the door, and went outside and left.
Well, that's why an object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Yeah, but I have to get off. My masterpiece, though, Woodstock 99. Yeah. Now, I did not start the fire. I just simply told them how the garbage cans had the proper amount of fuel in them.
Scoop. So you should log off now.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to you all tomorrow or whenever.
Peace out, brother.
To check her phone.
I will. Memes, definitely check the videos I shared with you on my server.
Gotcha.
What'd you say?
Oh, I got
And I promise to check in with y'all or check in with you when I make it to North Carolina for my layover.
I'd appreciate that, cool, because, you know, you got me worried there. Especially now I know you never flew before. I'm going to be sitting here with my rosaries all night.
Thank you, man.
You guys are the best. I'll talk to you when I talk to you. Good night. And
Night.
God bless everybody. Take care.
All lives matter.
Good night.
Yep.
Peace out.
So, Memes, I got a question for you.
Go on.
So, can we stay with you to come for the St. Patty's Day parade in Boston?
Okay. I've actually never been to the St. Patty's Day parade in Boston. I've gone out like locally and stuff before. It's usually very interesting times.
Hell yeah, sorry, son of a bitch. We're gonna have to fucking go there.
Well, they more or less canceled it this past year. I'm pretty sure. I remember that because
yeah, this year it's understandable.
Dude, all you do is You shove a whole bunch of folks close together in downtown Boston, all the beers, you can get your corned beef, your cabbage, and everything like that. So you get your Irish breakfast, and then you proceed to drink a whole bunch of booze and stuff like that. And it's people eat, drink, be merry. Dude, we'd have...
I understand everywhere they turn the water green and the beers are green, and yeah, fun!
I mean, it doesn't have to be green.
Food coloring.
Green kind of makes me a little sick. I prefer normal.
So long as they don't do the cheap shit green bears, they do it. Cheap shit they do with the green beers up there is they add a dye and they give you PBR. That shit beer.
Well, put
PBR
you
is
already
pretty
know
good.
I drink black and tans anyway.
No, it's good for cheap beer.
Bottles are better than cans.
Oh,
I
well,
agree
see,
with that statement.
I make Burnside pay for my black and tans.
Well,
because I drink the same damn thing. No, I don't. The only reason I am drinking neat instead of the regular tab is because a good buddy here, he has an allergy, and every beer that I drink that is very high in alcohol percentage taste is a beer. So normally him and I hash out cheap shit that I can actually get that's not going to kill you and isn't going to toxic drink habit.
Is that a Bud Light Platinum?
Regrettably, yes.
I promise I'm not an alcoholic. That was my first drink when I was of legal age.
We'll put it that way.
It's what
We'll put it that way.
It's what's in the fridge, but it's not what I normally do. I normally drink microbrews or Guinness or Heineken, and Heineken and Guinness was not on the menu.
I drink Yingling.
Youngling's good. Youngling is American Guinness. I love this shit.
No,
Although,
Yingling is
again,
quality. It's not even bad if you pass it back up the same way.
Yeah, no, it's good beer. The only thing that sucks is beer. He's gonna die from it. And I'm asthmatic. I can't give or he's gonna die.
Does it come with an inhaler?
Incredibly not.
Do you come with an inhaler?
I do, but might need to hook him up to the nebulizer. Mine's
That's also a useful tool.
He only comes with an inhaler if he uses it before.
So it's a pre-drink ritual.
Usually.
Well, I mean, we had Nomar Garcia Parra, and he adjusted his gloves a whole lot of times.
Yeah. I actually got to enjoy that. I fucking on all these psychotic goddamn race riots and nonsensical communism.
Is it just me or did his mic? Okay.
We did not just hear anything you just said.
I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's just failing on my end. I just want to know. Is it just me?
You didn't hear me reminiscing? That's very depressing.
Yeah, it was coming back as like background ambient noise.
Yeah, you were breaking up like you used to when you had that shitty headset.
I think the beard also shields some of the sound waves or something, because all I know is when I'd have a beard, if my mic wasn't in the right position, it would become a lot more muffled.
Okay, how's this? Is any better?
It's a bit better.
Enunciate a little more. You kind of need to eat your mic a little more.
All right, how about
shove it up your nose?
That's an option.
All right.
Should be a position.
All right, let me redo my reminiscing with all the
Can't do
emotions.
that. She's got a piercing already in her nose.
Well, I mean, it might be a little uncomfortable.
I don't know. I mean, it's the worst way to do drugs. I mean, damn. I mean, Coke, the ice cubes keep getting stuck in the straw.
Well, I mean, you could also do it like via enema or something. I mean, some people take coffee enemas.
Fuck all of that. Yeah, I've known people doing studies where they anally drink alcohol, and it's like, fuck you. That's very psychotic, messed up. No, not a sodomite. Not going to.
So, no. My friend used to have a roommate that did that. She'd take a couple of beers up her butt.
Unchained said in
Fuck all
the chat, Terracin has a sexy inhaler.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's got a cross on it.
Oh, that's.
You want to have the right equipment.
You do. Yeah, the one thing I was trying to reminisce on. Before they did the lockdown riots and all this other goddamn racial communism bullshit, I actually got to sit there at the House of Blues. Time. My mother, Reggie, when she did the bus, I sat there. Wasn't even 10 people in the fucking place. And if people that normally don't know the House of Blues, people are fucking packed in there most of the time. 10 people?
Coffee
That's just in the
enema,
morning.
painful butt chugging there. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a thing.
Unchained, you're a
No,
sick
thank
son
you.
I mean, have you tried it?
I'm sorry. Something that's supposed to go in my mouth is not going up my butt.
Well, I mean, you were talking about drugs and stuff, so it's like, yeah, you could do it nasally, but I thought you also got it at a higher percentage if you did it anally.
I mean, if you technically want to, if you want to get technical, there's a few things
You
that
could do it
goes
intravenously
in your
too,
mouth,
but I don't like.
it goes
I'm not a
in
big
your
fan of
mouth,
needles.
that also goes in your butt. I mean,
Well, it's kind of like chugging a beer if you're going to funnel it and you had like tubing or something. I assume it would be like that. You get your correct gauge, and I hear lube makes things easier, so it's like, I may not have tried it, but then again, it's what's that?
anally, it numbs it.
Well, I mean, there you go. There's additional options and tools, and I'm not sure if there's support by the FDA or not. But I mean, just speak with your medical professional.
You can get anal-ease at the sex shop.
Is that like that anti-gag stuff or something?
You mean the
Yes.
throat numbing spray?
I mean,
No,
is it
it's
the
not
same
a
thing?
throat
Okay.
numbing spray. It is a tube. It is about as big. It is as bigger out as my vape juice. About this long, and it says anal ease. That shit numbs.
Okay, so is it like the throat spray except for your butt?
Kind of.
Are you speaking from experience, Mandy?
No, my sister hosted a adult sex party, and she won a gift. She won a gift for her husband and a gift for her. Well, it just so happened to be the gift for him, and then she got anal ease. Well, I was drunk and decided I wanted to be a bitch, and I dumped it inside of the toy before she gave it to him. You hear him screaming, "Dawn, baby, we need to go to the emergency room. I can't feel anything."
Was he all right?
He was fine.
Unchained says my butt is exit only.
What? Now, which toy was
Said, why
this?
haven't you sent this man an invite?
We didn't ask.
Send him an invite. I want to meet him.
All right.
He's been there for over an hour.
But no, it was the pop. Well, I mean, shit. I highly doubt that there's any kids watching it right now. It's 3:00 in the morning my time.
Wanna bet?
Oh.
Well, I have a banner at the bottom that says "Do not do this at home." So we're still relatively secure on that.
Okay, but it is a
Children don't
pocket
listen to
pussy
that.
that you
Are you kidding me?
get from the sex shop. And his just so happened to vibrate. And he was like, "Baby, I can't feel anything at all. We need to go to the hospital." So they went and they swabbed him. They're like, "Oh, you've got this numbing stuff on you." He was like, "This stupid ass bitch."
You
Meanwhile,
poured a
I'm
whole
sitting
bunch.
sitting
You
in the
poured a whole
emergency room
bunch of anal-ease in a fleshlight.
Yes.
That's cruel and unusual.
And I love it.
I mean, is he okay?
He's fine.
Because I was gonna say, if all of a sudden it's like you're doing your thing, you're like, "Oh, this feels good," and it's like, "Oh, now I can't feel nothing." Oh crap! I broke
To me,
it.
it's like making, having a guy use the stuff that KY put out for him and her.
Oh, I'm just gonna tell you this now. If you ever use the condom fire and ice, make sure you put it on the right way. Because it's supposed to be the warming side for the female and the cooling side for the male. And I've actually heard a story where my friend's husband used it the other way around, and it burnt the shit out of him.
Well, yeah, because you know what they use for the warming? Fucking cinnamon.
Cinnamon extract.
What?
And for the fucking cooling, they use menthol.
So they're using the cinnamon challenge and minty gum.
Yeah.
Yes, basically.
That's how the KY stuff works too.
I mean, y'all say that I'm
used it
cruel
with
and
his
everything.
mistress. And I say mistress because I was not okay with the relationship.
So I mean, as long as everything works, I mean, I'd say consent matters. Then again, back in the day, we used to consider those practical jokes, like
the whole lot
like
of this
itching powder and sneezing powder
is
stuff.
making me want to start loading this fictitious AK because it's just fucking nuts, you people in your butt stuff.
Put that down before you.
I mean, I'm just gonna tell you this now. Nothing goes towards my butt.
No.
But I have heard stories of horrible incidents where actual people have had shit happen to them.
Well, yeah, that's because you live in Florida. You land of wanton psychotic meth-dealing degenerates that make the newspaper every week.
All I know
Florida
is
man does
proud of it.
arms worth
Florida
of
man.
cocaine.
Talking about that, my friend who is known as the Florida man who had a baby alligator, who had an alligator with him and went into a fucking convenience store to get beer. He said he might join on one of these.
By all
No.
means, I'd like to
Just so
speak
you
to him
know.
and his gator.
He doesn't have the
The-
gator no more.
Yeah,
Animal
something
control
about
took it.
you bring a baby gator into a convenience store. I'm not sure they have the proper pet
It wasn't a
permitting and
baby
stuff.
gator. It was a
Killer.
6 foot long gator.
Was it on a leash?
So you waited for it to get big enough.
No, he had it in his hand.
Get it over his shoulder.
I kid you not. Look up. I'm being serious.
Is that an
Look up
appropriate
Florida man.
way, or is there not an old stabling animal thing or something in Florida where it's like if it has floor legs and might bite somebody, maybe you should have it outside on a leash?
Nope.
No.
If it's on a leash, it's fine.
It wasn't on a leash.
Dude, no joke. In Florida
wasn't.
and Mississippi, some of the people that live in the more swampier areas, they use alligators for guard dogs.
Well, I mean, are you gonna fuck with a gator?
I'm being serious. What I just sent you.
Have a gun
Look it up.
powerful enough to go through its thick fucking skull.
We eat gator around here, so.
I mean, as a fellow scaly,
And
I can't really go out of my way to aggress against it.
I can. They interfere with my fishing. I will kill the gator and eat it.
Be nice. Be nice to kitty and gators. Like
No, I name it Wreck-It Ralph and I hit it with a pole.
Wait.
I mean, did you
Let
try
me know if you
like?
find it, share it.
I did a dragon. Wouldn't you eat a dragon?
Yes, especially dragon tail.
I bet dragon tail is good.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
What's this
You
about?
said dragon tail, and all I
Dragon
have is the dragon tail.
Buffalo dragon wings.
Ooh, buffalo dragon wings. Well, that thing's gonna be huge.
Wait.
All right, Mandy, I got the video that you sent me in regards to this Florida man. So give me 1 second here. I'll bring up the video of Florida man making news for bringing a gator into a convenience.
This is actually my friend. I went to school with him.
So you know this Floridian. Oh boy.
His name's Robbie.
Authorities are investigating after a man brings an alligator into a convenience store. The incident was caught on camera, as you see, and posted on Facebook. The Florida man is seen holding that alligator with its jaws taped shut as he tries to buy beer. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is investigating. The man says he doesn't remember anything about the night. Authorities say
bullshit.
Protecting alligators from being captured or harmed.
Meth is one hell of a drug.
He wasn't on drugs though. I actually was at his house 2 hours before he did this. He was drunk.
Oh. I mean, he is running aggressively with a gator there at one point.
Commission is investigating.
He tried to make
doesn't
his
remember
best
anything about the night.
I don't think you're supposed to bring a gator into the cooler.
I love how they like legit put his name. I think they said it was like a 5 or 6 foot.
No, he would not have been able to pick up the fucking 6 foot. It would have weighed a hell of a lot more than that.
Wait, did he post that to his own Facebook account?
I love how the news put his Facebook on there too.
Well, they were identifying him by the meme. That's why I said, I'm like, did he post that to his own account, or like was he tagged in it?
He did. He did. He posted it on his account. And the funny thing is I was at his house 2 hours before that. We were all drinking. He got blackout drunk. Decided he wanted to go get more alcohol. Nobody heard from him for 2 hours. Next thing we know, this was on the news.
Did you ever send Unchained a link?
So he didn't have a gator sitter or something?
I did, and
he found a random gator and captured it.
Oh, it wasn't his gator.
It wasn't his.
Oh, he was breaking the law because they said you weren't supposed to interfere with gator affairs. Oh, I mean, that's an unfortunate situation.
I don't know if I should be ashamed to know him or proud to know him.
I see. I feel like I'm gonna err on good things because he probably like, oh look, I found a lost gator. It's gonna be my friend. We're gonna go on adventures, and you know what? He's probably old enough. He's of age. He can have a beer with me.
They're gonna
He's
go
the
on a
same
lot
age
of
as
drinking
me.
adventures with the skater.
Are you old enough to drink beer?
I am 26, about to be 27.
That's a yes in most states.
She's old enough to drink beer.
So you're gonna get the gator guy on?
I'm gonna try. He said he might.
Oh, don't worry. He's not gonna get arrested. He didn't get arrested for going in to get booze.
Actually, he got fined. He got a $500 fine.
Oh, that's
He went to court for it.
So what do we learn? Be wary about what you post on Facebook.
Gators get you fined.
And if you go to get blackout drunk, make sure you have somebody with you so that way your house full of guests doesn't freak out for 2 hours.
The last time. I'm sorry. You want to go or you want me to go?
No, go ahead, man.
Unchained, get
The
your
la-
happy ass on here.
The last time I got that relatively blackout drunk, I literally disassembled this multiple times. Wait a minute. This thing's missing parts. Where's the rest of my shit? And I went looking around for all of the parts that were supposed to go into this. And then after I sobered up, realized, wait a minute. Put it back together and went, oh, this is the wrong Kalashnikov. And then I dug up my actual one and went, oh, all the parts are there. What the hell was I worried about? And then I went to bed.
So this is why I think they have the saying, "Don't use firearms when you're drunk."
Yes, because if it were the other way around, it probably wouldn't have gone good. But because thankfully, I always have a habit of playing around with the one that doesn't work. I go snap it apart and I go, wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the fake one. Snap, 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 click. Because I mean, it's good to know how to take these apart so you can properly clean them. But if you're very drunk and you're just gun ho messing around on that, and you think you lost something, and you actually didn't, but you think you lost something, you're gonna look endlessly for that fucking thing like a gerbil in a maze. Yeah, what I literally did is I did this exactly here. Popped off the dust cover. And then I was like, oh yeah, okay, take care of this. And then I took off the recoil spring and all that. Remote receiver. And then I was dicking around getting another beer and I realized I'm missing a lot of parts. Oh God, where's all this? Where did all this go? When in actuality, I wasn't missing anything at all. So I snapped this and the dust cover back on. I'm like, why isn't this thing working? And then I sobered up and I was like, wait a minute.
It doesn't have the required mechanism.
Yeah, I literally got so plastered I couldn't tell the difference because this and the actual one that I have, they're the same style. They're just from a different company. Because comically and literally, it doesn't really matter what company you get an AK-47 from. They are all the fucking same. The only literal difference you make is if you are sober enough to read the numbers on the side, you'll get your serial number and your manufacturer and all that, or if any of them have a difference in furniture, which is wood grips. And that was literally the only way I could tell where I was like, wait a minute, let me sober up a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong color. That's the prop one. I've been looking for nothing this whole time. Okay, let me snap this back together and set it aside and get another beer.
These things happen, man. These things happen. I've looked for things many times and been like, oh, sometimes they're on my head.
No, it's a fuzzy pussy.
Fuzzy handsome pussy, isn't it?
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Is it happy?
You're making my pussy hard.
Well, I mean, they usually like when you pet them. It usually makes the long part go up.
Thank you for taking your hand off my pussy.
They like chin scritches too.
Pussy.
God damn it. Oh my.
Luckily, Burnside knows exactly what we're talking about.
You assholes are gonna make me pee again. God damn it, I'll be back.
He is a fuzzy chin.
God damn it.
We named it too. Its name is Tango.
We didn't
Oh.
name it. I named this pussy. I named my own pussy.
Is it a Tango Gato?
Oh my god. Fuck you guys. You're gonna make me piss myself again. You got you two and memes. Goddamn the pair of
You broke it. You're the one that broke the seal. Come on now. That's like one rule of drinking. You do not break the seal right away.
Have you broken the seal?
Probably.
He broke the seal earlier.
These things happen. Go for the glory, go for the score, go for it. Yeah, try not to
It
pee
is
your
3
drawers.
o'clock in the morning, and I have to be at work at 11.
Oh, you should hit that.
I don't sleep.
Oh,
What are you complaining about?
how are you a vampire?
I sleep maybe an hour. I have sleep insomnia.
Are you an elf? Do you like trance?
I guess. Like I don't even dream. I close my eyes, wake up, and it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, and I have to get ready for work.
Have you tried listening to ASMR?
Doesn't work.
I listen to tarot card readings. My friend has a very melodic voice. I like listening to it. I'm like, oh, a little lighthearted music. Maybe a little kind of like different sounds.
I don't listen to tarot card readings because I do my own.
Oh. I don't know how to do it.
I read other people's cards. I don't read my own.
Burn the witch.
Fuck off.
We did that up here.
Burn the witch.
I mean, no.
I mean,
Hey, Samantha Stevens brought the witch community mainstream. If it
Yes,
wasn't
she
for
did.
her, well, we have Harry Potter.
I'm Harry Potter.
And nothing wrong with that.
my vape's somewhere in this damn house. I'm just too lazy to get up.
I thought you had your vape in your hand.
It is in her hand.
Are
My
you
other
that-
vape.
Oh. Oh. I'm judging from the cadence of the tone of voice. It might be something different. I was going to say, are you already that high? I'm like, oh.
My other vape. I have 3 vapes. It ain't CBD.
Straight pure oil.
98%.
I love me some pure oil, man. That stuff kills me. I got a buddy that's always got wax. He's always, here, hit this. Oh, no, I can't breathe anymore.
What's your tattoo say?
Oh. What? Oh, Veritas. Latin for truth. You ever watch the Boondock Saints? Two brothers.
I have. That's my favorite movie.
Veritas. It is a cult classic.
Yes, it is.
I'm still waiting for 3.
My tattoo.
Nice. I want to try to be in it, but I think they're doing the series now.
Other
They said.
tattoo.
We'll see. Ooh,
It says we all float down here
I like pineapple.
with Georgie. Then I have that one.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, cute.
Okay, so you know in the movie It, you know how Ben breaks his arm?
No.
Benny Boy breaks his arm, the bully writes loser on it, and Bev puts the V in it for where it says lover instead of loser.
Oh.
It's the same exact part where they get the name, the Losers Club.
Oh, that's cool.
Mine just looks like the V's carved into my skin.
Nifty.
Don't look at me that kind of voice, you fucker.
I'm obsessed with horror films. I'm obsessed with anything that has any kind of witchcraft. I absolutely love the movie It. I have all of them. I have the new ones and the old one. I even have the book. I have the tattoos. I have a hat. I have a tumbler. I have a jacket that is in Tennessee that my friend made me. It's nothing but Pennywise and different sayings and stuff. And I plan on getting a different tattoo that's got Freddy's fingers.
Is that my kitten behind you?
Which one? There's two.
The little black one.
Loki? Yeah, that's Loki.
Oh, a kitty.
Show
I have
him
Loki and then I have Angel. This is Angel. As I roughhouse this cat.
Oh, very nice. Oh, it's like a looks like a ferret.
Like a ferret. A little fat to be a ferret.
Come here.
And then she chucks the cat away.
Come here, bitch.
Cat, they land on the feet.
Loki.
There's
Oh, oh, he looks like my putty
He's
cat.
not so little no more.
It looks
No,
like a
he's
grown-up
not.
version of my Nurgle.
Oh, he's okay.
Yeah.
He's
And he was just a baby.
He's like, what are you doing, you crazy
Oh.
bitch? Put it up.
And if I'm not mistaken, when I leave work tomorrow, I might have another kitten. There's 2 kittens at a house that's across the street from my job that I know that they don't take care of.
Mandy, Unchained says.
So I do not condone this. Do not do what I do, but I plan on
Well,
stealing
hold on,
some kittens.
Mandy. Unchained says tattoos don't mean scrap if you don't also have a pierced clitoral hood.
Giggity.
That was
No.
actually one of my next things I planned on getting pierced.
No.
No lie.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
It's not actually as bad as everybody makes it seem. It just makes it, the senses more heightened down there.
Sounds like plenty of them, and they love it when my tongue ring hits it, so.
Well, I mean,
it's the
anytime
same
you're
as getting your
I've heard
nipples
too many
pierced.
medical horror stories from genital piercings. So yeah, no.
Because you only pay attention to the horror stories.
just be careful. Go to a reputable place. Consult your medical professionals. Just anytime you're jabbing steel in and going to have it be within some point in your body, it's like there could be effects.
This is why we put the marker at the bottom.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
You
did it
should,
work for
rated
Jackass?
next time.
Now, if you're gonna jingle your Johnnies, at least do it properly. Psychotic focus.
You're breaking up again.
I said if you're at
You
least
need a
gonna
new pair
jingle
of
your Johnnies,
headphones.
I
do it
bought him a
properly,
new
a
set of
psychotic
headphones and he
focus
broke them.
getter. Yeah, they got fried in the car.
Yeah, because he
Tara,
kept
we
leaving it in
should-
the fucking car.
Tara, we should get him a pair off of Amazon. I've had mine for almost a year now, and they still work perfectly.
I got him a refurbished set from that were actually akin to Turtle Beaches off of Newegg
I like
And they
turtles.
got burnt up.
because he kept leaving them in the car.
The car gets hot.
Yeah. I used them on a daily basis when I was streaming or driving, so I took them to Pro and I left them. And then they got fried somehow. So, So I got these Raptors from $1.
Well, they got
Yay.
fried pudding because it's hot as hell in Chicago, and it's sitting in a hot fucking car. The wires are gonna burn. Not only that, the solder for wires can melt.
Oh, I'd be damned. No, it's normally not
If
hot in
it's
Chicago.
right-
That's the thing that's pissed
If
me
the
off
me-
about
if the
this year and
soldering-
last year.
If the solder gets to the right temperature, it will melt.
Yeah, oh, there we go. They lost the range trying around the property.
I know this
Yeah.
because one, my ex is an electrician, and two, in when I was in Tennessee and I was in high school there, I took an electronics class, and one of the very first things we did was solder, and he loved the way the teacher liked the way I soldered that I got special projects while everyone else had to do other crap.
Mm.
Did you make anything cool?
Actually, he actually had me put together a computer.
Nice.
That's pretty sweet.
He had me go ahead and solder the pieces into a motherboard.
Did you learn stuff?
Yeah, I loved that teacher. I hated the rest of the school.
Oh.
Because up there, I don't know what the hell it is. I mean, I hear people say, "Oh, up north, their education is so much better than in the south."
Bullshit.
Dude,
Oh.
they were having me do things like my English class. They were having me do shit I had done in middle school. The math class was having me do shit I did in middle school. And I'm just sitting there and I'm literally bored to tears. And they're like, "Well, you're not doing your work." I'm like, "I already finished it." And I handed it to them and they're like, "Oh, well, you had to have cheated." No, I did this when I was in middle school. I was told that educational wise, the up north schools are advanced. What the hell's wrong here? Then again, that's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Oh, I do coding. I write code.
But
I do
love the
3D
electronics
modeling and
class.
animation.
I hated nursing school.
I like Coca-Cola too.
If you want a little bit of a challenge, do Code Academy. Learn how to code Python and Java.
Python's a fun.
So, Mandy, what you're saying is learn to code.
Do code.
It's fun.
I've done website things. I can copy and paste some things and follow some directions at sometimes, and things might work.
Like, no, like legit. Like they will do step by step. They'll show you what all you need to do, and then they will let you practice.
I'd rather have somebody else do it for me, because I'd rather have it done right.
Or you could just get the old program Fireworks and the other program they went with it. I forgot the name of it. And you can build a website with that.
I have enough trouble using different social media platforms because they're all built differently. So I got to remember little things. Because if I go on Instagram, it works this way. On Facebook, it works this way. On Twitter, it works this way. On Discord, it works this way. It's like a whole bunch of different sets and rules and stuff like that. And it takes up a lot of memory.
I used to think it was funny.
Before I forget. You still gotta add me to WhatsApp, Tara. You gotta add me to WhatsApp. Y'all's this little
I don't have it.
Google Hangout stuff. Not WhatsApp, but Google Hangout.
Oh dear.
Forgot.
I barely use
y'all do
Google
y'all's-
Hangouts.
Yeah,
You
we've
mean
got a
Google
broken
Meet,
end.
which is what they call it now?
They've rebranded. They got rid of Google Hangouts on there, which unfortunately at one point when they made it much easier to turn on cameras and stuff within the options, it's like I added Team YouTube at YouTuber Law as well. I'm like, is this legal? They're like, well, not with all the. Basically a month later, it's like Google Hangouts on air is going away.
Yeah,
and everybody fucking uses Google Hangouts.
Yeah, now we're
air.
just using StreamYards.
See,
a lot of people are using OBS. I'm still waiting for a specific someone to finish making my overlay.
You can take whatever art you want and just kind of drag it in.
No, I know, but I asked him specifically to do it for me.
Well, we should keep our promises.
I hardly ever see him online, so I can bug him.
Yeah.
How it goes.
But you put that down.
Unchained said he's gonna listen to us. Unchained said he's gonna listen to us while he goes to get more beer.
Oh, wait, you can still get beer?
Where the hell is he located? Tara, let's go where he's located.
Man.
He could be in Hawaii.
Red eye flight.
No, we can't.
Well, these things happen.
Start down and then working.
Go get some alcohol.
After 2?
Don't worry, ladies. At some point in time, I'll come and see you guys in meth-infested, gator-fucking, psychotic, drug addict utopia that is Florida. We'll get a couple beers. Your buddy will throw a couple gators over his shoulders. We'll go in between the gas stations. We'll have a good time and get some warrants for our arrest.
Just don't bring the gators on the plane when,
if you're
when
coming
you come
down
up
here,
for.
we're gonna go ghost hunting.
Leave the gators out of St. Patrick's Day. That's all I'm saying.
So you trying to tell me you can't have
For the rule of coming to Florida, you come
You
to
need a
Florida
permit.
for vacation.
It's just he
You
seems to
leave
want
on
to
probation.
his meth heads fucking gators.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I've tried to tell him that.
I mean, consent matters.
Someplace in Florida, I'm pretty sure there's meth heads fucking gators. But come on now.
I mean, the gator would have to be of age and stuff, and I tend to feel like the gator might.
And it has to consent.
Right. It's and if it's trying to bite your arm off, it's probably not consenting. I mean, I'm not sure what. This is why we should be very precise with our language, especially when you're doing intimate things. You should communicate well and precisely, because sometimes it can lead to very uncomfortable situations.
Oh, he's like hours behind us, Tara. That's how he's still able to buy alcohol. He's in Washington.
Fucker.
I forgot because he said something about forks. He said something about Twilight earlier in his comments.
Did he get any sporks?
He's actually from Fort Washington.
Oh, my apologies for misstating.
Which is where Twilight was filmed.
I used to tell somebody from Idaho that it wasn't a place because my high school history teacher trolled us, and the gentleman didn't take too kindly from me saying that where he was from and his home didn't exist. It was very rude.
No, the area he lives at is apparently a communist lesbian utopia.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
Do what? What? You broke up.
I said the place where he apparently lives at is communist lesbian utopia.
Oh, well, that's only because of Twilight.
That's the point.
Literally, people that were fucking had a hard on for Twilight moved to Forks, Washington, and ruined the place, from what I understand.
Oh yeah, because these
There's
psychotic
a new book.
fat ass lesbians were looking for Edward and what's his copulate.
Is the book good?
I don't know. It's
the book
Robert's.
sucks.
It's Edward's version of what happened. It's called Midnight Sun.
Nobody cares about
I
Edward.
haven't read it yet. I do.
Vampires
But then again, I was also.
sparkle.
They
They
don't.
smell like death and decay.
If
You don't
there's
smell like
shiny
death and decay
Pokemon,
either.
why can't there be shiny vampires?
Because you burst into
True that.
flames.
Pikachu can sparkle, why can't Edward?
Because they don't.
Vampires don't burst in
Are you sure?
They're just not strong.
I have much to ponder in the
What?
coming days.
Old people at weddings always poke me and say you're next, so I'm gonna start doing the same thing to them at funerals.
That sounds very cruel and unnecessary. I understand the level of trolling, but what is a difference? It's like one is a uniting, the other is people dying. I'm just saying, you're entitled to whatever opinion you want. That's
I
all
was
I
just
got.
reading
But
a meme that was sent to me.
oh no! I understand. I gather where the dark humor originates from. But hey,
I love
Burnside,
dark
thank you for
humor.
having me on. Great seeing you, Tara. Very nice to meet you, Mandy.
Definitely.
I'm gonna peace out. So, y'all take care. Peace out, and long live the elbow bump.
Oh,
And now there
God.
were 3.
Well,
Yeah,
4.
Has to work tomorrow.
Well, 4 if you count them.
Nice.
I guess she wasn't counting me, so I'll shut up.
Giggity, I have the ladies.
Hey, Clinton, you might not want to say that. Ned might point out I live with him.
I'm sure him and I can come to a very reasonable comical understanding of rock, paper, scissors and Bigfoot versus Cthulhu or some shit like
Did you say Puddin versus Cthulhu?
Did you say Puddin versus Cthulhu?
that. Bigfoot versus Cthulhu.
Bigfoot.
Sorry,
Sorry, Cthulhu.
Cthulhu wins.
Yeah, Cthulhu wins.
All you got to do is wake up and we're all gone. Forget up, Samaria.
Yeah, I know. That's why I threw the meme at you.
Andy, you look depressed. Okay. Maybe just a little disappointed.
She's waiting. She's waiting for a little something. She's getting closer and closer. Oh, giggity.
I mean, if that's the case, all I got to do is hit up one of the dudes that's thirsty. That's all up in my inbox.
Hit your inbox to get something in your box. Yes.
No, my mind is doing it 1,000 miles an hour type shit.
Welcome to ADD. I've been dealing with it since the 70s.
It's more so of anxiety.
Oh yeah, you got that big trip coming.
My mom's not even going to be here to tell me bye. Like, she looked at me today. She's like, yeah, I'm going. She's like, yeah, I'm going to the races with your sister. I won't be home. Because y'all know my mom stays with me. I'm like, okay. I was like, well, are you going to be back tonight? She said, I don't know. If not, I'll probably be back Sunday. I was like, okay, you realize today's Sunday. Or today's Saturday, right? Tomorrow's Sunday. Are you coming back for sure? She's like, oh, I don't know. But I do know that I'm going back over to Dawn's on Monday, and I won't be there until next Friday. I was like, you realize I leave for my big-ass trip on Thursday, right? I was like, so much for you to fucking coming with me to watch me get on the plane. Well, I forgot.
Bullshit.
You forgot about your youngest child? Then I questioned her. Like, I got so pissed. I questioned her. I was like, so what's my favorite color? She's like, purple. I was like, no, the hell is not. It's yellow and blue. I was like, what's my favorite
Should be
flowers?
orange and blue. You bleed orange and blue.
I can prove that fact right now. That you bleed orange and blue. Forget I'm a Georgia fan.
But then I asked her what my favorite flower was. Meanwhile, I have a gator shirt on. But I asked her what my favorite flower was, and she tells me daisies. I'm like, who the fuck likes daisies in the state of Florida? I was like, it's sunflowers and succulents. The reason why I like sunflowers is because when there's no sun, they face towards each other and radiate the light, the air and stuff from each other. I was like, and succulents are cute because they're small little plants. She doesn't even remember when my birthday is.
Oh, damn.
I swear I'm adopted.
Oh, God, that's terrible.
Either that or I did something when I was younger that really, really pissed her off.
Probably had something that pissed her off. I don't know. Right now, I'm struggling to stay the goddamn hell awake. I'm about ready to face plant forwards and either eat the receiver of this damn thing or eat the fucking keyboard. Both of which would be equally hysterical. Ugh. That's what two you're gonna sit there and stare at me and go, all right, which one is you gonna eat first?
She's muted. She muted herself.
I said, well, you are sexy.
I appreciate it.
And then I said, I feel your pain.
I'm sure you do, you poor Sumerian bastard.
Stop yawning. That's contagious.
Yeah,
I have managed not to yawn this whole entire time.
No, you instead you muted yourself and took off your camera so that no one saw you yawn.
No, I was on the phone with my mother. She was cussing me out because of my trip.
Oh my god.
I swear, I'm adopted.
Then again, your mom also thought I was gonna like kidnap you and shit like that when we went on our fishing trip.
Yes. She came and got me on my fishing trip, right? And she was like, I have to meet her. I was like, why do you have to meet her? Cause for all I know, she could kidnap you. I said, like you would fucking miss me. And then I came back and she bitched because I was red. I was like, how are
That's
you
what
gonna
happens when you go fishing.
I had heat blisters. I had them for a month straight. When
I
are we
told
doing
you to
that
use
trip
the
again?
sunscreen I had.
When are we doing that trip again? We've got to do it. I've got my license, so there's no way we can get in trouble this time.
Oh no! If I wind up coming down by you two gals and your meth-infested home that of which you live in, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be hunting and eating boar.
You're gonna hunt what?
You're gonna hunt what?
Can you
Depends on when
hear
you
me
come
now?
down.
Yeah,
we have different hunting seasons.
All right. Well, whenever you have boar, whenever I can actually come down with one of these with a 5-round
true.
bag. That's one funny thing I found out is apparently Florida makes it legal to hunt with a Kalashnikov so long as you have a 5-round bag. I don't know why they insist on 5 rounds.
Nem said he'll take you to his friend's house. There's no such thing as hunting season there.
Okay, cool. I just want to eat piggies.
You want to eat what?
I just want to eat piggies.
Okay.
All right.
That's an easy one.
They'll also probably be filled with worms, but cool.
No, it won't be filled with worms. Now, how do you want to hunt it? You want a dog hunt it, or you want to go out there with a buck knife by yourself? Because a real man does it with a buck knife by himself.
I intend to go out there with a Kalashnikov and a knife and go and get me a piggy.
Okay.
Or we could just let him in our backyard.
Yeah, all you got to do is walk out in my backyard. You'll come across the hall easy.
All right.
And you can ask Nem. I cook some damn good snake.
Yes, you learned from me.
No, I didn't.
No, you
First
didn't?
time you had snake was when we were in Smokey's camp.
And I cooked that snake.
No, I did.
I
I cut it up and I put it in the fry pot.
You say so. I've been eating snakes since I was a little kid. Why did that come out wrong?
And then when you had your own place, me and my ex Chris came over. I ate the snake with you while he sat there bug-eyed, tweaking out because we're sitting there eating fucking water moccasin.
Well, we killed about 6 of them out in the back property from there. So
this is when you were by Pink Prairie.
Yeah.
I've never eaten water moccasins. I've heard that they were
tastes like chicken.
Moccasins
Just about everything tastes like chicken.
Not gator.
Gator is amazing. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
Especially the tail.
I want some gator tail. I am going to go next door to my job and buy gator tail. They have breaded gator tail there, and I have oil here, so I'm going to go and cook me some gator tail tomorrow night.
Girl, you better buy me
nice.
some too, so I can bring it back here and feed them.
Mm-hmm.
This place is expensive as hell for food. For half a pound of crab legs and like 16 shrimp peeled, which wasn't even that much crab leg. It was like one whole little piece of crab leg. It was like $22.
Fuck.
Seafood.
Fuck that. No, I'll go down to Swanee and catch some fucking blue crab.
Are you kidding me? That's like average price up here.
I mean, if you want to get technical, our license,
if you got a combo license, it covers everything.
Covers everything, including snook. I'm gonna go catch some snook.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Giggity.
I was waiting on him to say something.
Well, we just so happen to have two things to snook right here. So, giggity, giggity, giggity.
Meanwhile, we're still live.
So?
They don't like it, they can leave. The wonderful thing called the X button.
Yeah. Well, we're not doing anything illegal, or at least if we did, I'll find out within 24 hours after we hit the red button to end it. Last one, apparently, they got pissed off.
So, Burnside,
What?
when do you finally get time off again?
I have to check and see how much I've tallied. I have jack and shit for paid off time. And for sick time, I've got a good job. But I don't get paid for the
take
sick.
some fucking sick time.
No, I don't get paid for that.
So?
I need money. You're broke. All of you are relying on the fucking government. I'm the only one here that has a job.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
No, she's got a job.
Oh, okay,
I'm
all right. You have a
full-time
job, all right.
closer. I am a full-time... I just said I have to be at work at 11 o'clock.
And, bitch, you already know why I'm on disability.
I know. It's just that out of everyone else I know, Mandy's the only other one who's working. So it's like, yes, I need to have paid time off because unless I catch you guys all on the right time to receive your welfare, I'm the one who's going to be stuck paying for everything. So yes, I'm going to need
Depends
paid
on what time of
off.
the month you come.
Whenever I can get the time to, which may vary, which means you may not have your welfare and I may not have my money. So I want to make sure I'm going to have my money.
If you're coming
I get
down
paid every
near
2
the
weeks.
end to the first of the month, I'll have money.
That's
And
not
I
always
get paid
a
every
guarantee.
2 weeks, and I get paid at least
Actually,
$1,000.
yeah, it is.
Oh, okay, all right. At least Mandy makes akin to what I make. All right, so that's good. But I don't want to be a dick and go, hey, Mandy, the rest of them don't exactly have their food stamp or Reagan money. You and me are going to have to split the bill. I don't want to be a dick like that.
I'm the... Okay, so... Not this week, but last week, I'm the kind of person that just spends money on everybody else except for myself. Like, last week was the first time in 6 months since I started
spent all
my
my
job.
money on everyone else. I gave Mama the rent money. I sent Katrina her money and spent money on everyone else other than things for the car.
So, Tara, question.
What?
Want to go with me to the airport on Thursday morning? I have to be there by 5 o'clock.
PM or AM?
AM.
Fuck that. I love you.
I plan on I'm sorry for everybody who's in here, but I plan on getting dick when I get there.
Yeah, we know that.
No
so I
shit.
plan on getting there as early as possible.
I mean, what airport are you going to?
Jackson Ant.
Yeah, no, I'm not driving all the way the fuck up there.
But if I get my paycheck before, if I get paycheck before, we can go Waffle House. I was asked, so the guy I'm gonna go see, his name is Steven, and he asked me, he said, baby, so what kind of food do you want to eat when you first get here? Because I want to take you out to eat. I said, anything except for pizza. This fucker says, okay, I know where we're going. Well, where are we going, babe? Oh, we're going to Hungry Howie's.
Pizza. How was that?
I'm like, you know what? I might as well just bring my work clothes, because if I find out that somebody's fucking some kind of food up, I'm dressing in work clothes and walking up in that bitch, and I'm taking over. I work at Hungry Howie's.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, I knew he was just playing, but he was like, yeah, I'm going to take you to Hungry Howie's. I'm like, you bitch. You take me to my job to get food, and I will throw the food in your face and walk out. He's like, but why? They might have different things. I don't give a damn.
They won't. It's Hungry Howie's. They have a set menu.
No, they don't.
The only thing they might have different is you might have I mean, don't drink the water up there either because you get stupid.
I'm already fearing. I'm already fearing for my 6 days up there because of what the 6 days are.
Because my brother's
Last thing
mother
I need to do
was born and raised in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Hence, don't drink the water because she is stupid.
Oh no, I'm saying I'm worried about the 6 days that I'm going to be up there because the last thing I need to do is come back and say, Tara, I need to take a pregnancy test.
Yeah, it's called use a fucking condom.
I'm allergic to latex. I'm allergic to the rubber that they make condoms out of.
I'm going to tell you
Don't
right
tell
now.
me to use sheepskin because sheepskin has holes in them.
Okay, well, see, the sheepskin specifically says on the box because I have them. It says it only protects against pregnancy, not STDs. So if you don't want to get pregnant, use the sheepskin. If you don't want to get AIDS, don't fuck.
Well, lucky for me, he went and got tested.
All right,
he got. I am fertile. I am fertile, Myrtle.
Yes.
It does not matter. Don't tell me to get birth control. I had birth control in my arm and got pregnant with my son 2 days after Halloween.
Dude, it protects against pregnancy. That's it.
Oh God. This is why I would head with her all the time. All you people with your sexually transmitted psychosis, gator fornicating.
And this is why Burnside is glad I have my tubes clamped.
I don't have to worry about all this other weird shit I gotta get tested for. Fuck all of that nonsense.
Oh, hi Unchained. Welcome back.
Hey, you missed all the weird Wayneton debauchery.
Okay, so
no, he was listening the entire time.
He was listening. He just says back.
Good.
So, crazy stripper story. I was working at the club, and I was really good friends with this chick that was working at the club with me. Well, certain girls do certain things in VIP for more money. She was one of them. She was like, Mandy, I need you to keep guard. She was like, Mandy, I need you to keep guard. I will split you half of the money. It was in the champagne room. So I'm like standing at this door, like this right here, just standing there, watching the door. In walks her husband.
What?
I turn around. I'm like, Star. She says, what, Mandy? I was like, your husband's here. I'm thinking he's about to go in there and start shit. I was like, I see this now. This man's going to come in here. He's going to beat the fuck out of the dude, and he's going to beat the fuck out of the girl. No. Things started getting weird. He joined them in the champagne room. I'm just like, I'm not standing guard while y'all do a fucking threesome in the champagne room. I was like, now I'll take my half of the money and I'll go do what I gotta do. Come to find out, the boss knew about it. They had scheduled for the champagne room an orgy. I just like, what the fuck kind of club am I working at?
Which club was it?
Wackos!
Wackos? I've been there.
Wackos on Emerson.
Uh-huh. I've been there.
So I'm up there at the DJ booth. I tell him, hey, she had me watch guard. She said I'd get half of her pay, everything like that. Try to fix it where I knew for a fact I was going to get half of that grand. he's like, well, I need you to go back over there and tell Star I need her on the stage. I looked at him. I said, I'm not going in there where there's like 12 men and 1 female. The fuck? So I'm sitting here on the mic. I'm like, Star, we need you to the stage. If you could please spare a moment and put your damn clothes on. I never seen more naked men in one room in my life. They all came storming out of the champagne room to the stage. Still all butt ass naked. And I'm just like, what is this? Is this a female strip club or a male strip club?
At that point in time, it was a fucking orgy room.
Apparently, like they had closed and locked the doors.
Uh-huh.
So I get my stuff and
It must have been somebody's birthday.
I have no idea. I have no idea. All I know was I got a free bottle of Grey Goose, big ass bottle of Grey Goose, and I walked out of there with $1,000 that night.
I have a question. Was that your first club?
I worked at Bikini Beach right before they closed. I worked at Cocktails. I worked at Wackos. I worked at Insurrections, in Cahoots. I worked at Solid Gold. Huh?
Why did any of this shock you? You should have been used to it.
Because I started at Bikini Beach. They didn't do that when I was working there. Then I went to Wackos. I was still new. You got to think, though, I was underage. I had just, right before I turned 18, started dancing. I was sober dancing. So, yeah, all this shit was confusing me and creeping me the fuck out.
That was a mistake.
So, my mom knew I was a stripper. My mom would take me to and from the club. I called her. I was like, Mom. She goes, yes. I was like, come get me. They're creeping me out. She said, what do you mean? There's an orgy in here. But it will never compare to this. It would still, to this day, never be as weird as I was at work one night and my dad came in.
Oh, fuck.
I'm on stage, I'm doing my dance, and they're like, and there goes Mandi. And I like turned around and I go, fuck this shit. Went and hid in the back room until he went to the VIP section, and then I walked out and did my rounds. My mom went in there and watched me strip. She even went up to the stage and tipped me. My mama was my first tipper. Oh yeah. My sister and brother-in-law went in there. My brother-in-law mixed his liquor, got pissed off, threw the table, flipped the table, stormed out, and told my sister that he was gone. And I'm just like, the fuck?
And you guys want me to move down there because this is some form of incentive? This most definitely is not. See, this is why I'm not going to move to that type of state.
I already told you not to make you get rid of your house. You just got to come down here and visit me.
Visit I will. Stay there I will not. I'm going to die my ass in the freezing cold alone here. Fuck all that fucking banjo stringing shit. I don't even be a dick, Mandy, but I mean, that's some really weird borderline shit. Like,
at least down here, the rednecks will give you a warning shot in the air so that you can haul ass.
Yeah.
I get those all the time. It's called inaccuracy.
No. See, down here, they hit their mark. They're just going to shoot up in the air until you get off my property.
Yeah, there's no inaccuracy here. We grow up with guns in our hands.
On their property, that won't be a problem. I don't normally go on other people's property.
Yeah, see, you may not know you're on their property.
Yeah, we don't have fences here.
Not for the most part. The only time fences are really used is in city or out in the country for cattle.
My neighbors are cows.
and in city is to mark property lines.
Ain't that right, Tara?
Yep, her neighbors are cows.
And they like to argue at the fence. Like at 6 o'clock in the morning, I guarantee you, if we were still on here at 6 o'clock in the morning, y'all would hear cows go. They argue at the fence.
That sounds like fun.
No, I'm probably gonna end this in the next few minutes. I'm gonna roll over and pass the hell out myself.
Sound like a robot.
I'll end this.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I said if anything, I'm gonna end this in the next minute. I'm about to roll over and pass out. Do we want to end on anything else? All right.